Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a story from 2004 in New Jersey, USA. Brittany Gregory was born on April 1, 1988, in Brick Township, the youngest of 5 children in her family. Her parents divorced, and she was left to live with her father, but she remained close to all of her siblings, particularly her sister Brianna, who was 4 years older than her. Brittany excelled in school, and her teachers expected her to become a scholar. Her unusual dream, however, was to become a forensic scientist and investigate crime scene evidence. Brittany enjoyed being the baby of the family. Her mother described her as spoiled but not vain or arrogant. She celebrated her 16th birthday in April by keeping her mother's promise to let her get her belly button pierced. She adored pop star Britney Spears and had posters of her up in her bedroom. She enjoyed cartoons, particularly SpongeBob SquarePants. She also couldn't get enough of TV shows about forensic science, which she wanted to pursue. She and her mother used to watch the same shows and then call each other to discuss what they were watching. In 2004, Brittany, 16, and her older sister Brianna, 20, lived in a small house near their school with their father, Joe Don, and his new girlfriend, Lori Peterson. Brittany's father's house was the last one on the street, and it was near a wooded lot. Brittany had been dating 18-year-old John Fitzgerald for nearly 2 years. He was a nice guy who Brittany's family liked. They had a great relationship and were considered the ideal couple. At around 8:30 p.m. on Sunday, July 11, 2004, Brittany's mother Deborah and sister Brianna drove to the town of South Toms River, about 15 miles from Brittany's home, to visit her older brother and his wife, who had recently had a daughter. That evening, Brittany called her mother from her cell phone and requested a ride to her boyfriend John's house. The girl's voice was extremely upset, indicating potential trouble. Her mother explained that she was out of town and unable to drive Brittany, but that her sister Brianna could be there in about an hour. Brittany agreed, saying she'd wait for her. Brianna was free about 45 minutes after Brittany called, so she called her, but her sister did not answer. Brianna assumed Brittany was asleep or that someone else had brought her to John's. When Brianna returned home in the morning, she discovered Brittany was not there, but her belongings, including her phone, were still there. Brianna speculated that Brittany had spent the night at her boyfriend's house, but it seemed strange that she hadn't told anyone and had left her cell phone at home. It was not like her. Looking for answers, Brianna began calling all of Brittany's friends to see if they had seen her, but no one knew anything. Brianna decided to call John after unsuccessful attempts to contact her sister. He said he last spoke with Brittany on the phone Sunday morning, and they hadn't seen or spoken to each other since Brittany's father's friend Lori Peterson, who lived with them, said she returned home around 10 p.m. Brittany was not present on Sunday night. Brianna sensed something was wrong and went straight to the police station to report Brittany missing. The police initially dismissed Brianna's concerns about her sister's disappearance. They assumed the girl had simply run away from home or was out with friends. But Brianna persuaded the officers that she had already contacted all of her sister's friends and spoken with her boyfriend. But no one knew where Brittany might be. Brianna was certain her sister couldn't have run away from home because she was an honor student who spent the majority of her time in the library. Brittany never left the house without warning, and she left all of her belongings, including money and a phone, at home. Brianna persuaded the cops that her sister could not have run away from home on her own. The officers started their search. They first went to Brittany's house to inspect her room and look for clues. They ensured that Brittany's purse, containing her phone, ID, and makeup, was left in her room. The police found nothing suspicious in her room. They interviewed everyone who lived in the house and concluded that no one close to Brittany was involved in her disappearance. The police then began searching the area around the house. They inspected all of the houses in the area, walked around the property, and spoke with neighbors. They looked for witnesses who could have seen or heard something. The officers noticed that the house was at the end of the street, with a wooded area across the street, except for one woman who reported seeing Brittany walking down the street toward her house late Friday night when it was already dark. None of the neighbors saw anything suspicious. This occurred 2 days before Brittany's disappearance, and while the information appeared insignificant, investigators paid attention to it. This information contradicted the image of a modest girl who spent the majority of her time in the library and did not leave without her parents' permission. What made Brittany stay out so late? And was she allowed to go out at that time? The police were eager to determine whether Brittany was a true home girl, as her sister had described her. Numerous police interviews with her family, neighbors, and teachers revealed that no one had negative things to say about the girl. Everyone spoke highly of her. Brianna told the police that Brittany and her boyfriend John had a strained relationship recently. The couple had been arguing frequently, and on the day of her disappearance, Brittany and John had another fight. Brittany was upset, and she planned to visit John that evening to make amends. The investigators decided to look into John's identity more closely. They invited him to the police station to see if he saw Brittany on the day she went missing. John said his last phone call with Brittany was on Sunday morning. At the time, he was at the beach with friends, and Brittany was disappointed that he went without her. They argued about it and haven't spoken since. He also revealed that he had broken up with Brittany a few days ago, but she was unable to accept it. Even though she knew he was already dating another girl, John insisted that he had no plans to go out with Brittany that night and had no idea she was coming to his house. The rumor that Brittany kissed another guy at the party sparked their breakup. Despite the fact that he did not see it, John decided to end his relationship with her and start dating another girl. He last saw Brittany on July 10, the day before she vanished. She gave him a letter expressing her desire to reconcile. The detectives asked John for permission to read the letter Brittany had written, and he handed it to them. Brittany apologizes in the letter for her behavior as well as for breaking John's heart. She also asked him to stay friends. John appeared genuinely concerned and worried that Brittany had not yet been found. The police found no evidence linking John to Brittany's disappearance, and after passing a lie detector test, he was removed from the suspect list. However, John did provide the detectives with one important detail. He claimed that Brittany frequently came to his house via the woods behind her father's house, and the story of Brittany's disappearance became increasingly complicated. Detectives began to wonder if Brittany attempted to reach John's house that night, which was about a mile from her father's house through the woods. It was already dark, and she might get lost or fall somewhere along the way. The police began a search in the woods where Brittany most likely passed. She may have walked along a path that began near her house. Being in the woods at night was frightening and dangerous. The question of why a young girl was not afraid to walk through the woods in the dark was perplexing. The search in the forest lasted 3 days, but nothing was discovered. When it appeared that the investigation had come to an end, the police were contacted by a woman who had been with her brother in a nearby park. The night Brittany disappeared, it was quiet and deserted, with only one car. The woman drove a Chevrolet pickup truck with distinctive wheels, and she noticed and remembered the car's license plate. Investigators discovered that the car was registered to Anthony Geiger, a 23-year-old. To determine Anthony's connection to Brittany's disappearance, police began investigating his past and discovered that he was Bobby Joe's ex-boyfriend. Brittany's sister, Bobby Joe, told detectives that they split up about a month ago because Anthony was overly jealous and focused too much on Brittany. She also stated that she began to suspect Anthony, who was 23 years old, had feelings for her younger sister, Brittany, and ultimately decided to end her relationship with him. Brittany's friend said Anthony always looked at her strangely and tried to flirt with her. They last met at lunch, when Anthony attempted to flirt with Brittany again. Detectives began to suspect Anthony of kidnapping Brittany and brought him in for questioning. During the interrogation, Anthony denied being in the neighborhood where Brittany lived on the evening of July 11. According to him, he did not arrive until the following day, July 12, when the police had already begun searching for the girl. He did not deny that he was on good terms with her and saw her frequently at parties and other gatherings, but he insisted that they were just friends and that he did not flirt with her. Anthony also stated that he knew Brittany was too young for him and that he only cared about her as a friend. Anthony testified that he spent the evening of July 11 at home with his new girlfriend. Although Anthony's girlfriend confirmed his alibi, investigators still suspected him because his house was close to Brittany's. Investigators returned to examine the letter Brittany had written to John and discovered disturbing signs that she was saying goodbye to her loved one. They became concerned that Brittany might be harming herself after ending her relationship with her boyfriend. Brittany's parents, however, rejected this version, believing that their daughter was intelligent and determined, and that her breakup with her boyfriend would not prevent her from pursuing her dreams. They thought Brittany was overly passionate about life. After the investigation stalled again, the police decided to use the media to contact the public in search of potential witnesses. In addition, police officers from other areas joined the investigation to help. Brittany's parents also decided to take an active role in the search because they were tired of doing nothing but waiting. They decided it was time to take action and began going door to door, asking people in the neighborhood. But it did not work. The police decided to return to where it all began, Brittany's home. Even if she had decided to walk through the woods to meet her boyfriend, it remained unclear why she had left her phone in her room. Could she have been kidnapped right outside the house? If so, did she know the person? Did she trust him? During a thorough search of the house, the police discovered something important in Brittany's room. Her personal diary, which contained a handwritten letter. The contents of this letter were extremely important to the police because they pierced the veil of secrecy surrounding family relationships. Brittany described her life, her relationships with her friends and boyfriend, her education, and how she prioritized her family. In particular, she wrote that she comes from a dysfunctional family, that she visits her older brother in jail every Sunday, that her mother is a drug addict who abandoned her when she was 9, and that she now lives with her father, with whom she is not particularly close, and his girlfriends. She also stated that she is not perfect and has done things she is not proud of. However, she does not want to be like her parents and wishes to succeed in life. She aspires to be a forensic scientist who helps solve crimes. After reading this letter, the police expanded their suspect pool and focused on Brittany's family, who had not previously been considered suspects. Detectives began checking on each member of Brittany's family and discovered that a male massage parlor was operating from her home. Lori Peterson, a friend of Brittany's father, serves various men every day. But everyone in the neighborhood knew she didn't give massages, but rather offered intimate services for a fee. It turned out that many people were aware of it, and Lori did not keep it a secret, handing out business cards throughout the area. Neighbors also reported that suspicious individuals frequently gathered at Brittany's father's home to use illegal substances for the police. This suggested that the atmosphere in Brittany's home was dysfunctional. Lori's services were sought by a number of men, the majority of whom she had never met. It was possible that one of her clients had taken Brittany from the house. More than 100 police officers began working to identify everyone who had visited Joe Dunn's house in the previous month. It was an extremely difficult task. However, a week after Brittany disappeared on July 18, police announced the arrest of a murder suspect. Brittany's family was shocked to hear the news because she had been reported missing and her body had yet to be found. When a picture of the suspect appeared on television, Brittany's mother, Deborah, recognized him. It turned out to be her longtime friend, 28-year-old Jack Fuller Jr., who had attended all of the family gatherings and had known them for 20 years. His daughter was engaged to Brittany's brother, who was incarcerated. Deborah was in shock. Why was Jack arrested and charged with murder when Brittany's body had never been found? The family couldn't believe Jack could have been involved in this case, given that his children were friends with Brittany. They hoped Brittany was still alive. Fuller, a hardened criminal, spent the majority of his adult life threatening his Howell neighbors. According to court documents and interviews, he broke into cars, houses, and garden sheds, used and sold drugs, threatened a man with a baseball bat, fought with police, and lied about his identity after being arrested for drunk driving. He has been arrested over a dozen times in the last decade alone. He has spent time in state prison for theft and parole violations. Neighbors claim that many of his crimes went unreported because people were afraid of him. The last time he was tried. He was sentenced to 5.5 years in prison and released a year before Brittany went missing. Brittany's parents assumed Jack would steal money or jewelry to buy drugs, but they didn't think he'd hurt their daughter. Shortly after Fuller's arrest, it became clear how the police had linked him to Brittany's disappearance. It all began with a call to the police station. The caller stated that he had met Jack a few days prior, who had complained to him about back pain that had developed after burying the girl's body in sandy soil. Jack assured him that the location where he had hidden the body would never be discovered, and he asked how deep the body should be buried so that the animals would not smell it. The police invited the informant to the station, suggested that he wear a listening device while meeting with Jack Fuller, and questioned him about the crimes, including the murder. The informant agreed, and during the meeting, Fuller revealed that he had buried the girl's body in a remote location and would never be discovered. He confessed to the murder, but never mentioned Brittany's name. In addition, Fuller stated that he needed to kill someone else who knew too much, referring to his friend Tommy, who was in the car and did not hear these remarks. The detectives were confident that Tommy knew something important that could aid in the investigation, or Jack Fuller would not have wanted to get rid of him. They went to Tommy's house and took him to the station for questioning, but he refused to cooperate, claiming that he knew nothing. The detectives knew he was lying, to prove their point. They played a recorded conversation in which Jack expresses his desire to kill Tommy because he knows too much. Tommy realizes he is in danger and agrees to cooperate with the police. He tells them that the night Brittany vanished, he and Jack were driving around the neighborhood while smoking crack. They came to a halt in front of Brittany's home, and Jack decided to go inside to speak with her father about some issues. When he entered the house, there was only Brittany. 5 minutes later, Jack returned to the car with Brittany, who sat in the back. Tommy expressed confusion and inquired as to what was going on. Brittany didn't say anything. She lowered her gaze, and Jack explained that he was about to take Tommy home. Tommy claimed Jack drove him home. When he got out of the car, Brittany, who was sitting in the back, also got out and took the front passenger seat. And then he and Jack drove away. When they met the next day, Jack said nothing about the previous day's events. They stopped at a car wash where Jack washed his car both inside and out. This was unusual because he had never attempted it before. The car wash attendant even made a joke about it. But Jack became enraged and told him to mind his own business, or he'd risk his life. Tommy explained that when he learned about Brittany's disappearance, he suspected Jack was involved and asked him directly what he was doing with her. Jack became enraged by the question and stated that he had taken her home and left rudely, instructing him not to ask again if he did not want trouble. Tommy assumed Jack had taken Brittany to the woods to rape her because he intended to use Laurie's intimate services that evening. But she wasn't at home. The detectives realized Jack is just the man for them. When they arrived to arrest him, Jack was holding a can of gasoline and appeared to be preparing to burn his car. Was he planning to burn the car to destroy the evidence? Yes. It appeared that he was conducting the search. Blood was discovered in the car, and forensics determined that it was Brittany's. When the police discovered that Jack had visited a car wash after his trip with Brittany, they went there and confiscated the vacuum cleaner he was using. A criminologist discovered sand particles stuck together by blood inside a vacuum cleaner. Testing confirmed that it was Brittany's blood. Despite the evidence in front of the police, Jack refused to confess to Brittany's kidnapping and murder. Detectives interviewed all of Jack's acquaintances, and the majority of them were convinced that he was capable of murder. Many described him as a man who could handle anything. Despite the fact that Jack never worked, he was always financially secure. During the investigation, it was discovered that on the night of Brittany's disappearance, one of the patrol officers observed a car parked on the side of the road near the woods. That was Jack Fuller's car. Brittany had gone missing, but this was unknown at the time. When the officer approached Jack, he explained that he was looking for his dog, which had run off into the woods. Given this information, the search for the body concentrated on the area where the officer spotted Jack's car. The search, which involved police officers, canine units, helicopters, and volunteers, was ultimately unsuccessful. Investigators suspected Brittany was desperate for someone to drive her to her boyfriend's house that night. When Jack arrived at her house, she asked him to do it. Jack agreed to transport her wherever she needed to go. Instead, he took his friend Tommy home and decided to exploit the situation by raping and killing Brittany. To prove it, her body had to be discovered. While the police were attempting to question Jack and extract a confession, another witness came forward. A woman called the cops, claiming that if Jack Fuller really killed Brittany, she might know where he hid her remains. This woman was a former drug addict who Jack once held hostage for months before escaping. During that time, she had grown to know Jack Welch and knew all of his secrets, including where he went and what he did. He frequently visited the same places and accompanied her. One day, he showed her a location near a power line and told her it was an excellent place to bury her because no one would ever find a body there. The detectives didn't believe the woman at first and began questioning her. She stated that the site was in Lakewood and the soil was sandy. The police immediately remembered the words of an informant who told them how Jack had complained to him about how difficult it was to bury a body in sandy soil. The authorities decided to conduct a search in the area the woman had mentioned. It was only 3 miles from Brittany's home. After several days of searching, no results were found. However, the police continued their search after experts discovered a perfect match between the sand from Fuller's vacuum cleaner at the car wash and the soil in the area. Every day, more than 100 people combed the dense forest that borders Monmouth and Ocean counties. Brittany's grave was discovered on Tuesday morning, July 27, 2004, 15 days after she had been reported missing. She was discovered by 3 New Jersey canine officers who had brought their dogs on a weekend search to assist. The young girl's naked body was discovered in a hole, accompanied by a necklace bearing Brittany's name. The detectives knew right away that they had finally found her. The medical examiner who performed the autopsy confirmed that it was Brittany Gregory's body, but he was unable to determine the exact cause of death due to the girl's strangulation and head trauma. "I'm not going to deny that there was trauma to her head, but that was not the cause of death," said Ocean County Executive Assistant Prosecutor Robert Gasser. The body had decomposed for 2 weeks, and the medical examiner says he cannot rule out strangulation or suffocation. Gasser stated that Brittany's body showed no obvious signs of sexual assault. However, the medical examiner did not rule out the possibility of rape. After consulting with his attorney, Jack Fuller agreed to a plea bargain. Brittany's family also agreed to the settlement to avoid a lengthy and difficult trial. Brittany's mother stated that she opposed the death penalty for Jack because it would be too easy for him. She wanted him to spend the rest of his life in prison, suffering and regretting his actions. Jack stated that Brittany asked him to take her to her boyfriend's house, and he agreed. He took Tommy home first, then planned to take Brittany to see her boyfriend. But first, he stopped on the side of the road and began smoking. This infuriated Brittany, who began yelling at him and slapping him on the arm. This irritated him, and he started punching Brittany. He admitted to punching her in the face and head at least twice after she tried to stop him from smoking again. Following the beating, Brittany began to make gasping and gurgling sounds. Fuller continued to get high as blood flowed from her nose and mouth. Brittany stopped breathing when he finally turned his attention to her. He realized she had died and decided to dispose of her body. However, his story was not believed because the medical examiner discovered evidence of strangulation on Brittany's body that Fuller had not mentioned. Furthermore, he did not explain why he had removed all of Brittany's clothing. The prosecution suspected that the crime was sexually motivated. On February 9, 2005, the Ocean County grand jury indicted Fuller on murder charges. On October 18, 2005, Fuller pleaded guilty to purposely and knowingly causing serious bodily injury that resulted in death. On January 13, 2006, he received a 30-year sentence without the possibility of parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A woman was found dead in her own home, and the police quickly solved the case, but what happened next is more reminiscent of a twisted detective movie than a real-life story. There are so many unexpected twists and shaky moments in this case that it is rightfully considered one of the most intriguing in history. Donna Brown was born on November 10, 1963, in Miami. She grew up in a large and friendly family with 2 younger sisters whom she got along with very well. When Donna was young, her parents divorced, and she remained living with her mother. Despite this, her father remained actively involved in his daughters' lives, and they remained quite close after finishing school. Donna received medical training and became a surgical assistant at a local hospital. Her colleagues quickly grew to love her because she took her work seriously and was also a kind and open person. Her life was going quite well, but Donna wanted to start her own family for complete happiness. In the late 1980s, Donna went on a date with a man named Mark Winger, and she almost immediately knew she had met her match, who was charming and intelligent, worked as a nuclear engineer, and dreamed of having a large family. They began dating and decided to get married in 1989. Shortly after that, Mark received a job offer at a nuclear facility in Springfield, Illinois. It was a big step up the career ladder for him, and he and Donna decided to move there. The couple settled in a nice neighborhood, and soon after the move, Donna got a job at a local hospital. They only liked children for complete happiness, but all their attempts were unsuccessful. At some point, Donna learned that she was medically unable to conceive, and it was a devastating blow for her. Both she and Mark dreamed of a large family, and all the conditions of their lives were favorable for it, but fate decided otherwise. The couple began to consider adoption but kept postponing this serious step. This continued until 1995, when everything changed, and one day a pregnant underage girl was admitted to the hospital where Donna worked, and she wanted to give her child to a loving family. Mark and Donna immediately decided to adopt the baby. In June, right after the birth, they adopted a girl and named her Bailey Elizabeth Winger. The day they took her home coincided with the anniversary of their engagement. The couple and all the relatives were happy that they finally had a child. In August of the same year, Donna went to Florida with her 3-month-old daughter, the visitor parents, and introduced them to their granddaughter. The family had a great time, and sometime later the woman returned home. She flew to the nearest airport, which was 2 hours away from Springfield, and then hired a taxi to her city through a special company. This trip greatly spoiled Donna's mood because the driver behaved quite inadequately the whole way. He talked about how several personalities lived in him and they forced him to do various terrible things, such as killing people. In addition, the driver talked about how he regularly participated in orgies and even invited Donna to participate in them. The man also violated traffic rules and drove the car quite dangerously. When Donna got home, she told her husband about it, and he was furious. Mark called the company the driver worked for and demanded that he be fired. It turned out that the driver was 27-year-old Roger Harrington, and after the complaint, the management decided to suspend him from work. But that wasn't the end of it. During the next week, an unknown man called Winger's home phone, refused to identify himself, and asked for Donna. She and her husband suspected that the caller was Roger, and she was seriously concerned about her safety given that the man knew their home address. She was afraid that Roger might harm her. On August 29th, a distress call was made to the Springfield Police Department. Mark Winger was in a panic and reported that an unknown man had broken into their home and attacked Donna with a hammer. Mark, shocked and terrified, took his gun and shot the intruder. When the officers arrived at the scene, they found 2 bodies on the floor with Mark in a state of panic. The police officers detected the faint pulse from both individuals on the floor and called an ambulance while trying to obtain information from Mark. But what had happened? Although Mark could barely speak, the detectives managed to piece together a rough idea of what had occurred. Mark explained that he was using the treadmill in the basement when he heard a noise upstairs. He went upstairs to the main floor and found his 3-month-old daughter unattended on the bed. When he went to another room, he saw an unknown man attacking his wife with a hammer. Mark panicked and grabbed his gun, shooting the attacker before calling the police. While waiting for the ambulance, one of the officers found a wallet in the attacker's jacket with documents belonging to Roger Harrington. The detective knew this person well. Roger lived in a trailer park in Springfield and had a criminal history mostly related to minor offenses. He also had mental health issues and was generally known to be quite aggressive. Both Roger and Donna were taken to the hospital, where they died without regaining consciousness. Meanwhile, the police examined the crime scene, collecting evidence. Next to the bodies was a bloodied hammer, while Mark's gun was found on a table nearby, along with a pack of cigarettes and a paper cup of coffee. Mark told the detectives that the cigarettes and coffee were likely brought by the killer, and the hammer was from his tool set, as he was planning to hang some pictures that day, so he prepared it and left it in the living room near the Wingers' home. Roger's car was found, and detectives discovered a note inside that contained Donna's home address, Mark's name, and the time of 4:30 p.m. When asked if he knew the attacker, Mark initially denied it, but when the police mentioned Roger's name, Mark realized with horror that the driver was the same person. He told the detectives the story of how they knew Roger, his strange behavior towards Donna, and the creepy calls to their home number. The investigators spoke with acquaintances and relatives of Donna who were aware of her fears. She had repeatedly complained to them that she was seriously concerned about Roger and was afraid that he might come to her house one day and seek revenge because he lost his job after she complained to their superiors. Donna even wrote down all the details of her trip with Roger on a piece of paper in case she had to go to the police. The police found this paper at their house, and the investigation lasted for 2 days before the case was closed. No charges were brought against Mark for shooting Roger because his actions were classified as self-defense. He continued to be in a state of shock, and his relatives flew to Springfield to support him and help take care of his daughter. Donna's relatives also provided him with all kinds of assistance. Months went by and Mark continued to struggle with the loss of his wife, and his family began to notice negative changes in his behavior. He began drinking heavily, although he had never consumed alcohol before these events. He also often visited local bars. His relatives tried to support him in every way possible and help take care of Bailey, but ultimately they had to return to their own cities. Donna's parents understood that it would be difficult for Mark to take care of his daughter, so they suggested finding a nanny. In the end, Mark hired a woman named Rebecca, who specialized in round-the-clock childcare, so she spent most of her time at their house. Rebecca took care of the girl and got along great with her. Mark gradually began to recover, stabbed, drank, and returned to work. This went on for several months, and during this time a romance developed between him and Rebecca. She hardly ever left his house, and they spent time together with Bailey, constantly communicating. Eventually, this led to mutual sympathy. Rebecca also sincerely loved the girl, and a strong bond was formed between them. In 1996, a woman became pregnant, and Mark was given another chance to start a big and strong family. Rebecca also monitored this, and the couple got married in October. Mark and Donna's relatives were surprised that he started a new relationship just a few months after his wife's death, but ultimately supported him as the new family was beneficial, not only to him but also to Bailey. All the relatives sympathized with Rebecca, seeing her sincere love and care for the girl. Mark decided to sell his house because it constantly reminded him of Donna's death, and after what had happened, he did not want to raise children there. He and Rebecca decided to buy a house with a large plot of land outside the city, renovate it, and start to build their new life. Soon they had a daughter, and over the next few years they had another daughter and a son. Thus Mark and Rebecca raised 4 children, and the man's dream of a large family came true. Over time, Mark became more distant from Donna's relatives, who tried to be present in their granddaughter's life. The problem was that Bailey didn't remember Donna at all and considered Rebecca her mother. Mark didn't want the girl to know about the tragic past of their family from an early age, and ultimately he forbade down his parents from calling her their granddaughter. They tried to persuade him, but in the end, they gave up all attempts. The relatives understood that it might be better for the girl to grow up away from what had happened. In the following years, Mark and Rebecca happily lived in their new home, raised their children, and made plans for the future. The tragedy of the past gradually faded, but its echoes continued to haunt the family. In 1999, Mark decided to sue the company that hired Roger Harrington as a driver. In Mark's opinion, this company did not make any effort to check this person's sanity, and as a result it led to the murder of his wife. The company did not want to admit its guilt, and Mark hired a lawyer to determine their guilt. The court decided to study all the materials of the case and the evidence, which were handed over to the lawyers while they were preparing for the trial. Something completely unexpected happened in February of the same year. A woman named Deanne Schultz came to the police and told detectives a shocking story. Deanne was Donna's best friend and worked with her at the hospital. When Donna had a child, Deanne actively helped her take care of the girl, but Diane's story turned everything upside down. She confessed to the police that she had been having an affair with Mark for several months, which they had kept hidden from their spouses. It all started 3 months before Donna's death. Around the same time, the couple adopted a daughter. Mark and Deanne were secretly seeing each other, but this was just the tip of the iceberg. The woman told detectives that Mark wanted to get rid of his wife to be with her one day. He said it would be so much easier if Donna just died. He then began to persuade Diane to help him with a plan, but he did not reveal the details. Mark said that all Diane needed to do was go to their house, find his wife's body, and call the police. The woman thought Mark couldn't be serious and was just joking, but he continued to share troubling things with her. After Donna complained to him about Roger Harrington's behavior, he told Deanne about it and said he had planned to frame the driver. He added that he just needed to figure out how to lure him into the house. A week before the murder, he called Deanne and asked if she would still love him no matter what, to which she answered yes. A few days after Donna's murder, friends and family gathered at their house to support Mark. When he was alone with Diane, he said, "It seems like the police believe me. I did it for us." The woman was shocked, but Mark demanded that she not tell anyone, and she obeyed. They continued to secretly see each other and even exchanged rings, planning to get married in the foreseeable future. But in the following months, Mark started a romantic relationship with the nanny and eventually broke up with Deanne. She was devastated. She had kept this terrible secret from Mark, and he had traded her for someone else. Diane never dared to tell the police about everything, realizing that part of the blame was on her. Over the next few years, the woman repeatedly tried to take her own life, and only after 3.5 years did she finally overcome herself and go to the police station. The detectives were completely shocked. All this time, Mark had been considered a victim and even a hero who tried to save his beloved wife from a terrible killer. But Diane's story changed everything, and the police looked at the case from a completely different angle. The investigators decided to re-examine the evidence, but they were met with an unpleasant surprise. All of it had been handed over to lawyers who were preparing Mark's case against the transportation company. It would take time to retrieve them, but some materials from the case remained at the station. The photographs from the crime scene. The lead detective looked at them and realized with horror that they had missed some obvious things all these years. The investigation had been quickly closed after the murder, as no one doubted Roger's guilt, but now as the detectives out these photos for the first time, he realized that the positioning of the bodies did not match Mark's story at all. He had told them that when he entered the room, Donna was lying on the floor and the perpetrator was striking her with a hammer from above, and then he shot him and Roger fell next to the woman. In reality, however, his body was lying in the opposite direction, and he physically could not have fallen in that direction. The detective realized the Mark story was a lie, and it made him rethink a whole series of moments that now made much more sense. First of all, no one ever figured out how Roger got into the house. There were no signs of a break-in, and Donna certainly would not have opened the door for him. But if you remember the note inside Roger's car, everything falls into place. It had Mark's name and the time, which looked like a reminder of a meeting. Remembering Diane's story, detective concluded that Mark had somehow invited Roger to their home on some pretext and let him in, after which he shot him. Secondly, in Roger's car, they found a knife and several other items that he could have used for the murder, but he did not take them with him and used Mark's hammer, which the man took out of the closet on that very day, and left him plain sight. All of this sounded completely illogical if you assume that Roger came to the house to kill someone. Moreover, he left a pack of cigarettes and a paper cup of coffee on their table, a very strange thing for a person who came there to kill. The detective listened to the recording of the 911 call made by Mark and was once again shot. Mark told the operator that he had shot the attacker once, after which there was a male mumble in the background as if someone was trying to speak. Mark told the operator that his daughter was crying and he needed to go to her, after which she hung up. However, there was no hint of a child's crying on the recording. A more realistic scenario was that Mark did not shoot Roger once, and on hearing the gunshot, Donna rant, her husband hit her with a hammer. After that, he called the police and pretended to be panicked, reporting what had happened. Suddenly, Roger woke up and tried to say something, and those sounds were recorded on the call. Mark lied about his daughter crying, hung up, and shot Roger again. In support of this version, there was another fact that the investigators completely ignored. Mark and Donna's neighbors said during the questioning that they heard 2 shots. However, about 5 minutes had passed between them, which did not fit with Mark's story but completely matched the more realistic version in which he was the killer. But that wasn't all. During the initial investigation, which lasted only 2 days, the experts did not even examine the evidence. However, now that Mark decided to sue the transportation company, they hired lawyers and were going to win this case. The lawyers requested an independent examination of the clothing of all 3 participants in those events. The results spoke for themselves. Blood spatters and traces indicated that Mark's story had nothing to do with reality. According to him, Roger was hitting Donna with a hammer, but there was not a drop of her blood on his clothes, not even the smallest well. There was plenty of blood from his wife on Mark's clothes, which directly indicated that he had killed his wife. The police took the evidence from the lawyers and conducted their own analysis, which showed exactly the same result. In the end, the police reopened the investigation, but this time it was about a double murder in which Mark became a suspect. His family was in shock, and no one believed that the man was capable of such a brutal crime. Donna's relatives were skeptical of the suspicions against Mark until they heard all the information that the detective said uncovered. The only ones who insisted on Roger's innocence from the first day were his friends and family members. They were all aware of his minor criminal history, but did not believe he was capable of murder. Moreover, their neighbor Roger, with whom they shared a rental, initially gave the police important information that they overlooked. It all looked as if Mark had scheduled a meeting with him, but the police did not attach much importance to it. Rebecca experienced the greatest shock from the whole situation. She knew Mark as a loving and caring father who had never shown any aggression during their time together. She refused to believe that this person could be his wife with a hammer and frame someone else. After several weeks of investigation, the police decided to arrest Mark, and he was arrested right at work. The case was sent to court. Mark was granted a $1 million bail. He cannot raise that amount, so he remained in custody awaiting trial. The trial did not begin until 3 years later in May 2002. All his close ones, and even Donna's relatives, hoped that this would be a big misunderstanding and that the court would prove Mark's innocence. None of them were prepared for the opposite, and his lawyers insisted on the truthfulness of Mark's version. They noted that the crime scene photos could have been taken after the medics moved Roger's body. Considering that the doctor's actions were not documented, it was possible to prove or disprove this possibility. In addition, the lawyers emphasized Roger's criminal history, his mental problems, and his inappropriate behavior with Donna during the trip. Deanne Schultz became the main witness in this case. By law, she could have been punished for keeping Mark's secret all these years, but the judge decided to grant her full immunity. In exchange for her testimony, the male lawyers tried to discredit Diane in every possible way, pointing out that she had attempted suicide multiple times, which could indicate psychological problems. The defense also suggested that she had made it all love out of jealousy, seeking revenge on Mark. The prosecution insisted that the evidence in Diane's testimony unequivocally pointed to his guilt, as her motive lay in the mistress's story. Mark lost interest in Donna long before they adopted Bailey. He had been having secret affairs with her best friend, but he could not divorce him because he would have to split their expensive home and other assets, which was unacceptable to him. After Roger gave Donna a ride from the airport, Mark saw the perfect opportunity and decided to act as terrible as it sounds. Mark was lucky to have encountered a man with a criminal record and mental illness who claimed to hear voices telling him to kill people. After Roger complained to management, to have encountered a man with a criminal record and mental illness who claimed to hear voices telling him to kill people. After Roger complained to management, he lost his job, which became the perfect motive when both the prosecution and defense laid their cards on the table, leaving only the jury's decision to wait. Despite the compelling evidence against Marv, there were still doubts about his guilt among both his family members and Donna's relatives. None of them could imagine a loving father and respected member of society as a killer. Nevertheless, the jury unanimously found him guilty of the double murder. In the end, Mark received a life sentence without the possibility of parole, and Roger was posthumously exonerated. Rebecca could now believe that her husband had actually killed Donna. It took her a long time to impartially consider all the evidence of his guilt until she finally came to terms with the fact that he was truly a murderer. The chief detectives apologized repeatedly to Donna's and Roger's families for the sloppy initial investigation. He admitted his guilt in accepting the most logical version of events as the only correct one, overlooking all the contradictions. If you think that's the end of the story, then I have another unexpected turn for you. Even after the conviction, many doubted whether Mark had actually done it, but in 2006, those doubts were dispelled in Mark's prison cell, where they found 19 pages of handwritten text in which she was plotting to kill Deanne and another person. Mark wanted to hire a hitman stray from prison through other inmates or people on the outside. His desire to kill Deanne was understandable. He wanted to avenge the woman for revealing all his secrets to the police. The second person on the list was a man named Jeffrey Gellman. His childhood friend detectives quickly discovered the reason for such a decision. Mark asked him for $1 million in bail, but the friend refused to provide such a sum from these handwritten pages. It followed that Mark wanted to kidnap the man to get a solid ransom for him and then kill him. Why he needed money for life imprisonment was unclear. Perhaps he planned to eventually get out or escape, but in the end, the man faced another trial and received an additional 35 years in prison. She was planning a double murder, and after that, no one doubted that Mark was the one who killed Donna. Rebecca raised 4 children alone, and they all know what kind of monster their father is. They changed their last names and do not plan to communicate with Mark in 2019. Rebecca decided that Bailey should renew contact with Donna's relatives, who had not seen her since she was 3 years old. Bailey was already 24 at the time, and she went to Florida and had a great time with them. They still communicate, and the young woman learns more about Donna from them. As for Mark, he is still in prison and denies his guilt. Perhaps he would never have been held accountable for what he did if it weren't for 2 factors that happened almost simultaneously. The first is the testimony of his former mistress. She could no longer keep this secret, especially watching how the killer creates a new family and raises children. The second factor is Mark's greed. Almost 4 years after the murder, he decided to sue his employer, Roger Harrington, for a substantial sum, even though he was earning very good money himself. Apparently, he did not expect third-party experts to study the evidence much more carefully than the local detectives. Interestingly, the end decided to turn to the police, including. After learning about this lawsuit, it became one of the last straws and the woman who revealed Mark's terrible secret. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young girl was found dead in her own apartment in an upscale apartment building that was under 24-hour security. The police tried to solve this gruesome mystery for 2 weeks, and only dozens of surveillance tapes helped them discover the sad truth. Sasha Simsurian was born on July 4, 1988, in New York City. After high school, she moved to Florida, where she graduated from a local university. After receiving her degree, she took her job as a social media manager for a real estate agency in Orlando. Her career took off quickly, and she received solid bonuses and awards for her good work. Sasha's friends spoke of her as a friendly, sweet, and outgoing girl with a big heart. She was a member of several charitable foundations, taking an active part in their activities. On October 16, 2015, it was the last day of the soccer season in Orlando. Sasha and her friends went to the stadium to support their favorite team. The match ended in victory, and the company went to the popular Attic nightclub downtown to celebrate. After spending there a few hours, Sasha left the club around 1:30. As it turned out later, she hadn't told her friends where she planned to go. She could have gone home or to another bar. Before she left, she arranged to have breakfast in the morning with her friend Anthony, who was at the club that night. The next day, he arrived at the cafe at the appointed time, but the girl never showed up. She also did not answer her cell phone or social media messages. Such behavior was not typical for Sasha. She was always in touch and would not ignore Anthony, especially when they had agreed to meet in advance. At first, he thought she was just slipping it off after the party last night, but several hours passed and there was no answer. Then the young man began to seriously worry about Sasha. Anthony, along with 2 of Sasha's closest friends, went to her apartment in the secure Uptown Place apartment complex, where she had rented an apartment for the past 6 months. When they drove up to her house, they found the girl's car parked in the parking lot. Inside the car, the friends noticed a box of children's toys. On that day, Sasha was supposed to go to a baby shower at her acquaintance's house, but the gift was still in the car. When they got to the door of the apartment, they started knocking and calling out for Sasha, but all they got was silence. It all looked extremely disturbing, and the friends decided to call 911. The squad arrived at her house around 8 p.m. The cops asked the guards to open the apartment door with the spare key and went inside. At first glance, there were no signs of a struggle in the apartment, but as soon as the officers entered the bedroom, a gruesome discovery awaited them. Sasha's arm and hair were sticking out from under the blanket of the bed. It was clear almost at once that the police were dealing with a murderer. There were clear signs of strangulation on her neck. In addition, her torn t-shirt was lying nearby, the same one the girl wore to the stadium. This could indicate that the attack took place immediately after Sasha came home. The pendant she always wore was also torn from her neck for Sasha's relatives and friends. This event came as a real shock. She had always been a kind and cheerful person, and it simply didn't make sense that someone would hurt her in such a cruel way by talking to the police. Her family and friends couldn't name a single person with whom Sasha might have had problems. Detectives began their search for evidence, and the first thing they noticed was the persistent smell of detergent in the apartment. He only partially succeeded, however. Detectives also found an empty contraceptive wrapper in the hallway and a shoe print near the girl's bed. Once in the bathroom, they found that the toilet seat was up, despite the fact that the girl lived alone. Experts found a fingerprint on it that didn't belong to Sasha. Clues were found in the apartment, and in addition, there were no keys. No smartphone and no purse belonged to Sasha. Soon after came the report of medical experts. They confirmed the girl died of strangulation. One of the doctors said he had never seen such severe injuries to the neck, as in this case this would seem to indicate that the attacker was physically well prepared. In addition, the experts determined that Sasha had been abused. They were also able to find a DNA sample from an unknown male on the girl's body. Unfortunately, there were no matches with him in the databases. In the meantime, the detectives began searching for witnesses and first questioned the security guard who was on duty that night. He was 33 years old. Stephen Duxbury, a former Marine, said the management of the apartment complex had hired men with impressive experience in the police, army, and other specialized services, but even that did not help Sasha. Stephen said he saw the girl that night. He said she was very drunk and tried to get into the building, but she couldn't. The girl was missing her case badge and smartphone. According to the rules, the security guard could not open her door without a pass ID or proof of her residency. For this reason, Stephen refused to let her in. Some time later, he went on a routine patrol and saw that Sasha had somehow made it onto the compound. After all, he assumed that the girl had entered the building with another resident who opened the door with her pass, but the girl ran into a new problem. To get into the apartment, she needed a key, which she did not have. Each door in the complex also opened with a code lock, but Sasha couldn't remember the right code. She'd turn to Steven and ask him to walk her to her car to look there for the keys again. Without the guard with his pass, she would no longer be able to get into the complex. Steve went with her, but there were no keys in the car. Sasha suddenly stated that she remembered the code to the door, and they went back to her apartment. But there again, the girl was unable to enter the correct password. After the guard said he had to go back to his post, he promised to help her solve the problem if at the time of his next round Sasha still could not remember the right code. However, the next time he went to patrol the area, Sasha was nowhere to be found. It was not until the morning that Steven noticed her in the company of a man he had not seen in the complex before. The guard failed to describe his appearance in detail, so the police had to look for this unknown man practically at random. We could only hope that this man might have been caught on one of the 15 security cameras set up on each floor of the building and near the exit. In addition, the detectives requested footage from cameras located along Sasha's route from the club to his home, a 10-block stretch. On such a stretch, that was almost 100% chance that the girl was caught in the lens of at least a few cameras. After starting the footage from the club and the surrounding area, investigators immediately spotted Sasha. They could see her leave the establishment and head in the direction of the house. She stood out with her brightly colored outfit. She was wearing white pants, a purple t-shirt, and flip-flops. You could see these dark shots that the girl was stumbling and staggering slightly. This indicated that Sasha had been drinking quite a bit of alcohol in the club, which matched the security guard's testimony. It was also apparent that Sasha left the club alone a little later. Another camera caught her, and this time she was working in the company of two girls. The police showed her pictures to Sasha's friends, but no one recognized them. They led the detectives to believe that the three met on the street. It was important for the detectives to find these girls because they might have valuable information. To do this, they sent their photos to the local media, and soon the women were identified. During the interrogation, the girls said that they saw Sasha on the street. At that moment, two men approached her and tried to get acquainted with her. Given that it was late at night, the girls were afraid for Sasha and decided to walk home with her. This helped get rid of those annoying men. After walking some distance, the girl suggested that Sasha call her an Uber since she didn't have her phone or any other personal belongings with her. They went with her to her house and waited until she got into the house. Even though you didn't have a pass, Sasha had to wait for some other gas to open the door. At 1:46 a.m., the cameras caught a man approaching Sasha and talking to her about something. It turned out that it was a resident of the complex who opened the door for her with his pass. Thus, investigators learned the exact time when the girl was able to get into the building. The man was no longer on camera, so the detectives did not consider him a suspect. The cops continued to study the footage, and 20 minutes later, they noticed something else interesting. All the cameras in the building also recorded sound, and at one point outside the camera's field of view, they heard footsteps. The investigators concluded that Sasha was walking next to this camera in the corridor of the building. The next time she was spotted was at 2:25 a.m., but already in the company of a security guard. They headed in the direction of the parking lot and then returned to the compound. This also coincided with Steven's story. After that, Sasha was not caught on any cameras and the detectives were at the standstill again. The police decided to question the guys Sasha had been in a relationship with in the past. This idea had to do with the method of murder. More often than not, strangulation is motivated by passion, and the culprit is someone close to them. The first guy's name was Taylor. Again, Sasha broke up a long time ago, but continued their friendship. He worked as a bartender and was on duty until 9 p.m. On October 16th, he voluntarily provided the detectives with his DNA sample, which did not match the sample found on Sasha's body. A man named Ben was called next for questioning. In addition to being in a relationship with Sasha, he was also the last person she wrote to before she died. Detectives discovered that at 5:12 a.m. Sasha had sent him a text message that only included his name, Ben. This was very strange, especially when you remember that according to the story of the security guard and the two girls, Sasha didn't have her phone when she returned from the club. Investigators also learned that Sasha had planned to meet Ben this weekend. However, the man had an alibi. On the night of the murder, he was with France. In addition, he voluntarily provided a DNA sample, which also came back negative. By that time, the detectives had finished examining all the available camera footage and noticed something strange. When questioned, security guard Stephen Duxbury said that his shift ended at exactly 6 in the morning, after which he went home, but one of the cameras captured him leaving the building at 6:36 a.m., And that was not all. He was holding 2 large trash bags with red handles. Exactly the same ones were lying in Sasha's apartment. After speaking with the management of the apartment complex, the police learned that it was not the responsibility of the security guards to take out the trash. A logical question arises: why was Stephen late for work for almost an hour, hiding this fact from the police and carrying garbage bags allegedly taken from Sasha's apartment? Given all the suspicious points, investigators offered the security guard a polygraph interrogation. When asked if he had ever entered Sasha's apartment, Stephen answered in the negative, and the machine recorded the lie. Next, he was asked if he knew how Sasha died. 3 different questions came up: was she poisoned, attacked with a sharp object, or strangled? Stephen's post jumped sharply. Information about the girl's cause of death had not been released anywhere, and the guards simply couldn't know. Even when the police came to Sasha's apartment with the other guards, they were not allowed inside. It turns out that Stephen could only know the correct answer if he was in the girl's apartment at the time of the murder. Despite all this, it is almost impossible to convict a person on the basis of a polygraph reading alone, so the police had to look for additional evidence. Investigators asked Stephen to show them the shoes he was wearing that night. He provided them with a pair of shoes, and their soles did not match the footprint found in Sasha's apartment. However, the detectives also obtained a search warrant for his apartment, where they found other shoes, and they showed an exact match. Moreover, the fingerprints from the toilet in Sasha's apartment matched the events. By taking his DNA sample, experts quickly found a perfect match with the sample found of Sasha's body. Police learned even more gruesome details after examining Stephen's phone. At about 5 a.m. he was searching on Google for how to quickly pick a combination locked door. The same one had been installed on the door of Sasha's apartment. Detectives finally found a severe bite mark on Stephen's arm, as well as numerous scratches on his body. All this was enough to arrest the man and charge him with murder. Goal. With that set of evidence, no one had any doubt about the conviction anymore. According to the investigation, Stephen saw that Sasha was heavily intoxicated and decided to take advantage of it. After waiting for some time after the girl entered her apartment, he opened the electronic lock and then he abused and killed the girl. Only one question remains unclear. Judging by the bites and scratches on Stephen's body, Sasha struggled to fight back and most likely screamed. How come none of the neighbors heard that the house she lived in was quite old, and the noise insulation there must have been extremely mediocre? After Stephen had finished with Sasha, he began to cover his tracks. The man took cleaner from her closet, spilled it all over the apartment, and even on Sasha's body. He then collected all the evidence into bags, which he later got on camera, with apparently he either didn't think about the fingerprint on the rim of the toilet bowl, or he forgot. Stephen's trial began in November 2017. His lawyer immediately demanded that several key pieces of evidence be excluded from consideration, because his client had allegedly been misled. This included boots found in his apartment, as well as polygraph evidence. The news media hyped the story as if the judge was ready to honor the request, but that never happened. All the evidence remained in the case file. However, even without it, Stephen's chances of an acquittal were too small. The lawyer also tried to play on the fact that the investigation did not have any camera footage showing his client entering Sasha's apartment, but this attempt was developed by the fact that his fingerprints and DNA were inside the apartment. Finally, the lawyer stated that there may have been voluntary sexual intercourse between Stephen and Sasha that night, and when the security guard left, someone else broke into the apartment and killed her. Of course, this attempt also went nowhere. The trial lasted only a week, which is very short by U.S. standards. After a 4-hour deliberation, the judge handed down a verdict: life in prison for the murder, and an additional 15 years for the breaking and theft. After the verdict was pronounced, Sasha's parents made a speech. They thanked the police for their quick and high-quality investigation, expressed their condolences to Stephen's mother, who was present at the hearing. They noted that Stephen's parents had also lost their child that day. Shortly thereafter, Sasha's family sued the management of the complex, which was responsible for selecting security guards as well as the manufacturer of the code locks. During the proceedings, it emerged that other residents of the complex had repeatedly complained about Stephen's mobile station, but management took no action. As for the lock, lawyers for the Samsudian family insisted that the model did not meet security requirements. They cited as evidence an article that described how to open such a lock with a simple screwdriver in seconds. In February 2019, they even tried to appeal his conviction, but the court dismissed his claim in memory of their daughter. Sasha's parents decided to help the families of other victims cope with their grief. With such a tragic experience under their belt, they could find the right words and phrases to ease their suffering. The outcome of this story is very sad. The man who had been tasked with guarding people turned out to be a murderer. Just a few queries on Google helped him open the door of someone else's apartment without too much trouble. The two girls who met Sasha that night deserve special mention. They didn't just call her a cab on their own account, but drove with her to make sure she got home and was safe. Unfortunately, it was within the walls of her own home that the main danger was such an alert. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events in this video occur in the year 2021. Bobby Ann McLeod, 18 of Great Britain, informed her parents that she was leaving home to meet her boyfriend. But hours later, it was clear she had vanished. Her family contacted the police, and the following day, a massive search began, culminating in the gruesome discovery. Bobby, Ann, her parents, Donna and Adrienne, and brother Lee lived in Plymouth. Plymouth is a lively coastal town in southwest England. It has a rich history and maritime heritage that dates back centuries. Plymouth, with its stunning waterfront and vibrant downtown, is a popular destination for both tourists and locals. On November 20, 2021, at around 5:45 p.m., Bobby, Ann walked out of her Plymouth home and went to the nearest bus stop on Sheepstore Road. As she left, she told her father how much she loved him and that she was going downtown to meet her boyfriend and mutual friends. Bobby, Ann only needed a few minutes to get to the bus stop. She was familiar with the route because she had traveled it numerous times. It had been an hour and a half since Bobby, Ann, left the house. Her mother, Donna, texted her to see if she was okay. If she had arrived at her destination without receiving an answer, a concerned Donna attempted to contact her daughter, but Bobby, Ann, was also not answering her phone, and that was completely useless. It took another hour or so before Bobby, Ann's boyfriend, called her parents to see if their daughter was home. He was concerned because Bobby Ann had not shown up for her date, and all of his phone calls had been unsuccessful. Bobby, Ann's parents, became concerned when they called all of their daughter's known friends and discovered that no one knew where she was. They immediately contacted the police and reported her missing. It was already past 9 p.m. The next day is November 21. Police initiated a search of the area, which included McLeod's family and volunteers. Leaflets featuring Bobby Ann were distributed throughout the city. Her disappearance was covered on social media and in the mainstream media. Her brother, Lee McLeod, posted on his social media page, "I'm begging every single person in Plymouth to help me search everywhere, searching for everything. Please, everyone. If you hear or see anything, please let me know." Police quickly discovered that Bobby Ann had not boarded any of the buses scheduled for downtown. However, while interviewing people, the officers discovered that a local resident had driven by the bus stop the previous evening and seen Bobby Ann there. The implication was that she had definitely arrived at the bus stop, but had not boarded for some reason. The evidence that she was at the bus stop was quickly corroborated. The bus stop area was cordoned off after they discovered wireless headphones in the walkway behind it that were identified as Bobby's. Police officers were literally on their knees, searching the entire area for potential evidence. Evidence was also searched along the girls' route from home to the bus stop, as well as all nearby streets. Given that Bobby Ann was at the bus stop but never boarded the bus, that her headphones were discovered near the bus stop, and a number of other details that police did not reveal, authorities began to suspect that the girl had been abducted. The police encouraged anyone with information relevant to the investigation to come forward. A large number of officers participated in the search, doing everything they could to locate Bobby Ann as soon as possible. Investigators attempted to track down the location of her cell phone, which revealed that it was within city limits, but they were unable to determine exactly where all calls to Bobby and Ann's number were routed to voicemail. The police confiscated the girl's phone that same day. It was given to the police by the bus driver who was on the route where Bobby Ann went missing. As it turned out, a local resident arrived at the same bus stop at 7:15 p.m. the previous evening and discovered the phone and an AirPod case there. At 7:23 p.m., a bus arrived and the man handed the items he discovered to the driver, assuming the owner would look for them. The next day, the bus driver noticed Bobby Ann was missing and last seen standing at the bus stop. He contacted the police and handed over the phone and AirPods case. The next day is November 22. Police, families, and volunteers searched the woodlands and roads surrounding Bobby Ann's home, but no clues were found. The following evening, November 23, police announced that a woman's body had been discovered at Boveston Beach. approximately 8 miles from the bus stop. It was discovered in a forested area, about a half-mile from the beach. During the McLeod family's identification process, the worst was confirmed. Bobby, Ann's body was discovered, and her death devastated family and friends. The family thanked everyone who attended Bobby Ann's memorial vigil, which was held near the bus stop where she was last seen. Donna McLeod, Barbie's mother, sobbed as she paid tribute to her daughter and thanked friends, family, and the community for their support. Surrounded by other family members, her voice trembled as she finished a prepared statement. She stated, "I would like to thank everyone for coming on behalf of the family. It's nice that everyone is banding together in these circumstances. Unfortunately, our beloved Bobby, Ann, has been taken from us, but she will never be forgotten. I would like everyone to hold their candles up. This is for Bobby, Ann." This was followed by a moment of silence as the entire audience raised their candles in unison. Lee MacLeod, Bobby, Ann's brother, shared a heartbreaking childhood photo of the two of them to pay tribute to his beautiful and talented sister. The image depicted the two siblings smiling in their primary school uniforms. Mr. MacLeod wrote in a message alongside the picture, "Until we meet again, sis, I love you. You did not deserve to be such a beautiful and talented girl, let alone to be my little sister. The adventures and journeys we took will always be remembered." Now you can rest easy. When the police discovered the body, it was naked. However, the medical examiner concluded that there was no evidence that Bobby Ann had been raped before her death. She suffered serious injuries to her head and face, including 14 lacerations. It is unclear how long the police would have searched for Bobby Ann's body if not for one event. On November 23, the exact day the body was discovered, a man entered the downtown police station. This occurred at 1:17 p.m. Upon entering, he asked to speak with someone and informed them that he had information about the missing girl and wanted to assist the police and her family. When a detective arrived, the man admitted to having done it. He confessed to kidnapping and killing Bobby Ann and provided some details about the crime after indicating the location of the body on a map. Police officers who hoped Bobby immediately. Unfortunately, their hopes were not fulfilled. When the inspectors made their way through the dense undergrowth, they discovered the body, which was naked and face down. There was no doubt the girl had died. The man who confessed to the horrific crime was a 24-year-old Kodiak Island resident. He was the son of an ex-military man who remained with his mother following his parents' divorce. In fact, he lived just a few miles from the bus stop where Bobby Ann was last seen. Kodiak Island was detained as a suspect. A lawyer spoke on his behalf, saying, "I accept full responsibility for Bobby and Ann's death." Ackland also stated in the statement that he had never met the victim before that fateful evening and confirmed that he was the one who kidnapped her from the bus stop. Police seized his car, phone, computer, and several other items from anyone familiar with Kodiak Island. He was a nice guy, guitarist and songwriter for the local indie rock band Recruiter. No one knew Ackland was interested in serial killers from all over the world, in addition to music. His personal idols included Joseph D'Angelo Jr., Andre Gicatilo, Ivan Milat, Fred West, and Tommy Sells. Ted Bundy, however, was number one in Ackland's personal ranking, with an unknown number of victims but at least 30. Ackland focused on Ted Bundy and his atrocities. Investigators discovered 3,216 images on Ackland's phone, many of which were disturbing, dark, and reminiscent of horror films. In the days and weeks prior to Bobby Ann's death, Ackland searched the internet for information on serial killer crimes. He also looked for remote areas on Dartmoor and potential weapons. On the day of Bobby Ann's abduction, Ackland was browsing the website of an online sports store, looking at baseball bats, ski masks, and waterproof clothing. It is important to note that, despite his clandestine hobbies, Kodiak Island had never drawn the attention of the police, nor had he ever been in trouble with the law. Apparently, he became so obsessed with his secret hobby that he committed a serious crime. It has been discovered that Bobby Ann was an unintentional victim who, by a cruel coincidence, found herself in the path of Ackland, who, like a vicious beast, went hunting for prey that evening. The events of that evening went as follows. Bobby Ann arrived at the bus stop around 6:15 p.m. Ackland, who was driving his Ford Fiesta around the neighborhood, told detectives he saw her at the stop. Bobby Anne resembled his ex-girlfriend in appearance, but Cody claims that was not the emotional trigger that drove him to attack. He was simply looking for a victim to carry out his long-term plans. The police concluded that even if Ackland had not met Bobby Ann, he would have carried out his plan. The victim could have been any gender. That is what the police believed. When Ackland saw Bobby Ann, he stopped his car on the road behind the bus stop. After watching her for a few minutes and ensuring that no one else was present, Ackland took his pre-purchased hammer, crept up to Bobby Ann, and struck her twice in the head. Then I assumed she was dead. Ackland returned to his car and prepared to leave the scene. Unfortunately, as he drove away, he noticed Bobby Ann was still alive and trying to get up, so he returned to the bus stop, moved her semi-conscious body into his car, and drove her 20 miles to the Belver Forest parking lot and Dartmoor at 7:45 p.m. He came to a halt in this parking lot, which is nestled in the heart of a forest. He intended to leave the body there but discovered Bobby Ann was still alive and conscious. Unfortunately, Ackland did not think twice. He did not seek help or transport Bobby Ann to the hospital. Instead, he helped her get out of the car. Miss McLeod told him I was scared and he responded, "So am I. I've never done this before." Struck her 12 times on the head in an attempt to destroy evidence. Ackland burned Bobby's purse. After pounding Bobby Ann McLeod with a claw hammer a dozen times, Cody Ackland was amazed that the 18-year-old could still make noise. Later, when he told the police, he thought, "Wow, hats off to you." He had one final chance to save Bobby Ann's life. However, once again, Ackland declined. Instead, he claimed he had put an end to the girl's suffering. He then loaded the body into his car's trunk and drove almost 30 miles to Bovis. He hid his body after taking off his shoes, clothes, and jewelry. Around 10 p.m., Ackland arrived home and went to bed. The next day, he drove to Tamerton Foliot, north of Plymouth, and threw the hammer into the Tamar, as well as a carrier bag containing his and her blood-stained clothing, into nearby allotments on Coombe Lane. The hammer was never found, despite a thorough police search. On the same day, November 21, Ackland went to a pizza place with friends, attended his band's rehearsal, and spent the majority of the night at the pub. Everyone who saw Cody that day commented on his unusually upbeat mood. He was enjoying joking and hugging his friends, which was unusual for him. The next day, November 22, Ackland continued to have fun by buying popcorn and going to the movies. While he watched the movie, the police, family, and volunteers searched for Bobby Ann, and Ackland used his phone to keep up with the latest news. On November 23, Cody was at his non-music job. According to the English papers, he worked for a car service company. After leaving for lunch, Ackland sent a message to a chat room where members of the music group recruited a word he'd written: "I love you both." At the same time, he texted his mother telling her how much he loved her, and then went to the police station to confess to the crime. Ackland's bandmates issued a statement on Facebook stating that they would disband the group immediately as a show of respect to the late teenager. It also stated that the remaining members of recruiter Josh Ross, Josh, and Mike are all shocked and in complete disbelief at the tragic events of the last few days. Our thoughts and prayers are with Bobby Ann McLeod's family and friends, who must be devastated by her passing. As a mark of respect, we have decided not to continue as a band and will disband with immediate effect. We will not make any additional comments at this time. In addition to Ackland's confession, the police had a plethora of physical evidence, including Bobby Ann's DNA discovered in his car and sneakers recovered from his home. As for motive, Detective Mike West, who led the investigation, stated that Ackland refused to elaborate on his motive and avoided answering the question of why he killed Bobby Ann. At the same time, the detective did not rule out the possibility that, after reflecting on his actions, Ackland might become more forthcoming and provide more information in the future. He would later tell a psychiatrist that the feelings of depression he had experienced prior to murdering Miss McLeod had vanished, and he was no longer filled with resentment, as if this violent act was a manifestation of these feelings. The trial took place in May 2022. Ray Tolley, Ackland's attorney, stated that psychiatrists determined his client was not suffering from mental illness, but rather had struggled during childhood. Ackland was diagnosed with ADHD, dyslexia, depression, and anxiety, and by the age of 19, he had suffered from depression for 7 years. Mr. Tolley stated that Ackland had received little comfort from his home or school life, and that his father and other male role models had not offered much succor or support. On sentencing, Judge Robert Linford informed Ackland that his act was determined savagery and that he was satisfied with the evidence that he intended to kill. This poor person endured a long and terrible ordeal. She had her entire life ahead of her, until you brutally and savagely ended it, he said. You were clearly planning murder, and you committed murder. Cody Ackland, 24, has been sentenced to life in prison. He will serve 31 years in prison before becoming eligible for parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at a story that happened in Pennsylvania in the year 2017. On June 28, 2017, witnesses began calling 911 to report a car accident on one of the highways. When police arrived on the scene, they discovered a Chevy Malibu that had gone off the road. Unfortunately, the driver, Bianca Robertson, 18, did not survive. However, her death was not an accident, as initially assumed. Bianca Nicole Robertson was born on October 17, 1998, in Pennsylvania. She graduated from Bayard Rustin High School in Westchester with all A's. Bianca was a member of the Black Student Union at Rustin, where she also received several awards and was on the honor roll her senior year. She received a 4-year merit scholarship to Jacksonville University in Jacksonville, Florida, and plans to major in criminal justice and become an FBI forensic agent. She has previously been a Girl Scout, a cheerleader, and a basketball player. She studied flute, violin, clarinet, and guitar. She was also an artist. Bianca, who lived with her mother and maternal grandmother, Josephine Perry, was excited to experience the freedoms and challenges of dorm life. Her mother explained that, unfortunately, all of her plans failed. On June 28, 2017, Bianca, her mother and grandmother went shopping at Walmart. Bianca was preparing to relocate to Florida and looking forward to a new chapter in her life. After purchasing everything, Bianca and her family went to the parking lot. They all got into separate cars. They intended to meet at home later, but her mother and grandmother had other plans, and Bianca immediately returned home. She had to drive approximately 10 miles. Bianca was very familiar with this road. However, this was the young woman's last car ride. About 10 minutes after she left the Walmart parking lot, witnesses to the accident began calling 911. The first responders arrived at the scene right away. Bianca Robertson was the driver of the Chevrolet Malibu. The paramedics were unable to help her, and she was pronounced dead on the scene. At first glance, Bianca's head injuries appeared to be the result of a severe blow when the car veered off the road. Many people driving along the highway at the time of the accident came to a stop near the scene before the police and ambulance arrived. After interviewing eyewitnesses, the police discovered one crucial detail. One of the witnesses claimed Bianca went off the road after colliding with a red pickup truck, which then fled the scene without stopping. I hope it isn't Bianca. That was what the grandmother told herself as she drove past the car crash scene, intended to meet her granddaughter at home. She had no idea that the traffic she was stuck in was caused by a crash involving her granddaughter. When Bianca's grandmother returned home, 2 police officers had already arrived to report the car accident that claimed her granddaughter's life. Bianca's mother, Michelle, could not believe what was happening to her. The death of a child is one of the most devastating events that parents can experience. Michelle, a nurse in Delaware County, said she never imagined anything like this would happen. After losing her 22-year-old son, Michael James Rowley, to a heart condition in 2013, she hoped her pain would ease. Instead, it's doubled. I'm not even sure who I am right now. I'm just existing, Michelle said. They were my breath. My reason is to get up. I don't have any children right now. Michelle Robertson has lost her second child, and this is heartbreaking. She claimed she did not leave the house for quite some time and was constantly crying. Michelle and Rodney Robertson, who divorced in 2006, have become amicable co-parents thanks to Bianca. Our divorce was not pleasant, Rodney admits. Bianca didn't like the way I was talking to her mother, so she corrected me. Because we loved her, it caused everything to calm down. Bianca was devoted to her family, and she particularly enjoyed being her daddy's girl. If I had a favorite, It would be Bianca who, as her father put it, was looking forward to being on her own. Bianca's parents said she was pleased to be getting closer to realizing her dream of becoming a forensic specialist for the FBI. She was focused on her future, and nothing was going to stand in her way, said Bianca's father, who proudly stated that his daughter had received a 4-year merit scholarship to Jacksonville University, one of the 4 schools to which she applied, and one of the 3 to which she was accepted. She was also accepted at Coastal Carolina and the University of Georgia. Detectives requested CCTV footage to confirm Bianca's claim that her car veered off the road after colliding with a red pickup truck. After all, if Bianca's death was caused by a collision with another vehicle, it was more than just an accident. It was a crime. If this was the case, the police had to find the perpetrator. But what they quickly discovered was even more shocking. While the detectives waited for the footage, there was another watershed moment in this case. Everyone assumed Bianca died after going off the road and hitting her head. However, during the autopsy, forensic experts determined that the cause of her death was not a car accident. They discovered a bullet in Bianca's head. It drastically altered everything. What appeared to be an accident, followed by a collision with a red pickup truck, turned out to be death from a gunshot to the head. After receiving the autopsy report, the detectives visited Bianca's family. They had to inform Bianca, her parents, that her death was not an accident. It was an even bigger surprise for everyone, particularly her mother. Michelle was puzzled. Why would anyone do that to her daughter? The family was unable to identify anyone who could wish Bianca harm. She had a friendly relationship with everyone. Robertson needed answers, and investigators were doing everything they could to find the person responsible for Bianca's death. The detectives found nothing suspicious while reviewing footage from cameras at Walmart, where Bianca and her family had gone on the day of her death. They scrutinized every move Bianca and her family made, from getting out of their cars to leaving the parking lot. The detectives ruled out the possibility that someone at Walmart chased Bianca and fatally shot her. After all, she did not get into any fights while shopping at Walmart. They simply bought what they needed, loaded it into Bianca's car, and left. It is possible that Bianca died as a result of an incident that occurred while she was driving down the highway toward her home. "We loaded all of the bags into Bianca's car," her mother explained, referring to the 2009 Chevy Malibu the family purchased from CarMax for her 16th birthday. Bianca did not ask for much, but when she did, she asked for big things, such as a car, according to her mother, who added that Bianca had chosen the car when she received her permit. "She got what she wanted," Michelle Robertson stated. "I do not call it spoiled, I call it loved." But Bianca was willing to work for her goals. She got her first job at McDonald's at the age of 15. She left fast food after 2 weeks to work as a dietary aide at the Whitehorse Village retirement community in Delaware County. Michelle said she has a stack of letters and cards from residents who loved Bianca. Soon after, the police obtained the traffic surveillance footage. There were no cameras near where Bianca veered off the road, but one was about a mile away. Let us look at Google Maps. Here's where Bianca got off the road. As you can see, the 2 lanes merge into one at this point. When the investigators watched the recording, they discovered evidence that confirmed Bianca's story about a disagreement with the driver of the red pickup truck. The video captured their cars driving side by side. They're approaching the point where the 2 lanes merge into one. Perhaps the conflict arose because one did not yield to the other. Knowing the outcome of the confrontation, the investigators suspected that the driver of the red pickup truck fired the fatal shot. Unfortunately, the footage was of low quality. The pickup truck's license plates were obscured, as was the driver's face. However, from that point forward, the driver of the red pickup truck was the primary and sole suspect in Bianca Robertson's death. Detectives needed to identify this man, but all they had at the time was a blurry image. None of Bianca's family members knew anyone with a red pickup truck. The police returned to speak with those who were present at the scene of the incident, and those who dialed 911. None of them noticed the license plate on this car. Friends and stuff, rangers young and old, too many to count, have reached out to the Robertsons in support, beginning with a vigil 2 days after her death. They've heard from teachers who have known Bianca for years. "Bianca changed my mind about how I would teach." According to one educator, Michelle Bianca was our Save the World child. Michelle confronted Bianca, saying that if a parent put a child out, she would sneak them into our house. Bianca might say something like, "Mom, wouldn't you want someone to do the same for me?" Bianca once saw a car accident and asked her mother if they could stop and help. If she noticed someone dining alone, her first thought was to invite them to the family table. The investigators determined the direction of the pickup truck's movement after the incident by reviewing recordings from cameras located further away from where Bianca's car crashed. They needed a higher quality recording to determine the car's make, model, and license plate. The police also asked the media to spread information about the red pickup truck, hoping that the public could help identify its owner. Detectives determined that following an incident, the driver of a red pickup truck turned onto Paoli Pike. They began walking around the neighborhood, visiting houses and shopping centers. I was looking for cameras that could have recorded the pickup truck. They discovered one surveillance camera, and the footage was of high quality this time. While analyzing the recording, the detective noticed a red pickup truck driving down the road about 5 minutes after witnesses called 911 to report an accident involving Bianca Robertson's car, but the license plate could not be seen. Furthermore, it was unclear whether it was the same car or another that matched the description. While the investigators searched for additional recordings and moved from one door to the next, another breakthrough occurred in the case. 2 days after the incident, a woman called the police and said she had seen the car they were looking for. She also saw the face of the person sitting behind the wheel. This woman stated that her red pickup truck overtook her, came to a stop at the Paoli Pike intersection, and then turned left. This information was critical to the investigation because it limited the search area. Furthermore, it indicated that the pickup truck in this video was not the vehicle they were looking for. It was simply a similar-looking truck. The woman who contacted police assisted the forensic artist in creating the suspect's sketch. She described him as a white male between the ages of 25 and 35, with brown hair and a stubble beard. The police were hoping that someone would recognize this person and report it to them. They presented the suspect's sketch to Bianca's family. However, they didn't know anyone who resembled the sketch. The investigators also began to suspect that Bianca's death was a hate crime. Knowing that the red pickup truck had turned left at this intersection, the detectives went around the shops and houses on this street, hoping to find a high-quality recording that could answer some questions. Soon, they discovered what they were looking for. The owner of the house, which is less than half a mile from the intersection, provided the police with a recording from a surveillance camera pointed at his driveway. After calculating the approximate time it would take to get there from the crime scene, the police quickly located the required vehicle. Although the footage was of higher quality than the previous one, the angle of view prevented law enforcement officers from identifying the vehicle or the driver. The police worked hard to find another recording from the camera at a closer distance, and luck was on their side. Although they couldn't see the license plate, they did notice the car's distinguishing features. The vehicle had a sticker on the right side window, a vertical dent on the passenger door, and damage to the hood. These distinguishing characteristics could greatly simplify the search for this vehicle. The police wanted to expedite the process. As a result, they used the media to request assistance from the general public. They offered a $5,000 reward for information that could help them locate the truck or its driver. The investigators were confident that someone would recognize this particular vehicle. 3 days after Bianca Robertson died, a lawyer called the police station and said he had a client who wanted to turn himself in, mentioning the latter's involvement in the incident that resulted in the death of 18-year-old Bianca Robertson. This incident occurred on Wednesday, around 5:30 p.m. Bianca Robertson: I am 18 years old and recently graduated from Westchester Ruston High School. I am on my way to Jacksonville University. Her entire summer and life were spent in front of her loving family. She was driving on Route 100. Route 100 is a 2-lane highway that connects to Route 100 Spur just a few miles away before merging with Route 202. And where it merges, it reduces from 2 lanes to 1. That is the same merge that people in southeastern Pennsylvania perform thousands of times per day. People all over the world do this without issue. But last Wednesday, as Bianca was merging from 2 lanes to 1, a man in a red pickup truck joined her, and they were jockeying for position, which irritated him. So he pulled out his gun and shot Bianca in the head. The driver of the red pickup truck was identified as David Desper, 28, of Pennsylvania. He arrived at the police station with his lawyer. Desper refused to testify but consented to a search of his home. He also told them where his pickup truck was. Desper was arrested and charged with killing Bianca Robertson. The police found the pickup truck at the location indicated by Desper stickers on the side windows, and the rims made it clear that it was the vehicle they were looking for. During a search of Desper's home, investigators discovered the gun used to shoot Bianca Robertson in the head. The police were certain they had found the culprit. However, the motive for this crime was unknown. On July 7, over 800 heartbroken family, friends, and community supporters gathered at St. Paul's Baptist Church in the borough of Westchester, 25 miles west of Philadelphia, for her homegoing service. During the funeral service, a church banner read patience, kindness, goodness, gentleness, and self-control. Among those who paid tribute were her brothers, officials from Bayard Rustin High School, where she had recently graduated as chief admissions officer at Jacksonville University, where she was set to enroll in the fall, and friends. What emerged was a portrait of an extraordinary young woman, with speaker after speaker after speaker praising her brilliance and virtues. In his eulogy, Pastor Wayne Croft Sr. compared the shooter to George Zimmerman and Michael Dunn. Zimmerman killed black teenager Trayvon Martin in Florida in 2012. Zimmerman was acquitted of murder in 2013. In 2012, Dunn fatally shot Jordan Davis, another black teenage male, in Florida. A verbal altercation over music in the teenager's car escalated when he fired shots into the vehicle while it was driving away. He was convicted and sentenced to life plus 90 years in prison. The black community is unconcerned about whether Bianca's murder was motivated by rage or racism. All we know is that we have lost another bright young black star. The pastor announced that another good sister had passed away. At the September 2018 trial, they asked David Desper to explain his motivation for committing the crime. Instead of responding to this question, he asked for forgiveness from the Robertson family. Bianca's parents were not looking forward to confronting her alleged killer. Rodney had ordered t-shirts featuring Bianca's face on the front for family and friends to wear as they gathered at the Chester County Government Services Center. They also had bracelets engraved with the words, "Bianca Robertson, a rose in God's garden," and a banner reading "Justice for Bianca Nicole Robertson, who was murdered on Wednesday, June 28, 2017. I'm not sure how I'll react when I see him. My daughter was shot by the man who held the gun. I know I won't do anything stupid. Rodney claimed Desper simply stole her dreams. He did not have that. Right, Michelle claimed I couldn't get her back. I need to get her back, and I can't. I need to comfort her, but I can't. I'm her mother, and I can't do that while he's still here. She shed more tears, and he was able to talk to his parents and hug them. He is 28. She's just a teen, a baby. The prosecutor suggested that the traffic jam was caused by Bianca's failure to yield to Desper when the two lanes merged. He then rolled down the passenger side window and pulled the trigger. Recognizing the consequences of his actions, Desper fled the scene, leaving his pickup truck with a friend in Pennsylvania and attempting to flee to Delaware. However, when his sketch and the distinctive features of his pickup truck made the news, he decided to hire a lawyer and turn himself in. The police investigated his social media accounts and interviewed his friends, but found no evidence of a bias-motivated crime. As a result, they did not charge the man with a hate crime. District Attorney Hogan added that there was no evidence that we were aware that this was a race or hate crime. Many people disagree with that assertion. Before the sentencing, the defense described Desper as a harmless, almost juvenile 28-year-old who enjoyed playing with cars in his spare time. They called him a big kid and claimed that Desper essentially gave the government the case by turning himself in. According to the defense, Desper was driving home when a car unexpectedly approached him. He took the gun and shot it. They claimed there was no monster or threat. If you're a 28-year-old man driving a car with a loaded firearm, you're not a big kid, argued prosecutor Chris Miller. It turned out that Desper's mother had shared a Facebook post about police searching for the man who killed Bianca Robertson. She later realized it was her own son. Wendy Desper expressed her love for Bianca's family and prayed for her. "I apologize for what my son did." She said this while her son sobbed. Rodney Robertson struggled to speak through tears as he confronted his daughter's murderer. "My questions to the defendant are simple. Why in God's name did you shoot my daughter because she was young and black? Because she was a girl? You wanted to be the first on the road because you had a bad day? All of my dreams for Bianca were coming true." He continued, "Until the day the defendant murdered my daughter, all I had of Bianca were my memories." David Desper admitted to third-degree deprivation of life. The court sentenced him to 40 years in prison, with the option of applying for parole in 20 years. Judge Anne-Marie Wheatcraft wiped away tears as she announced the sentence, telling Desper, "I don't believe you were afraid. I believe it was anger." County Judge Anne-Marie Wheatcraft imposed the maximum sentence for that level of homicide, which ranged from 20 to 40 years. Desper attempted to appeal his sentence, but it was denied. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. On the fateful night of February 24, 2006, Imete St-Guyen, a 24-year-old criminal justice student at John Jay College in Manhattan, went out to celebrate with a friend. They had no idea that this night would end in tragedy and shake the very foundation of New York City. Imete St-Guyen's life was defined by a unique blend of cultural backgrounds and an unwavering desire to make a difference in the world. Simundo Guillain and Maureen St. Hilaire gave birth in Boston, Massachusetts, on March 1, 1981. She inherited a unique surname that combines her parents' last names. Her mother was of French-Canadian descent, which added to the diversity of her family tree, and her father, Simundo Guillain, was a Venezuelan immigrant. Imete tragically lost her father when she was 9 years old, leaving a lasting impact on her childhood. Her mother, widowed by this loss, eventually remarried, causing additional changes in their family dynamic, and her educational journey was nothing short of remarkable. After graduating from Boston Latin School in 1999, she decided to attend George Washington University in Washington, D.C. Following in her father's footsteps, she earned a degree in criminal justice, demonstrating her dedication to understanding and addressing legal issues. In 2003, she proudly graduated magna cum laude, signaling the start of an ambitious quest for knowledge. Her academic journey did not end there. Imete St-Guyen continued her education at John Jay College of Criminal Justice, where she pursued a master's degree. Initially, she intended to study forensic psychology, but she made a critical decision to shift her focus to criminal justice. Her dedication was evident, as she consistently ranked in the top 5 of her class and was set to graduate in May 2006, with an exciting future ahead. Unfortunately, a man's life was cut short in a horrific and chilling manner. She is in the process of celebrating her upcoming birthday with her mother and sister in Florida. She returned to New York on a fateful day in February of 2006. The events that night would send shockwaves through her family and the entire country. On February 24, 2006, Imete St-Guyen met with her best friend, Claire Higgins, to continue celebrating her upcoming birthday. Their night out took them to a nightclub until the early hours of the morning, when a disagreement led to Higgins leaving via phone call at 3:50 a.m. During the meeting, Higgins was assured that she would be returning home soon. Unfortunately, this would be Claire's last contact with her friend. Imete St-Guyen was last seen at 4 a.m. at the Falls Bar. 17 agonizing hours later, police in Brooklyn received an anonymous call that led them to a grisly discovery. A lifeless body, identified as St. Julian's, was discovered on Fountain Avenue at Spring Creek Park. The horrific details surrounding her murder painted a bleak picture. She was discovered naked, wrapped in a comforter. Her broken fingernails a testament to her desperate struggle against her attacker. Her fingers and toes were bound. A sock had been stuffed down her throat, and her head was encased in packing tape. Even her hair had been brutally cut. An autopsy revealed a horrific sequence of events, with men suffering a brutal beating, sexual assault, and disfigurement at the hands of her attacker. The investigation into Imete St-Guyen's murder quickly became a harrowing and high-profile case that drew the attention of not only New York City, but the entire country, and was handled with utmost seriousness and determination. The Special Victims Squad and the Brooklyn North Homicide Squad of the New York City Police Department worked together to investigate the chilling circumstances surrounding her death. The investigation into Imete St-Guyen's tragic death took a complicated turn as police dug deeper into the events of that fateful night at the bar. The accounts provided by the employees and the bar manager, Daniel Dorian, added layers of mystery to the unfolding plot. The bouncer's testimony revealed that she was visibly intoxicated, and there were discussions about removing her from the premises. Daniel Dorian, the bar manager with a notable family history in the New York nightlife scene, had explicitly stated that he could be kicked out of the bar by 4 a.m. when it closes. When questioned, Daniel initially claimed to not know Imeti. However, he later admitted to ordering his two bouncers, Tim and Daryl, as well as Little John, to accompany her out at the designated time. What raised eyebrows in this scenario was Daniel Dorian's failure to thoroughly vet his employees. It was discovered that Tim and Daryl were on probation and parole, and thus should not have been allowed to work at the bar, especially after curfew. The police then focused their attention on the two bouncers, beginning with Tim. He explained that he left the bar at 4:15 a.m. to catch the ferry to Staten Island, leaving Daryl and Ma in conversation. Daryl, on the other hand, told the police that he had a disagreement with Imet about racism and crimes against black men. He falsely claimed to be a U.S. Marshal. During their confrontation, Daryl claimed that he had escorted him out of the bar around 4 a.m., but he had no idea how she had gotten home. As the investigation progressed, police began tracking Daryl's movements between 4 a.m. and 8:26 p.m., when Imet's body was discovered. His alibi, which involved visiting his mother in a nursing home, was questioned as yet another possible falsehood. This prompted the police to obtain a warrant for Daryl Eves' DNA, as well as permission to search his home and car in order to discover the truth about that night's tragic events. The investigation took a significant step forward when law enforcement discovered that Daryl Littlejohn's DNA was on file from a previous bank robbery conviction. A chilling breakthrough occurred when the blood found on the plastic ties used to bind Imet was discovered to be a match to Daryl's DNA. This crucial piece of evidence connected him directly to the crime scene, raising suspicions about his involvement in the heinous murder. With this damning evidence in hand, Daryl Littlejohn was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. The case against him was about to begin in court, with justice being sought for Imet St. Guillen's tragic and untimely death. The prosecution's case against Daryl Littlejohn painted a chilling picture of a man with a troubling history of impersonating law enforcement officers and engaging in predatory behavior. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence presented to the court was Shania Woodard's abduction in 2005. Shania Woodard was walking home when she came across Daryl, who was dressed in a law enforcement uniform, complete with dark blue police pants, a jacket, a cap belt, handcuffs, and a gun. His shirt even appeared to include a police logo and the words "fugitive agent." This guy was convincing enough to deter Shania, who was then subjected to a harrowing ordeal. Daryl requested her identification, handcuffed her hands behind her back, and forced her into a blue van. Shania Woodard's instincts told her that something was very wrong, and she bravely freed herself from the moving vehicle before seeking assistance. Daryl was later arrested in connection with Imet's case, and Sean recognized him, prompting a search of his van. Surprisingly, DNA evidence from both Shania and Daryl was discovered in the van, as well as on the handcuffs recovered during a search warrant. Another alarming incident occurred in the same month as the Shania's attack. A 22-year-old woman had a terrifying encounter with Daryl as she exited the Queens subway station. She assumed Daryl was a police officer based on his clothing, replicating his previous impersonation. Daryl demanded identification again, handcuffed her hands behind her back, and forced her into a vehicle that drove her to Jamaica on Queens Boulevard. The woman's ordeal continued as Daryl wrapped a jacket around her head, taped a black knit cap to her face, and slept. She was sexually assaulted, which was a horrifying and deeply traumatic event. The grim reality was that, like the Shania abduction, this crime went unsolved until Imet St. Guillen's murder. Only after the investigation into the Imet case revealed these horrifying details did a pattern of escalating predatory behavior become clear. The prosecution argued that each of these attacks had a common thread: Daryl Littlejohn's abduction of women walking alone, often under the guise of a law enforcement officer. What distinguished Imet's case was the tragic outcome, as the prosecution contended that she was murdered because she had the potential to identify her abductor and embed his knowledge of where Daryl worked, and her ability to identify him represented a dangerous liability for Daryl, leading to the heinous act that ultimately took her life. This disturbing pattern of behavior painted a bleak picture of Daryl Littlejohn as a serial abductor and sexual predator, leaving the jury to grapple with the horrific details of these crimes while seeking justice for St. Guillen and the other victims. The prosecution's case against Daryl Littlejohn painted a bleak and disturbing picture of what happened after he was tasked with accompanying Emmett St. Guylaine from the bar. According to the prosecution, Daryl kidnapped her during a storm and took her to his basement home in Queens, where she suffered a horrific and traumatic ordeal. It was claimed that he sexually assaulted her, bound her wrists and ankles, and used tape to tightly cover her face and head during the terrifying attack while she fought for her life, resulting in broken fingers and bloodied hands. The prosecution believed that the blood found on the ties used to bind him at his wrists was caused by a nosebleed Daryl experienced during the struggle. Additionally, scratches on Daryl's neck during his police questioning were viewed as potential evidence of a violent confrontation. The prosecution also presented compelling cell phone evidence against Daryl, who left his phone near the scene where Emette's lifeless body was discovered. The tracking of his cell phone revealed a brief movement from his Queens home to the vicinity of Emette's body. Mamadou, a security guard en route to his construction site on Fountain Avenue, made an important observation. He saw a light-colored Ford van with tinted windows on Saturday evening. Just after 7 p.m., the van had no license plates, and its headlights were off. Chi claimed he couldn't see anyone inside the van because of the dark tinted windows, but he did notice what appeared to be the glow of a cell phone held to a person's ear. This description fit Daryl Van, adding to the mounting evidence against him. An anonymous 911 call was placed at 8:43 p.m. That night, suspicions grew more intense. Fiber analysis presented in court revealed that the bedspread and tape used to wrap Emette's body, as well as the van, contained fibers similar to carpet fibers, rabbit hair, and mink fur found in Daryl's home. The defense vehemently maintained Daryl's innocence, claiming that he was set up. Attorney Joyce David claimed that Daryl was chosen because of his extensive criminal history. The defense argued that the true perpetrator was Daniel Dorian, the manager of the false bar. They argued that Daniel, a member of a wealthy and influential family, may have had his powerful family cover up the crime. In a pivotal moment during the trial, Daniel Dorian took the stand and admitted that he had initially been less than forthcoming with investigators about kicking Emette out of the bar due to concerns about the negative publicity it would generate. He vehemently denied any involvement with a mass murderer and claimed innocence. The trial produced two opposing narratives. One from the prosecution painting Daryl Littlejohn as a violent sexual predator responsible for Emette's tragic death, and another from the defense, pointing fingers at Daniel Dorian as a potential suspect. Ultimately, it was up to the jury to weigh the evidence and consider the arguments presented by both sides. After less than 7 hours of deliberation, the jury returned their verdict, finding Daryl Littlejohn guilty of the charges against him. This marks the conclusion of a lengthy and emotionally charged trial. Daryl was sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole, ensuring that he would never again be a threat to society. In addition, he received a 25-year-to-life sentence for kidnapping Shania Woodard. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Jennifer Cave has a generous heart. Why do bad things happen to good girls? Because bad boys attract them like moths to a flame kind. Often naive, they idealize their partner and completely ignore the obvious red flags. Sometimes these destructive relationships last a long time, while other times the realization occurs quickly. Sooner or later, there is a choice: leave or continue to be burned until the moth is reduced to ashes. Jennifer was nowhere to be found during one of the most heinous and undoubtedly didactic incidents in Austin, Texas, USA. Jennifer Cave, Michael Rodriguez's new girlfriend, last spoke on August 16, 2005, late in the evening. Throughout the night, Michael awaited her call. However, exhausted from work, he unintentionally fell asleep. By morning, there had been no missed calls from her. Concerned, Michael remembered Jennifer's promise to call him back after dropping off her friend Colton at home. He was concerned that she would have to go out of her way because Colton had not arranged for his own ride home. In general, he did not trust Colton or his lifestyle. Meanwhile, Jennifer's roommate discovered her absence from home. Her alarm clock was blaring, and there was no one to turn it off. It appeared that Jennifer had not spent the night at home. Her friend became concerned. They usually informed each other about their plans. She tried calling Jennifer, but there was no response, which was unusual for her. Jennifer begins her first day of work today. It's unlikely she'd leave without changing. The roommate thought Jennifer's office clothes were neatly hanging on the rack, as if she hadn't taken anything with her. On August 17th at 8:30 a.m., the director of the law firm was informed of the new employee's tardiness during her internship. Miss Cave had left a positive impression. It seemed odd that she would allow herself such behavior on her first day of work at 9 a.m. Jennifer's colleagues called, but she did not answer. Around 11 a.m., the employer dispatched one of the managers to check on her at home. Persistent knocks went unanswered. They then attempted to contact the secondary contact number listed on her resume. Sharon Sedgwick, Jennifer's mother, answered the phone. The call caught her off guard and left her feeling disappointed. She said she'd try to find her daughter. Sharon was also unable to reach Jennifer. She began to feel increasingly concerned and suspicious. She appears to have dropped everything again for that irresponsible young man. She came to a conclusion. Nobody in Jennifer's circle liked her ex-boyfriend, Colton Pitniak. Regardless of his intelligence and financial status, he always seemed to bring her down. Mrs. Sedgwick called Colton. He stated that he hadn't seen her daughter in quite some time. He seemed unconcerned about Jennifer's disappearance. For some reason, her mother did not believe him. More than 12 hours passed without any news. After all, Austin hospitals were checked but no results were found. Sharon called the cops. She reported her daughter missing and expressed concern that she was in danger at Pitniak's house after calling the police. Sharon and her husband, Jim Sedgwick, visited Colton's home to speak with him in person. However, he refused to open the door for them or the responding officers, claiming he didn't want to talk. And they didn't have a search warrant. He was well aware of his rights, so the police were forced to leave. However, the situation appeared suspicious. Jennifer's car was discovered near Pitniak's home. Despite the fact that the car was empty, its mere presence in the parking lot prompted thought. Jennifer appeared to be inside the house. Sharon and Jim were convinced something had happened to her. The police decided not to waste time and inspected Jennifer's home. However, they discovered nothing of interest. The only leads came from Michael and Sharon, as well as Jennifer's car near Coltrane's house. Michael described how Jennifer went out with friends on the evening of August 16th to celebrate landing a job. She'd called him several times. One of the friends was her ex-boyfriend Colton, who was with her at the time of the call. Jennifer did not appear scared or worried during the conversation, but she did mention that Colton was acting strangely and she needed to take him home after losing contact with her. A grisly discovery. All of the clues point to Pitniak's home. While the cops hesitated, Sharon and Jim decided to take matters into their own hands. They drove back to Colton Place. When they arrived at the apartment complex, they knocked on the door but received no response. The girl's parents, sensing something was wrong, called a locksmith to open the lock. However, Jim discovered a better way. He decided to enter through one of the apartment's open windows. Inside, everything was disorganized. It was clear that no one had kept the house in order, and the apartment itself looked more like a den. The man was hit by a foul odor that immediately triggered his gag reflex. He covered his mouth with his hand. Jim moved to where the odor was stronger. The house was empty. Jennifer's stepfather noticed clutter in the bathroom. He looked closer and discovered a dismembered female body with the head and limbs severed. Trash bags and a sports bag can be found nearby. Jim, horrified, began to examine their contents. Inside were the body's remaining parts. The deceased's legs were freckled like his stepdaughter's. However, the corpse was so mutilated that it was impossible to determine who it was. The man hoped until the very last moment that it was not his stepdaughter. After regaining consciousness, he contacted emergency services to save Jennifer's life. Jennifer Cave was born in March 1984 near Bishop, Texas. Her family resided in a modest farmhouse. Sharon's mother was in her second marriage, which added 3 more children to the family. Jennifer, Lauren, and Clayton, Vanessa from Sharon's first marriage, were the 3 oldest siblings. Jennifer's father works as a welder. He was a good husband and father until alcohol turned him mean and uncontrollable, hurling insults and causing trouble. When sober, he was composed and respectful. Despite their unstable home environment, The family remained close. Sharon worked as an accountant in a chemical plant while also caring for her home and children. Jennifer, unlike her more sociable brother and sister, was shy. While they made friends quickly and played outside, she preferred the company of books, which sharpened her intellect and provided her with an excellent memory. Her love of reading had an impact on her vision, necessitating the use of glasses in conjunction with the braces in her mouth. The glasses did not improve her self-esteem. Our heroine lacked confidence, but she still actively participated in school social and athletic activities. Eventually, her father's destructive habits caused the family to split up. Jennifer and Clayton chose to remain with Charlie following their separation. They backed him up with great compassion, hoping to prevent his downfall. Jennifer was so determined to help her father quit drinking that she overlooked his unwillingness to fight. Years have passed since the divorce in 1999. Sharon met Jim Sedgwick by chance. Jennifer transformed as she approached adolescence, removing her braces and replacing her glasses with contact lenses, transforming her into a true beauty. However, her character began to shift. Along with her appearance, she began socializing with children from troubled families. Nonetheless, due to her high intelligence, she graduated near the top of her class. Jennifer later enrolled at Texas State University to major in finance, but she quickly became disillusioned with her studies and dropped out after the first semester. She attended a community college in Austin and worked part-time at a city restaurant to help support herself. During this time, she dated Mark, a nice young man from a respectable family. Their relationship could have led to marriage, but Jennifer became engrossed in the nightlife. She began attending parties and drinking. Perhaps influenced by her father's genes and negative example, her love of alcohol grew alongside the introduction of marijuana into her life. Sharon attempted to influence her daughter, but to no avail. Jennifer and Colton Pitoniak met on one of these nights out. Jennifer Cave's life was tragically cut short by a gunshot wound to the right arm. The bullet passed through her entire arm and into her chest, striking her heart. The injury to a vital artery caused rapid blood loss, which resulted in her untimely death. What happened to her body afterwards was horrific. Forensic experts discovered multiple stab wounds on her body, with the chest and neck being the most damaged. In total, the attacker caused 18 post-mortem stab wounds. The perpetrator then decapitated her and fired a shot through her throat into her head, intending to dispose of her body quietly by severing her upper limbs. He packed them into a prepared bag and trash bags. Her torso was left in the bathtub, covered with a saw. Something thwarted the assailant's initial plan, forcing him to change his tactics. Evidence was uncovered. When Jennifer Cave's body was discovered and police arrived, they did not yet have a warrant to search Colton Pitoniak's apartment. Initially, all the officers could do was observe the victim's body and secure the scene. After obtaining the necessary permission, a thorough search of the apartment was conducted. They discovered 3.38 caliber shell casings. The firearm was found in Pitoniak's car, which was parked in the garage. A large, blood-stained machete was taken from the dishwasher. Toxicology reports revealed that the victim's bloodstream contained alcohol, marijuana, and methamphetamine. Inside one of the rooms, there was a road atlas with pages torn out that highlighted routes in southwest Texas. This clue revealed the apartment owner's absence. Colton Pitoniak fled. Law enforcement immediately issued a warrant for his arrest. His name is Colton Pitoniak. Bryant, Arkansas is where Colton originated. He grew up as a sharp-witted boy with attractive looks who was popular with girls during his adolescence. His father operated a successful agricultural business that grew year after year, allowing the family to live comfortably. However, the abundance spoiled Colton. On the one hand, he was ambitious and goal-driven. On the other hand, he may become aggressive and irritable. Colton was an avid skateboarder and guitarist. He attended a Catholic boys' middle school in Little Rock, where he excelled academically and was frequently on the honor roll. He was also a National Merit Scholarship finalist. Pitoniak was one of 7 senior finalists at his school in 2000, out of 166 across the state. By his senior year, he was dealing with alcohol and fights, owing to his membership in a group of local affluent kids who lived a leisurely lifestyle, frequently throwing parties with the attendant consequences. Nonetheless, due to his high graduation scores, he was easily admitted to the University of Texas at Austin. Rather than concentrating on his studies, he maintained his erratic lifestyle, losing friends and earning a reputation as a heavy drinker and marijuana user. He could have had a promising future if not for his proclivity for self-destruction. After being expelled from a university indefinitely, he began distributing controlled substances. His parents fought to help him overcome his addiction, even taking him back home. It's a fateful encounter. Jennifer and Colton first met at a party in the spring of 2004, and they were immediately drawn to each other. Jennifer, who frequently idealizes others, chose to give a potentially dangerous relationship a chance rather than abandon it. Their friendship gradually developed into love. Jennifer eventually began using illegal drugs with Colton. His opulent apartment gradually transformed into a den of excess, and using illegal substances together became a household rule. As a result, Jennifer's addiction grew worse. Parents tried repeatedly to break her free from these addictions. They even gave her a car in the hopes of encouraging her to spend more time at home. However, each time she returned, her promises were quickly forgotten. Golden's condition deteriorated. He became increasingly paranoid and began carrying a gun and knife in an attempt to project the image of a gangster. Pittignac was arrested in 2004 for possessing illegal substances. He even went through a rehabilitation program once, but Colton demonstrated no genuine desire to overcome his addiction. Separation. Jennifer's parents decided to pay her a visit. However, the visit ended in disappointment. Jennifer had broken her promises, lost a significant amount of weight, and appeared generally unwell. Her family suggested she get treatment at a rehabilitation center, but she flatly refused. Sharon and Jim were upset and stopped providing her with financial support, believing that this tough love approach would motivate her to take control of her life. Jennifer, however, had no choice but to move in with Colton due to a lack of funds. What happened in his apartment is difficult to say, but after a month of living with him, Jennifer decided to leave. Her friend offered her a room and support. Miss Cave expressed her fears. She no longer felt safe with Colton but did not go into detail. Something obviously scared her, as she refused to reconcile with her ex. One day, he approached her and asked her to return. Jennifer remained firm, particularly when she saw the knife Colton had brought with him. She asked Colton to calm down and suggested that they stay friends. Surprisingly, he agreed that contact with him would be limited, and she also began reconnecting with her parents. Finally, her life appeared to be getting back on track. In early 2005, Jennifer began a new relationship with Scott, a single father who appeared to be quite decent. His lifestyle was the complete opposite of Bolton's. Scott worked as a waiter at a restaurant, played keyboards in a band, and was an excellent singer, all while maintaining a sober lifestyle. As a result, Jennifer's self-esteem improved. Even though she appeared healthier by his side, she took on the role of a homemaker and mother figure to his daughter. She was still willing to leave at a moment's notice if Colton requested the arrival of Laura Hall. Colton eventually moved to a new apartment complex with a pool near the university called Orange Tree, which became a popular spot for daily parties. His behavior continued to be erratic, with some friends reporting seeing him play Russian roulette by himself. During one of these phases, he met Laura Ashley Hall, who was a frequent attendee of these parties and became obsessed with him, displaying jealousy towards any female in the Colton circle, particularly Jennifer. Laura was perceived in a variety of ways by their peers, with the most common description being arrogance and the ability to put anyone in their place. Laura, like Colton, came from a wealthy family. Miss Hall was athletic, competing in a variety of competitions, and academically successful, indicating great promise. After high school, she enrolled in university but dropped out, preferring a job in a more leisurely lifestyle. Colton and Laura soon became romantically involved. She, like Jennifer, felt a strong attraction to him. When he was sentenced to 60 days in jail in June 2005, Laura sent him all of her earnings, even going into debt. Friends reported that she had changed for the worse, becoming bold and neglecting her job and personal care. Many people believed she had also begun using illegal drugs. Unlike Jennifer Colton, she ignored her feelings, even putting out cigarettes on her. A new chapter starts and ends. During this time, Jennifer ended her relationship with Scott. She felt unworthy of his family and didn't want to cause them any problems. Jennifer communicated with Colton, who remained infatuated with her. However, she did not renew their previous relationship, keeping their interactions strictly platonic. Jennifer only wanted to get a job, so she returned to college. In August, A promising opportunity arose in her life. She started a new relationship with Michael Rodriguez and, most importantly, found a great job. After a few days of training at a law firm, she performed so well that she was offered a consultant position with a competitive salary. Jennifer was filled with self-confidence and happiness. On August 16th, she chose to celebrate the beginning of her new life with friends. That evening, they visited a bar before heading to a club. According to a friend, the bouncer refused to let Colton in due to his appearance, which may have prompted him to seek out controlled substances. The investigation continues. In order to shed light on the events of that fateful night, investigators interviewed Carlton's neighbors. They discovered intriguing information around 3 a.m. On August 17th. Nora Sullivan heard a knock on her door. She opened it and saw Colton standing there, looking suspicious, with blood on his face and a pistol visible at his waist. She was startled and inquired about what had happened. Colton told her that he had gotten into a shootout with some people. Nora did not hear any gunshots and assumed he was lying as usual. She closed the door and peered through the crowd to see him walk away. Neither of the neighbors interviewed heard any gunshots that night. Detectives also discovered that Colton had communicated with Laura twice that night. The morning of August 17th, he went to a hardware store and purchased several masks and gloves, as well as a large amount of cleaning supplies. Using these, he dismembered Jennifer's body and intended to clean the apartment to remove any evidence of the crime. It's possible that Sharon and Jim's unexpected arrival startled him and caused him to be nervous about flying. A critical discovery in Cohen's apartment led investigators right to his trail. Colton, along with Laura Hall, was discovered in Mexico. They had crossed the border in Laura's car. Cotton's photograph was distributed throughout the country by local authorities. During this time, the couple entertained themselves by going to movies and restaurants. They stayed at a hotel in the border town of Negres, where an employee identified Colton as the desired individual. The employee took his photograph and forwarded it to the police. Pitniak was arrested by US officials after the duo was apprehended by Mexican law enforcement and transported to the border. Laura Hall was released. Laura caused a scene with the Border Patrol prior to her release, protesting Coltrane's innocence and obstructing the arrest process. Later, she admitted that her trip to Mexico was the best she'd ever had. They spent approximately 5 days abroad. On August 23, 2005, Colton Pitniak was charged with a crime involving Jennifer Cave. A month later, Laura Hall was arrested and charged with tampering with evidence and obstructing justice. The prosecution presented evidence discovered in the apartment, such as a videotape from the store and a receipt listing items purchased. Colton claimed he had no recollection of the night of August 16th, blaming it on excessive drinking and illegal drug use. Initially, he did not deny hurting Jennifer but insisted he had no memory of it. He claimed he woke up to find his ex-girlfriend's body in the bathroom. After finding the body, he contacted Laura, who advised him to purchase a saw and cleaning supplies. She helped dismember the victim and conceal the body parts in bags. The prosecution claimed she was responsible for Jennifer's post-mortem injuries. Colton later hinted that she may have been motivated by jealousy, implying that she participated in an act of revenge against her rival. Nevertheless, both defendants pleaded not guilty. Nonetheless, the evidence supporting his involvement was overwhelming. Jennifer's body was discovered in Coltrane's apartment. His fingerprints and DNA were discovered on the machete, saw, and firearm recovered from the crime scene, and the weapon in his car was identified as the crime weapon. In addition, he was the one who bought the cleaning supplies at the store. The jury had no doubts about his guilt. On January 29, 2007, Colton Pitniak was sentenced to 55 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after serving at least half. His earliest release date will not be until 2060. Laura Hall's case was complex, and the prosecution suggested she may have acted out of blind love for Colton. Laura's DNA was discovered on one of the victim's shoes, a store towel, and the firearm used. The defense argued that this only demonstrated her involvement in disposing of the body, not in the original act. They were unable to prove she was the one who fired the first shot to Jennifer's head after her death. There was no evidence that she was present at the scene when the crime occurred. Laura insisted she only learned about the crime from Colton, who claimed he forced her to flee to Mexico with him. However, witnesses from their trip to Mexico reported that the couple appeared to have a good time. Laura Hall was convicted of obstructing justice and tampering with evidence in 2007 and sentenced to 6 years in prison. A subsequent trial in 2010 resulted in a maximum 11-year sentence and a $14,000 fine. Laura was granted parole on March 15, 2018, with GPS monitoring, and completed her sentence in August of the same year. Her whereabouts thereafter are unknown. She was apprehended and framed. Colton Pitniak remains incarcerated. He has filed several appeals, all of which have been unsuccessful. In these appeals, he repeatedly stated that he had no memory of the tragic events of that night. However, he revealed that witnesses claim Laura confessed to Jennifer's death. He claims that the prosecutors were aware of this information during the trial but did not disclose it to his defense team, implying a possible setup. Although Pitniak's legal motions were denied, the revelation raised public concerns. Furthermore, Jennifer's parents felt that Laura's punishment was insufficient. They believe she played a larger role than she admits. Unlike Colton Hall, she has never expressed sorrow or regret over Jennifer's death. She only referred to Jennifer as that girl or the dead girl, occasionally using derogatory language. To this day, the exact events of that fateful night are unknown. Only Jennifer knows the truth, which is silently concealed by Pitniak's residence walls. Unfortunately, the dead cannot speak. Jennifer's life was cut short during her prime. Unfortunately, she discovered an important truth too late. Staying away from certain people and ceasing communication with them may mean saving oneself. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The Jared Bridegan case, from love to the end of life. No matter how long a couple has been together or how happy their marriage was, divorces frequently result in the breakdown of amicable, or at least respectful, relationships. However, former husbands and wives may part ways as true adversaries. Close partners intentionally make each other's lives miserable, inflict harm, or wish for the other's death. In rare cases, it goes beyond mere wishes and escalates into actual physical confrontations. Today, we'll look at such a case. To begin, it is important to note that the case involving the death of 33-year-old Jared Bridegan, a Microsoft employee and father of 4 young children, has yet to be concluded. Currently, 3 people have been arrested on charges of conspiracy to commit a planned confrontation that resulted in Reagan's death, and they will face the death penalty. This sensational story, which unfolded in the sunny state of Florida, has, without a doubt, shaken the entire country. The protagonists are parents with multiple children. Once married, the motive for the crime is alarmingly simple: a refusal to split jointly acquired assets and custody of their children. However, the approach to ending Brigan's life is reminiscent of a complex detective plot. Let's look at how former spouses and deeply religious people turned into the worst of enemies, and why it all ended so tragically. Who was Jared Bridegan? Jared J. Bridegan was born in 1989 in Florida into a modest family as the second of 2 sons. He grew up with his older brother Adam, with whom he was practically inseparable since childhood. The brother's parents were devout followers of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Bowden later referred to Jared as her first true love. However, their relationship did not lead to marriage because cohabitation was frowned upon in their religious community. As a result, when Jared graduated from Florida Arts High School in 2007 and decided to continue his education in another state, they parted ways. Jared moved to Utah, where he attended college and met his future first wife. At a friend's birthday party in 2009, Jared Bridegan, then 20, met Shanna Gardner. She was 2 years old and came from a wealthy family. She was a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, as previously stated. Shanna was born in 1987. Her parents, Starling and Shelley Gardner, were co-founders of Stampin' Up!, a major company that manufactured and sold decorative and craft items. By 2010, their family business, headquartered in Salt Lake City, was reported to generate $100 million in annual revenue. Shanna has a sister named Sarah, who is currently a manager in the family business. As the heir to such a wealthy family, Shanna grew up in luxury and was used to living a leisurely life, never having to work in her trained profession as a chef. She was described as enthusiastic and fickle. According to Mallory, who was mentioned earlier, Jared was initially uninterested in his new acquaintance. Shanna, on the other hand, went out of her way to entice him with her extravagant lifestyle, implying that together they could travel the world and do whatever they wanted because her parents would financially support them. Family life and the birth of twins. The couple became engaged just a few months after their first meeting, and less than a year later, in early 2010, they celebrated a lavish wedding in a temple in Salt Lake City, Utah, with the Gardner family covering all expenses for the ceremony and reception. The couple's religious beliefs, which frowned on cohabitation and long engagements, influenced their quick decision to marry. Following their wedding, the newlyweds relocated to Utah, where the bride's parents assisted them in purchasing a comfortable home valued at approximately $1 million. Each spouse also owned their own Mercedes. Despite the fact that Jared was still a student and Shannon was not working, the couple traveled extensively around the world, posting numerous photos of their exciting trips, expensive purchases, and leisure activities on their social media accounts. According to close friends, Shannon's parents gave the couple around $10,000 per month for various expenses and gave them full access to their accounts. Furthermore, after Jared finished his degree, his in-laws generously gave him $100,000 to launch his own business. In 2013, the couple gave birth to twins, Abigail and Liam. The family relocated to Connecticut for a while, but Liam was soon diagnosed with a heart condition and lung issues. Doctors advised the child to move closer to the sea, citing health benefits. The Brits moved to Florida, where they purchased a 2-story comfortable home near the coast in Ponte Vedra Beach, south of Jacksonville. Shayna was actively managing her own social media blog at the time, portraying herself as a loving wife, a caring mother of twins, a professional chef, and a woman who enjoyed travel and sports. She took fitness seriously, going to the gym almost every day. Seeing her dedication, Jared decided to surprise his beloved by hiring a personal trainer for her. Following the scandalous divorce shortly after moving, clear issues arose in the marriage, despite the couple's stubborn insistence that everything was fine. Shayna became disillusioned with their religion and almost stopped attending church, while her husband remained a devout and exemplary member. This difference in religious commitment resulted in disagreements, misunderstandings, and tension. Shayna reportedly became disillusioned with Jared, whom she saw as too lazy, having gained weight, and only half-heartedly attempting to get his business off the ground. After completing online programming and design courses, Jared secured a position at Microsoft and began earning independently. After a few years, he was promoted to senior manager. Nonetheless, the couple grew apart and disagreements became commonplace in their home. The situation worsened when Jared discovered intimate conversations between his wife and her personal fitness trainer. According to some sources, Shayna had an affair, which the trainer confirmed over the phone with Jared, though Shayna strongly denied these allegations. Jared then emailed Mallory Bowden, lamenting how his wife had become distant and emotionally attached to her gym trainer. Despite this, he expressed a willingness to forgive the infidelity and keep their family intact for the sake of their children. The couple began a contentious and scandalous divorce process in 2015, nearly 6 years after they married. They had a heated argument about shared assets and custody rights for their children. Jared publicly accused his ex-wife of infidelity, which she categorically denied, claiming that the marriage had simply lost its romance. In response, she accused him of being cruel and defensive. Shayna refused to divide their home, cars, and bank accounts, claiming that nearly everything they had acquired over the years had been purchased or gifted by her parents. Jared had only begun working less than a year before, having previously focused on his studies and failed to establish his business with funds from his in-laws. Jared challenged this viewpoint, claiming at least half of their Florida home. Custody of the twins sparked numerous disputes. Shayna claimed that whenever Jared was with the children, he tried to turn them against her. He allegedly coached them on what to say about their mother and recorded their statements for use in court. Jared, for his part, accused his ex-wife of extensive surveillance, including the installation of hidden cameras in their home, the tapping of his phone calls, and the placement of a tracker in his car to monitor his movements. Shayna sought sole custody of the children, as well as exclusive ownership of their seaside home. She also claimed Jared threatened to take all of the money from their children's trust funds for personal use. Jared responded by alleging that his ex-wife evaded taxes by working off the books at her parents' company and receiving tens of thousands of dollars. By the end of 2015, the court had ordered joint custody of the children. But that did not put an end to Jared and Shayna's disputes. Even after their divorce was officially finalized, They continued to appear in court for nearly 7 years, culminating in the tragic end of their story. By this point, both had moved on to start new families and have additional children. In 2016, Jared met Christina, a Microsoft employee who lived and worked in North Carolina. Initially, their interactions were strictly professional, but they gradually became closer. A few months later, Christina relocated to Florida to be with Jared. They married in February 2019, having met in the fall of 2017. They welcomed their first child, a daughter named Bexley, in August 2021. Shauna remarried in 2018, marrying Mario Fernandez, a man a year younger than her who owned a real estate business. That same year, they welcomed their son, Michael. The family lived in the same house Shauna had shared with her first husband, Jared, which had been the site of their court battles. The arrival of new families did not calm the tensions between the ex-spouses, who continued to file lawsuits against one another with new demands. Jared insisted that Shannon's new husband, Mario, should not be allowed to be with the twins while their mother was away. In contrast, he wanted his new wife, Christina, to be fully involved in the upbringing of his older children. The last court meeting between Jared and Shayna took place 4 months before Jared's death and was extremely tense. They exchanged more mutual accusations and argued over their property rights. Shauna claimed that Jared was preventing her from using the family's larger, more comfortable vehicle to transport the children because he was more concerned with humiliating the mother than with his own children's comfort and safety. At this point, the court granted Shauna exclusive use of the larger vehicle and ordered Jared to pay her $600 as compensation. The tragic end to a secluded road for the ex-spouse's agreement. On Wednesdays, Jared picked up the twins for a family dinner, which included their younger sister, Bexley. Christina occasionally joined them, but after the birth of London, she spent the majority of her time with the newborn, preferring not to leave him with babysitters. Jared picked up the children on Wednesday, February 22, 2022, and took them to a coastal cafe per his routine. After dinner and a stroll, he dropped the twins off at their mother's house and returned home via his usual route. The journey typically took about 40 minutes, with part of it spent on a deserted stretch of road with no streetlights. Bridegan came across an unexpected obstacle while driving slowly and cautiously, aware of his 3-year-old daughter asleep in her car seat. It was about 9 p.m. and the sun had set when he noticed a tire in his lane in the headlights. He came to a stop, turned on his hazard lights, and got out to move the tire to the side of the road. That's when the shots went off. Jared had no chance of escaping. The perpetrator, acting with deadly precision, fired several close-range shots before fleeing the scene. The child sleeping in the car was unharmed. A passerby heard the shots and approached cautiously, discovering Jared lying in a pool of blood. He immediately contacted the police and paramedics. Unfortunately, it was too late to save the victim. The investigation and initial suspicions Christina called her husband just minutes before the incident, and he said he had just dropped off the children and would be home in 15 minutes. However, 30 minutes had passed into an hour, and Jared was nowhere to be found and stopped answering his phone, anxiously dialing his phone number again. Christina was greeted by a police officer who informed her of the incident and requested her immediate arrival at the Jacksonville Beach police station. The investigation team at the scene determined that Jared's vehicle came to a halt due to a road obstacle, specifically a tire. They concluded that he got out of his car to remove the obstacle but was then shot. His 3-year-old daughter, who was asleep in the car, was unharmed, indicating that the mysterious shooter did not target her. Furthermore, there were no valuables missing from the vehicle. A wallet containing cash, a phone, and a tablet were left, effectively ruling out the robbery theory almost immediately. When asked if her husband had any known enemies, antagonists, or recent conflicts, Christina stated that she was unaware of anyone wishing harm on her husband except his first wife, Shauna. However, she avoided making direct accusations in the absence of incontrovertible evidence. The absence of cameras resulted in a lack of surveillance footage, according to police, whereas on the stretch of road where the incident occurred, a witness who heard Tay. However, they did hear the sound of a car speeding away. There was nothing visible in the darkness. Investigators found Christina's suggestion of Shannon's involvement in the crime plausible. However, detectives knew she was unlikely to act directly, especially given her solid alibi of being at home with her husband, twins, younger son, and her parents who were visiting. The police decided to check the nearby surveillance cameras. The video captured an old, dark blue Ford F-150 with brown trim entering the area about 15 minutes before the incident. Again, a few minutes after the witness reported the shots, detectives asked the public for assistance in identifying the vehicle of interest. The Jared family made television appeals, urging anyone with any information about the case to come forward. The first suspect arrested, Shauna, and her current husband, Mario, were repeatedly questioned but denied any involvement in the murder. Shauna did not hide the fact that her relationship with her ex-husband was complicated, but she insisted that she would never harm the father of her children. She also told the media how the 9-year-old twins reacted to the news of their father's death. According to her, Abigail cried uncontrollably for several hours. Liam was stunned and silent for a long time. It's worth noting that neither the ex-wife nor the older children attended Jared's funeral. Christina had told Shanna that her presence at the farewell ceremony was extremely unwelcome, to which Shanna responded that if she wasn't allowed to attend, neither would the twins. The first suspect was arrested in January 2023, nearly a year after Mr. Briggan's murder. The police had remained silent about the investigation's progress, only stating that it required significant resources and effort. After a lengthy search for the dark blue Ford F-150, Luck smiled on the investigation when the vehicle was involved in an accident but fled the scene before police arrived. This time, the incident occurred in a crowded area with a large number of witnesses, and the offender was identified the same day thanks to multiple camera footage. The car was owned by Henry Tenen, a 62-year-old unemployed man with prior convictions. He was charged with second-degree premeditated murder with a firearm, involvement in a criminal conspiracy with the intent to commit murder, and planning an ambush with an obstruction for the victim. Jacksonville Beach Police Chief Jonathan Paul Smith and City Prosecutor Melissa Nelson announced the charges at a press conference. Tenen was also revealed to have not acted alone and was testifying against his accomplices, though no other names were released at the time to protect the integrity of the ongoing investigation. Given the gravity of the charges against him and the lengthy prison term he faced, the tenant decided to make a deal with law enforcement, hoping that his cooperation would be considered favorably during sentencing and potentially reduce his punishment. The criminal trio discovered information that quickly leaked to the press that the accused Tenen was renting a small house with a friend owned by Mario Fernandez. Tenen's housemate was also brought in for questioning, but he was unable to provide any useful information about the case. He had no personal dealings with the owner of their rental, instead passing his share of the rent through Henry. However, a thorough search of the house revealed a hidden pistol in the accused room, which ballistic tests determined to be the murder weapon. This further implicated 10 people in the crime. On March 16, 2023, Mario Fernandez was arrested after pleading guilty and agreeing to testify against Mario, whom he identified as the crime's contractor. Fernandez was charged with first-degree murder, criminal conspiracy, and incitement to commit a serious crime. Rumors circulated that Shauna was the mastermind of the murder. This was supported by her former lover, a fitness trainer, who revealed that she had a long-standing dislike for her, then husband, and wished for his death. A tattoo artist Shanna frequented also testified, recalling Shanna complaining about her ex-husband's endless legal battles, wishing to silence him forever, and asking if she knew anyone who could assist. Shauna repeated her inquiry months later, clearly indicating her seriousness, after it was initially misinterpreted as a grim joke. Shanna Gardner Fernandez vehemently denied all allegations made against her. She stated her intention to stay in town and assist with the investigation. However, a few months after her husband's arrest, she relocated to Washington with the twins and her youngest son on August 17, 2023. She was facing the same charges as her current husband, who was arrested in her Washington apartment. She was extradited to Florida, where she would face trial alongside the criminal trio. Her actions were motivated by complicated relationships with her ex-husband, a desire to avoid sharing custody of their 2 children, and a desire to own all disputed assets outright. As of now, the ongoing legal battle continues, and legal proceedings against all conspirators are underway. Tenen has pleaded guilty to all charges, is fully cooperating with the investigation, and is hoping for leniency. According to reports, he faces at least 15 years in prison, which is a long time for someone his age and could be equivalent to a life sentence. Mario Fernandez has only partially admitted his guilt, and, exercising his legal rights, has declined to testify against his wife. Shanna Gardner Fernandez, on the other hand, has vehemently denied all charges against her. Nonetheless, prosecutors are seeking the death penalty or life in prison with no possibility of parole for the couple. Shannon's 3 children are currently in the care of their maternal grandparents, Starling and Shelley Gardner, and Aunt Sarah. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On an ordinary November day in 2003, a chilling mystery began to play out in the peaceful town of Grand Forks, North Dakota. Drew Joden, a vibrant young woman known for her compassion and community service, went missing after leaving Victoria's Secret. What followed was a harrowing journey through cryptic phone calls, shocking revelations, and a never-ending pursuit of truth and justice. Drew, a vibrant and ambitious 22-year-old, had deep roots in the town. She worked part-time at Victoria's Secret while attending the University of North Dakota and majoring in visual arts. Drew, however, was much more than her academics and work. She was a unique combination of creativity and compassion. Her passion for art knew no bounds, and she expressed herself in a variety of ways, from sketching to painting to capturing the world's beauty with her lens. However, it was her unwavering commitment to assisting others that truly distinguished her. Drew, affectionately known as Doodles in her younger years, had a heart as big as her dreams. She was an athlete who enjoyed volleyball and golf, but her volunteer work exemplified her exceptional spirit. She devoted her time to underprivileged children, organizing bowling parties and teaching them the joys of reading. She also focused her efforts on fundraising for organizations such as the American Diabetes Association, leaving an indelible impression on her community. On Saturday, November 22, Drew finished her shift at Victoria's Secret at 4 p.m. Her vibrant spirit has not diminished. Little did she know that her workplace, a stepping stone to her dreams, would soon become the setting for an unfolding mystery. Drew had her sights set on an upcoming adventure, a trip to Australia in the spring of 2000, and each paycheck brought her closer to achieving her goal. As the clock struck 5 p.m., Drew exited the mall, carrying a purse she'd found, and began walking towards her car. It appeared to be a normal end to the day, but fate had other plans. Unbeknownst to her, the next few moments would be shrouded in mystery, triggering a chain of events that would captivate an entire community. As Drew approached her car, she had no idea that her life was about to take a terrifying turn into the unknown. She was scheduled to work that evening, but when she didn't show up, her friends and colleagues became concerned. It was unusual for Drew to miss work without notice, and her absence raised concerns. Drew's boyfriend, Chris Lange, was one of the first to notice that something was wrong. He stated to the police that he had not seen her that afternoon, but he did receive a phone call from her shortly after she left the mall at 5 p.m. The conversation ended abruptly, leaving him with a strange feeling. In the background, he heard Drew say the words, "Okay, I understand." Then the call was abruptly disconnected. At the time, he dismissed it as a dropped call. But as the evening turned into night, and there was still no sign of Drew, worry turned to fear at 7:42 p.m. The same night, Chris received another call from her phone. This time, he only heard static and the sound of someone fumbling with the phone's buttons. It was far from reassuring. The alarms rang louder, and the police took action. They started searching the parking lot where Drew's car was still parked outside the mall. What they discovered sent chills down their spines. A knife sheath was discovered beside her car. The ominous prospect of an abduction loomed large. Desperation grew, and the police contacted Drew's phone service provider in the hopes of getting a lead. The information they received was both perplexing and disturbing. Drew's phone had pinged off a cell tower near Crookston, Minnesota, indicating she had been transported across state lines. Drew's normal day had turned into a perplexing and ominous mystery. The search for Drew, led by volunteers and law enforcement, demonstrated the community's unwavering determination. The fields and forests were scoured. Every lead was diligently pursued. However, the young woman remained elusive. 3 days after her disappearance, a chilling discovery shook the investigation to its core. One of Drew's shoes was discovered along a bypass road near Crookston, Minnesota. The fact that she was so close to where her phone had last pinged added to her sense of unease. It was a cruel reminder that Drew had been in this area, and the circumstances surrounding her disappearance became increasingly mysterious. The atmosphere in Grand Forks became heavier with each passing day. Hope was still present, but it was fragile, like a flickering candle in the growing darkness. Drew's family, friends, and the entire community held on to the hope that she would be found safe and sound. However, it was during this period that the investigation took a dark and disturbing turn. The police received a tip from a concerned citizen who directed them to a man named Alfonso Rodriguez Jr., who lived in the area and was in Grand Forks on the day Drew went missing. Alfonso Rodriguez Jr.'s background sent shockwaves throughout law enforcement. He had been released from prison only 6 months before and was living with his mother in Crookston. Even more concerning was his classification as a Level 3 sex offender, the most dangerous category, with a chilling history of 23 years in prison for multiple rapes and an attempted rape. The police immediately contacted Alfonso. He admitted to being in Grand Forks on November 22nd and even claimed to have visited the same mall where Drew worked. However, when pressed, his story began to unravel. When questioned about the movie Once Upon a Time in Mexico, which he claimed to have seen in the mall theater, the theater records and local listings contradicted his account. There had been no screenings of the film in Grand Forks that day. Suspicion grew, but the evidence discovered in his possession sent shockwaves through the investigation. When the police searched his 2002 Mercury Sable, they discovered a knife concealed in the trunk. Even more incriminating, they discovered blood traces on the car's rear window, and DNA testing proved conclusive. It was a match to Drew's DNA. The evidence against Alfonso was overwhelming, but the most haunting truth remained: the location of Drew Stjodan. Despite the chilling evidence against Alfonso Rodriguez Jr., Nigma Alfonso was arrested and continued to deny responsibility for Drew's disappearance. Several months later, on April 17, 2004, a tragic event occurred when Drew's lifeless body was discovered in a drainage ditch near Crookston. The bleak scene revealed Drew partially naked from the waist down, her hands cruelly bound behind her back, and her lifeless body lying face down. The area where her body was discovered had previously been searched, but it remained hidden under the snow until the thaw revealed the horrific truth. Disturbingly, there were signs of brutality or rope, as well as remnants of a plastic grocery bag around her neck. The autopsy performed on Drew's body sought to determine the exact cause of her death. The findings suggested that she died as a result of asphyxiation or suffocation caused by the slash wound to her neck or exposure to the harsh elements. The fact that Alfonso was accused of transporting Drew across state lines prior to her tragic death added to the gravity of the crime. As a result, he faced federal charges, allowing the prosecution to consider seeking the death penalty, which they made abundantly clear. Throughout the trial, the prosecution maintained that there was no room for doubt. Drew was kidnapped outside the mall, transported across state lines, and eventually murdered. They also expressed their belief that she had been violated. The jury was presented with compelling evidence, including a knife found in Alfonso's car and a knife sheath discovered near Drew's vehicle. DNA analysis linked Alfonso to the crime, as did the recovery of hair and fiber samples from Drew's body and belongings. Dr. Michael McGee, the medical examiner, was an important figure in the courtroom drama. He testified about Drew's injuries and the circumstances of her death. He identified significant cuts on her neck as the likely cause of her death, though he couldn't rule out suffocation or exposure. Dr. McGee's expert opinion, based on his extensive experience and thousands of autopsies, suggested that Drew died violently during the assault. The condition of her clothing, particularly a torn pink sweater and displaced peacoat, indicated a struggle. The defense's perspective differed significantly from the prosecution's. Alfonso had offered to plead guilty in order to avoid the death penalty, but this was declined. The main point of contention was whether Drew was raped, as well as the critical question of where she died. The latter would decide whether to impose the death penalty. The defense claimed that there was insufficient evidence to support a rape allegation and that Drew died from suffocation mere minutes after being abducted. Alfonso was eventually found guilty in federal court of kidnapping, which resulted in Drew's death. After considering both sides' arguments, the jury unanimously recommended the death penalty, marking a historic decision for North Dakota, which had not seen a death sentence in nearly a century. Because the death penalty is illegal in the state, it is only considered in federal cases. The sentencing was a difficult moment for Judge Ralph R. Erickson, who acknowledged the gravity of the situation, saying it was the worst day of his life. Alfonso and his attorneys immediately requested a new trial, which was denied. They appealed and asked for a stay of execution until the appeal was heard. In 2021, Ralph R. Erickson, the same judge who sentenced Rodriguez to death, overturned his sentence and ordered a new sentencing phase due to misleading testimony from a medical examiner and limitations on mental health evidence. Michael McGee, the Ramsey County medical examiner, testified in court in an untrustworthy, misleading, and inaccurate manner, and Rodriguez's attorneys did him a disservice by limiting Rodriguez's mental health evaluation, which could have resulted in their client using the insanity defense. On March 14, 2023, prosecutors announced that they would no longer seek the death penalty for Rodriguez, who had been sentenced to life without parole on May 18, 2023. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On a Sunday afternoon in 2000, a tragic event occurred in a peaceful seaside community. A distress call to 911 signaled the start of a story that would captivate a community. A woman's lifeless body was discovered in her cottage, sparking a chain of events that led to a homicide investigation that revealed the truth. Krista Worthington was born on December 23, 1956, in Boston, Massachusetts, to parents Christopher and Gloria. She began her academic journey at Vassar College in Poughkeepsie, New York. Krista was a well-known fashion writer before beginning her writing career, having contributed to publications such as Women's Wear Daily, Harper's Bazaar, Vogue, and the New York Times. Her expertise included co-authoring several fashion books on clothing, scarves, and accessories. Her work took her to New York City, Paris, and London, where she became a respected figure in the fashion world. Krista relocated to Truro, Massachusetts, in 1997, where her well-known New England family owned multiple properties. This marked a shift from the hectic New York lifestyle to a more peaceful and tranquil environment. In addition to her successful career, Krista was a single mother to her daughter, Eva Worthington. On that fateful Sunday, January 6, 2002, a tragic incident occurred in Truro, Massachusetts, when Tim Arnold made a distressing 911 call from his former girlfriend, Krista Worthington's home. He instructed the operator to send someone to 50 Depot Road. "It's Krista Worthington. I'm not sure what happened to her. I believe she fell down or something. I'm certain she's dead." Tim said he went to the Christmas cottage at 4:30 p.m. on that Sunday to return a borrowed flashlight. Tim lived nearby. When he entered the cottage, he made a terrifying discovery. Krista was lying on the hallway floor just off the kitchen with Ava beside her. Tim informed the police that he believed Krista had fallen or been in an accident. Police arrived at the scene and discovered Christina's lifeless body. However, it became clear that her death was not an accident. Krista was discovered naked from the waist down, her legs spread apart, and her body covered in blood, particularly around her torso. Her face was covered in bruises, and she had been stabbed once in the left lung. Investigators searched the cottage and discovered a disturbing scene. The back door from the driveway into the kitchen was open, and signs of forced entry were visible. With damage to the door and deadbolt, there appeared to be a struggle outside the cottage. Krista's car was parked in the driveway. Between the car and the cottage, police discovered several items, including glasses, a barrette, keys, and socks. Drag marks in the dirt on the driveway indicated that Krista had been attacked outside her cottage and then dragged inside. The police discovered Ava's small bloody handprints all over the cottage. Her bloody handprints were discovered on a Disney videotape, and it appeared that Ava had attempted to insert them into the VCR. Her bloody handprints were also on her sippy cup and a box of Cheerios. How long had Eva spent in the cottage with Crystal's body? At that point, the cops had no clue. Krista's body was transported to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy. Traces of dried blood were discovered under her fingernails, as well as small pieces of grass in her hair and pubic area. These findings support the police's belief that the attack took place outside the cottage. The investigation evolved into a homicide case, Truro's first murder in 30 years. Tests revealed the presence of male biological material in Krista's genital area, leading the police to believe she had been raped, with the assumption that the same person who raped her was also her murderer. The focus shifted to finding a DNA match. Establishing a timeline, the police determined that Krista called her babysitter at 8 p.m. on Friday, January 5, because she had a hair appointment scheduled for noon on Saturday, January 5, but did not show up and did not show up, and did not show up and did not provide notice of her absence. This led police to believe that the crime took place between 8 p.m. on Friday and noon on Saturday. The presence of undeliverable newspapers at the bottom of her driveway provided additional support for this time frame. As part of their thorough investigation, the police interviewed people who knew Krista or had been to her home. Investigators approached Tim because he had discovered her. There were also rumors that, despite the end of their relationship, Tim may have desired a more permanent connection. When the police arrived at the cottage, they found Tim's biological material on a blanket covering Krista. Despite his denial of any involvement, the police eventually ruled him out as a suspect. Given Tim's previous romantic relationship with Krista and his time at her cottage, the discovery of his biological material on the blanket was not surprising. Furthermore, forensic analysis revealed that Tim's biological material did not correspond to the biological material discovered on Crystal's body. The investigation into Krista Worthington's murder took a significant turn as police looked into possible connections with people close to her. Tony Jackett, Ava's father, was married and had an extramarital relationship with Krista. When Krista discovered she was pregnant, she urged Tony to tell his wife, Susan. Eventually, Tony told Susan about Ava and the affair. Krista did not insist that Tony leave Susan, but she did ask for his assistance in supporting Ava. They made arrangements for child support, and Tony set aside time to spend with Ava. His wife was very forgiving, and she forgives him and even accepts Ava into her life. Tony and Susan both cooperated with the police, with Tony claiming that he had no intention of harming Krista. Susan confirmed Tony's alibi, stating that he was with her at the time of Crystal's murder. A year after the crime lab performed DNA tests as part of the investigation. Surprisingly, Krista's DNA did not match that of Tim Tony or any of the other individuals previously tested. The case appeared to hit a stumbling block, leaving the possibility that Krista's murderer would escape justice. However, the police persisted, and 3 years after the murder, they took a daring step by requesting voluntary DNA samples from nearly everyone in the neighborhood. This meticulous effort paid off, leading to a breakthrough in the case. The DNA analysis revealed a match. Christopher Chris McCohen, his DNA was discovered in Krista's home and on her genitals during the investigation. Chris worked for a disposal company, and the police discovered that he picked up trash outside the Christmas cottage every Thursday. During the police interview, Chris claimed that he had no acquaintance with Krista. He claimed that they had never had a conversation. However, he mentioned making friendly gestures such as waving while collecting trash. However, as the police investigated further, inconsistencies in Chris's statements became apparent. Despite his initial denial of any interaction with Krista, police discovered his DNA on her body. Faced with this evidence, Chris changed his story, admitting it could have been me, pressed to reveal the truth. Chris started recounting his version of events. According to his revised account, he was heavily intoxicated on Friday night, January, while drinking in the juice bar parking lot with a friend named Jeremy Fraser. Chris claimed to be drunk at the time. He claimed that Jeremy then drove him to the dentist to see the mother of his child, where he stayed for about 40 to 60 minutes before returning to the juice bar. Under continued questioning, Chris eventually admitted to having consensual intimacy with Krista on the night of January. When questioned by the police about how he got to the Christmas cottage, Chris stated that Jeremy drove him there and accompanied him inside. Chris told the police that he and Krista had sexual intercourse in the hallway near the kitchen, where her body was later discovered. He also mentioned the possibility of having sexual relations in the living room at some point. Chris said everything was fine afterward, and he even gave Krista his phone number. However, the situation escalated when Krista became enraged when she saw Jeremy rummaging through her belongings and began screaming at them as they attempted to flee. Chris gave varying accounts of what happened after leaving the cottage with the police. Chris originally claimed that after leaving the cottage, Krista followed them outside and confronted Jeremy in the driveway. Jeremy allegedly responded by punching her repeatedly. When Krista fled into the cottage, Jeremy pursued her and continued the assault with repeated punches. Chris claimed to have been in Jeremy's car at the time of the attack. When Jeremy returned to the car, Chris claimed he told him that Krista was calling the police from inside her cottage. According to Chris, Jeremy then rushed back to the cottage and kicked in the front door. Chris told the police that Jeremy spent about 10 minutes inside, while Chris remained in the car, completely unaware of what was going on. However, when the police expressed doubts, Chris changed his story. He acknowledged that he was not in Jeremy's car during the initial assault. Instead, he actively participated in the altercation. Chris admitted to punching Krista in the face and chest, which caused her to lose consciousness. As she fell, her head struck the gravel driveway with such force that Chris recalls the sound vividly. Despite this, Chris admitted that the brutality did not end there. He told the police that they continued the assault, claiming that we put the boots on her. Later, Chris and Jeremy dragged Krista back into the cottage. Chris, on the other hand, admitted to beating Krista and engaging in sexual activity with her, but he denied killing her. He blamed Jeremy for the fatal act, claiming that he stabbed Krista in the chest with a knife from her own kitchen. When asked about Jeremy's potential contradiction, Chris admitted that if Jeremy could provide an alibi, it would be entirely on me. However, Jeremy told police a different story. He confirmed that he met Chris at the juice bar on Friday night and drove him to Dennis. According to Jeremy, he returned to the juice bar and attended a house party in East Ham with a friend who confirmed his account. Jeremy claimed that Chris was also at the party, but he arrived separately in a different vehicle. He said he stayed at a friend's house that night, and his friend confirmed it. Furthermore, Jeremy's DNA was not found on the Christmas body, so the police leaned toward believing Jeremy's version of events. Chris faced several serious charges, including first-degree murder, aggravated rape, and aggravated burglary. Chris, according to the prosecution, raped, brutally attacked, and stabbed Krista on his own. The court was presented with compelling evidence, including DNA analysis that proved Chris's sexual relationship with Krista. The prosecution emphasized Chris's statements to the police as crucial to their case. According to the prosecution, Chris had been drinking heavily with friends on the Friday night in question, and at some point during the night, he allegedly went to Krista Cottage at 1 because he wanted to have sexual intercourse. The prosecution claimed Chris and Krista were not in a relationship and had never been together before. They claimed that Chris, knowing Krista lived in the cottage with her 2-year-old daughter, went to her house and raped, assaulted, and inflicted a throat wound, resulting in death. The medical examiner testified that Chris's death was caused by a stab wound to the chest. The medical examiner also informed the jury that Krista had contusions in her nose and chest, as well as abrasions on her face, hands, arms, and legs. She also suffered internal hemorrhaging in her skull, which is consistent with a blunt impact. These details provided a bleak picture of a brutal assault. The defense argued that Chris was an innocent man, urging the jury to disregard any statements he made to police because of his low intelligence and vulnerability. Chris's attorneys contended that, due to his limited cognitive abilities, he did not understand the situation following his arrest. They emphasize his use of illegal substances, implying that this made him vulnerable to police manipulation. Chris's attorney, Bob George, emphasized his client's race, class, and intellectual limitations, portraying him as a prime target for law enforcement. Bob argued that the statement should be interpreted as a false confession, accusing the investigation of ignoring certain leads and failing to identify some footprints and palm prints. The defense contested the concept of rape, arguing that any sexual activity could have been consensual. Bob suggested that Chris and Krista may have had a consensual relationship, with the DNA evidence indicating only voluntary sexual contact during Chris' trash collection. Chris did not testify at the trial. The jury convicted Chris of first-degree murder, aggravated rape, and aggravated burglary. Before being sentenced, he addressed the court, expressing sympathy for the victim's family while maintaining his innocence. Despite his plea, Chris received 3 consecutive life sentences with no possibility of parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On Tuesday, January 14, 2014, just before noon, law enforcement officers were dispatched to a residence in Frisco, Texas, USA, to conduct a welfare check on Anna Moses, a 43-year-old woman living independently. Her boyfriend, Michael Stodnick, expressed concern when he couldn't reach her. They were scheduled to meet for a date the night before, but when Michael arrived at Anna's house at 7:30 p.m., it was dark, or the lights were turned off, and her car was not in the driveway. This was unusual because Anna usually left her car in the driveway except for inclement weather, when she parked it in the garage. Michael rang the doorbell, called, and texted, but received no response. Following his initial attempt to contact Anna, Michael drove to a nearby Starbucks and waited 15 minutes. He returned to Anna's house and found no apparent change, so he decided to go home. The next morning, Michael tried again to reach Anna via text messages and phone calls, but received no response. Concerned, he contacted some of her friends, who also reported not hearing from her at 9 a.m. On the morning of January 14, Michael returned to Anna's house and discovered that her trash bins were still at the front, and packages remained unopened on her doorstep. Despite having a house key, Michael refrained from entering because he was unfamiliar with the alarm code. The situation indicated that Anna had not returned home from work on the 13th. Michael contacted the police and requested a welfare check after becoming concerned about Anna's well-being. The police advised him to contact the University of Texas at Dallas Police, which was Anna's last known location. Anna worked as a statistical analyst in the UDA's strategy department and had worked all day on January 13th. Michael went to the campus and spoke with the police, but they did not appear concerned. They only took Anna's disappearance seriously after her boss reported her missing. His boss also informed them that she had not been at work on the morning of January 14. Following this report, a 911 call was placed, prompting the police to arrive, but as residents, nothing seemed out of place. There was no evidence of forced entry. They contacted Anna's son, Igor, who had a key and met them at the house. The alarm was disarmed at 12:05 p.m. According to the alarm log, for the first time since January 13 morning, the question remained, where was Anna? The police searched several rooms and found Anna's lifeless body in the garage, where she had been fatally shot. Despite her death, she remained dressed in her coat and scarf. Surprisingly, nothing seemed to be missing other than her car. Her purse containing money was discovered next to her, and mail was scattered around her. Notably, an empty Taco Bell sack with a quesadilla wrapper was on the ground nearby. Anna had 7 gunshot wounds distributed as follows: 1 in the neck, 2 in the chest, 3 in the back, and 1 that did not break the skin, with the bullet lodged in her clothing. She also had abrasions on her left hand and a minor abrasion on her right hand, which could be the result of a fall or defensive wounds. Surprisingly, the police discovered 11 cartridge cases in the garage, which contradicted the initial count of 7. Interestingly, there were no bullet holes in the garage. This led the police to suspect that the crime scene had been staged to give the appearance of a robbery. Notably, no fingerprints were found on the patio door or the interior garage door. The police believe Anna was murdered on the evening of January 13 as she returned home from her job at the University of Texas at Dallas. The crucial question remains: who is responsible for Anna's murder? The investigation into Anna's death generated more questions than answers. Originally from Russia, she moved to the United States after meeting Robert Moses. Their union led to marriage, and Robert was formally adopted by his son Igor. Initially, the family appeared close-knit, with Robert and Igor having a strong bond. However, as the years passed and Anna gained confidence in her new American life, she began to engage in activities separate from Robert, causing strains in their relationship, and his interactions with other men contributed to the breakdown of her marriage. One of these connections was with Dr. John Wheeler-Kowski, a colleague who would generously provide her with financial assistance when necessary. Anna also spent time with Jerry Casper, a man who shared her passion for opera and musicals. Jerry was so taken with Anna that he dedicated books of poetry to her. Despite this, he claimed there was nothing romantic between him and Anna because he was married. During their investigation, the police spoke with one of Anna's friends, Dr. Jacques, a Christian who worked at the University of Texas at Dallas. Dr. Christian described an incident that occurred on December 15, 2012, between Anna and her ex-husband Robert. According to Dr. Christian, Anna was in great distress and contacted her, claiming that she was trapped inside a closet with her 2 dogs. The police were called, but the incident was reported as an error. Dr. Christian stated that Anna appeared genuinely afraid of Robert, recalling an encounter in which Anna was visibly shaken and expressed concern that he would kill me tonight. Anna and Robert finalized their divorce in March 2013. Despite the separation, Robert remained in the house while Robert moved to a home shared with 3 other divorced men, most notably their son Igor, who maintained close ties with both parents and paid frequent visits to them. Despite their divorce, Robert continued to assist Anna with household repairs as needed. Surprisingly, Anna did not tell any friends or family about her lingering fears about Robert following the divorce. In fact, she appeared content and happy, having found companionship through online dating. Anna had been in a year-long relationship with Michael, whom she met through Match.com. When questioned by the police, Robert gave his version of events on January 13. He claimed to have spent the day watching football at home before visiting Twin Peaks Bar. Surveillance footage confirmed his timeline, with him entering the bar at 7:06 p.m. and leaving at 7:57 p.m. During the questioning, the police discovered a small cut on Robert's right hand, just above the knuckle of his ring finger, with blood seeping through the bandage. Despite this, Robert cooperated with the investigation, providing a DNA sample and allowing the police to search his room. During the search of Robert's belongings, several firearms were discovered, including a Ruger long rifle, a black pocket pistol, and a black Browning buckmark target pistol. However, extensive testing eliminated these firearms as the murder weapon. The day after Anna's body was discovered, her car was found a few blocks away from her home. Upon inspection, the police discovered blood on the driver's seat, as well as muddy footprints on the car's hood and on top of the vehicle. Inside the car, a Red Bull can on the backseat passenger side and a cigarette butt on the floorboard raised suspicions because Anna was not known to smoke or drink energy drinks. The police believed that the blood found in the car was consistent with the type of injury on Robert's right hand. Subsequent DNA testing revealed that the blood in Anna's car matched Robert's DNA sample. When asked about the blood, Robert initially claimed ignorance, saying he couldn't think of a reason for its presence. He later admitted to being in Anna's car on January 28, 2015, explaining that he was fixing a broken water pipe in the garage at the time. Following these findings, Robert was charged with murder. The prosecution built its case on the assertion that Robert was the only person with the motive, means, and opportunity to commit Anna's murder, claiming that everything pointed to him. It points to nowhere else. Their disagreements revolved around the belief that Robert murdered Anna for personal financial gain. The court learned of this on January 13. Anna left for work at 8:23 a.m., as she usually does, and setting the house alarm before she leaves. She spent the day at work, with a tea break around 2 p.m. Alongside Dr. Wheeler-Kowski, Anna finished her workday at 5 p.m., her usual departure time. At 5:02 p.m., video surveillance captured her walking into the parking garage at work. At 5:07 p.m., Anna drove away from the garage, stopping at a Taco Bell drive-thru to buy a chicken quesadilla. Crucially, surveillance near an elementary school near Anna's house captured a car resembling Anna's passing by at 5:44 p.m. This begs the question, if Anna drove home, was someone waiting for her inside the garage? The prosecution's case was heavily based on establishing the timing of Anna's death, which the police claimed occurred between 5:50 p.m. and 5:50 p.m. and 5:55 p.m. Testimonies in court included statements from people who live on the street where Anna's car was discovered. Stephen Brockway testified that on January 14, around 1 p.m., at 1:40 p.m., he and a friend were moving a trailer and there were no cars parked nearby. He returned around 3 p.m. and noticed an SUV parked there. Another neighbor reported seeing a blue Chevrolet truck on the street around 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. Based on this information, the police concluded that Anna's car was most likely left there after 6 p.m. On January 14, it was revealed in court that the police had interviewed the other men in Anna's life. Specifically, Michael and Jerry. Both men willingly provided DNA samples for investigation, but Michael denied possessing any firearms. Jerry, on the other hand, admitted to owning a 9mm Glock and a 2-point target pistol. Although the police did not recover these weapons, the court learned from toll records that Jerry left his Arlington workplace around 5:18 p.m. on January 13 and exited the Renner Road toll booth at 6 p.m. This information, when combined with the police's belief about Anna's death time, suggested that Jerry was not in a position to be responsible for the crime at the time it occurred. These details were presented to the court in order to rule out any other possible suspects. The court was informed that Dr. Wielerkowski had been excluded as a suspect based on toll records confirming he was in Garland Robert on his way home at 5:47 p.m. Furthermore, the type of firearm he owned, a .40 caliber Glock, did not match the gun used to kill Anna. DNA testing of the Red Bull can and cigarette butt found in Anna's car revealed that the DNA belonged to an unknown male. Despite entering the profile into the combined DNA index system, there were no matches. The prosecution emphasized the financial motive, claiming that Robert stood to benefit financially from Anna's death. A review of his financial records revealed that several credit cards were nearly maxed out. During police interviews, Robert allegedly expressed a strong interest in Anna's finances. Michael informed the police that shortly after Anna's death, Robert inquired about her financial situation and approached Anna's mother to inquire about the location of Anna's jewelry. Dr. Christian testified that she overheard Robert saying that it would be beneficial if he lived in Anna's house to avoid the cost of maintaining two homes. Tatiana Heber, another Anna friend, described Robert as a businessman who was interested in Anna's bank accounts, passwords, and other documents. The court learned that Frank Shuvra, Anna's independent executor, advised Igor to set up a trust, but Robert told him to deposit the money in a bank account. Instead, Igor was named the beneficiary of Anna's $750,000 life insurance policy. On February 4, 2015, Anna's estate deposited $25,000 into Robert and Igor's joint bank account. Igor claimed that the money was used to pay off the car he was driving, which Robert had previously owned and had since transferred to Igor. The proceeds were also used to pay off Anna's mortgage. The defense claimed that in their focus on Robert, the police failed to thoroughly investigate other men in Anna's life. They stated that the items discovered in Anna's car, as well as the footprints, did not match Robert's DNA, and that the weapon used to murder Anna had yet to be found. In Robert's defense, it was argued that he was not financially impacted by Anna's death. Robert claimed that his move into Anna's house was solely to assist Igor, who was the beneficiary of his life insurance. Igor supported this claim, testifying that Robert's decision to move in was his own, motivated by a desire for assistance in managing bills and household responsibilities. The trial revealed that Anna took excellent care of Igor, doing everything for him, so it was not uncommon for him to seek assistance with bill payment. Igor testified about the blood stain discovered in Anna's car, claiming that it had been there for years and was not a new or fresh stain. The defense also questioned the accuracy of the time of death. The medical examiner stated during the trial that Anna's stomach contents had been nearly completely digested. The defense argued that if she had eaten the quesadilla and died before 6 p.m., there would have been more identifiable food remnants in her stomach. This raises the possibility that she was murdered later, providing an alibi for Robert and some of Anna's other male acquaintances. Despite the defense's arguments, a Collin County jury found Robert Arthur Moses guilty of first-degree murder of his ex-wife Anna over finances and their relationship in late 2016, sentencing him to life in prison after more than 8 hours of deliberation. In court, prosecutors referred to the then 64-year-old as a calculating killer, claiming that Anna, 43, was targeted and ambushed at the time she died. She was shot in her prime, and no one should ever fear him again. Following his conviction, he filed an appeal to challenge the court's decision. Robert's appeal focused on a lack of evidence, claiming that the conviction was based solely on conjecture and speculation. The appeal centered on specific pieces of evidence, including the chicken quesadilla from Taco Bell and the unexplained large sum of money in Anna's savings account at the time of her death. Concerning the chicken quest idea, the appeal focused on Dr. Williams' testimony, which challenged the established time of Anna's death. Dr. Rohor acknowledged that if Anna had eaten a chicken quesadilla on her way home at 5:45 p.m., it is reasonable to expect the stomach contents to be partially digested after being shot 10 minutes later. However, he testified that he could not recognize any type of food in Anna's stomach contents, casting doubt on the timeline's accuracy. The appeal argued that the uncertainty about the digestion of the chicken quesadilla calls into question the accuracy of Anna's time of death, implying that she was killed after 7 p.m. Is true, this assertion would provide an alibi for Robert, who was reportedly at the Twin Peaks bar at the time. Furthermore, the appeal highlighted Anna's substantial savings account, emphasizing the significant increase in funds over a 23-month period, despite the fact that her spending records showed she spent the majority of her income. The appeal faulted the police for failing to investigate the source of the funds. However, the state appeals court rejected Robert's arguments regarding the quesadilla. The court stated that no one knew what happened to it, or if Anna consumed it. Regarding Anna's savings, the court noted that prosecutors brought it up during the trial, claiming that some of the money came from a former romantic interest who wanted to help Anna. Despite the appeal, the court upheld Robert's conviction, and he is still incarcerated. The rejection of the appeal upholds the previous judgment and preserves the trial outcome. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story revolves around a monstrous tragedy that led to the death of an elderly couple right in the backyard of their own home, becoming one of the most sensational incidents ever to occur in Palm Beach County, Florida. The public and media were deeply stirred by what had happened when the police arrived at the crime scene. They were shocked by what they saw, and although the perpetrator was caught red-handed, they still haven't faced appropriate punishment. Austin Haroff was born on December 21, 1996, into a family of medical professionals. His father was a dentist and his mother was a pharmacist. They lived in their own house in a prestigious area in Palm Beach County, Florida. In 2010, when Austin was 13 years old, his parents divorced, and soon after each of them found a new partner. Austin and his sister Haley, who was a year younger, stayed with their mother and her new husband while their father moved nearby with his new partner. Despite the divorce, the families maintained an amicable relationship, and the children quickly adapted to the new circumstances. At school, Austin performed well academically, excelling in all subjects, and he was involved in wrestling given his robust build and tall stature. He also played American football for the school team, despite participating in such intense sports that required roughness and aggression. Austin was a very kind and empathetic guy, earning him the nickname Happy Boy. His coaches even tried to rile him up a bit to channel his energy on the football field in his senior years. Austin received an invitation to a 4-year premed program at a university because he wanted to pursue a career in Medici, following in the footsteps his parents. In his first year, everything seemed to be going more than well for Austin. He excelled in his studies, worked as a dental assistant, started bodybuilding, and began dating a girl. However, despite his successes, he encountered serious psychological difficulties that became increasingly challenging for him to handle. Austin felt that due to his shyness and lack of self-assurance, his peers didn't take him seriously. He began experiencing more frequent bouts of depression, noticing confusion in his thoughts, and experiencing sleep disturbances. Sleeping only 2 hours a night and seeing images of monsters and demon-like figures upon waking up, he also developed a fear of darkness. Austin started believing that he was chosen by higher powers to fight evil. Superpowers at times. He even felt he was half human and half animal. Due to constant stress, Austin began abusing alcohol and illicit substances, becoming nervous, irritable, and plagued by intrusive thoughts. At this time, his internet searches included queries such as how to tell if you're going crazy and think you're going crazy. A beginner's guide to psychosis. When Austin came home to Florida for vacation, his close relatives immediately noticed something was off with him. He moved from his room to the garage, explaining that he was scared to sleep in the house, claiming it was inhabited by evil forces and ghosts. Instead of sleeping, he patrolled the house at night, checking rooms, and every 2 hours he loudly knocked on family members' bedroom doors, proclaiming he was protecting them from demons in the house. His parents were genuinely concerned about his condition, but instead of seeking medical help, they simply locked themselves inside at night to prevent Austin from entering their rooms. His behavior became increasingly bizarre. His mood swung sharply. Sometimes he was kind and sweet, then suddenly turned angry and aggressive. He would wear warm clothes in the heat, refusing to take them off all day, engaged in strange conversations with friends about his immortality, and once to prove this, he dashed onto a busy highway during a walk. His sister miraculously pulled him back onto the sidewalk, Just in time, his mother started suspecting him of taking illegal substances, and when she directly confronted him about it, he denied everything, insisting he led a healthy lifestyle. On the evening of August 15, 2016, Austin, his sister, and her friend were having dinner at a restaurant with their father and his spouse around 7:45 p.m. Austin began behaving very strangely. He would abruptly get up from the table and walk outside, only to return almost immediately. This happened several times until after some time he got up again and left without saying a word to anyone. Eventually, Austin returned to the restaurant and sat back at the table with the same group. At some point, an argument broke out between the father and son, and forcefully pushing his father away, Austin abruptly stood up and headed for the exit. His sister and her friend tried to catch up with Austin, but when they followed him outside, they couldn't find him. Austin's father called the police, explained the situation, and asked for their help in finding him. That same evening, a call for help was made to the 911 service by Jeff Pfizer, reporting an attack by an unknown young man on him and his neighbors Michelle Mishkin and John Stevens. The police arrived at the scene within minutes, their sirens blaring as they pulled up close to the cars parked at the Stevens home. Officer Kristen was the first to step out of the car and circle around them, freezing in shock. Sheriff's Deputy Dan attempted to approach the cars from another angle but found it impossible due to the ground being covered in blood. Following Kristen around the cars and coming up close to her, he saw a person lying on the ground with arms split out, eyes open and softly pleading for help. That person was John Stevens, and on top of him, gripping him in a deadly hold, lay the young man who was attempting to bite his victim's face. It was clear that the attacker's actions were threatening and immediate action was necessary to free the victim. However, Kristen couldn't use her weapon for fear of hitting John Stevens, who was beneath the assailant. Therefore, the officer used a stun gun on the young man, but it proved ineffective as the attacker seemed oblivious and continued tearing flesh from the victim's body. Police officers attempted to pry Austin off John, striking him on the torso, yet he was unresponsive and continued to grip the victim's body tightly. Soon, a group of officers with service dogs arrived. One of the dogs lunged at the attacker, seizing his right arm, but the young man, seemingly impervious to pain, wrenched it free, sustaining a deep laceration in the process. It was only on the third attempt that the dog managed to pull the assailant away from the victim, and the officer flipped him onto his back. Subsequently, it took the assistance of 2 more officers to handcuff him. After this, the police began examining the crime scene and discovered Michelle, who had already passed away. Apart from John Stevens, who was still alive at the time they found her deceased, having succumbed to injuries inflicted by a blunt object. Later, John was transported to the hospital where he passed away. He had numerous stab wounds, but the primary cause of blood loss was from facial injuries. The police began investigating the circumstances leading to the tragedy. They examined the crime scene, and before taking the injured Jeff Fisher, who had called the police and was also the victim of the attack, to the hospital, they interviewed him. Jeff recounted that it was late in the evening, and he was preparing to go to bed when he heard strange noises coming from the lawn of his neighbors across the street. Through an open window, he heard a woman's heart-wrenching scream, got dressed, and rushed outside. Shortly before this, 53-year-old Michelle Mishkin was sitting on her open terrace facing the street watching TV, while her 59-year-old husband John Stevens was out walking the dog. As Jeff dashed out of his house, he headed straight for the neighbor's house. Approaching closer, he saw a fairly large-built young man banging on the door of a car parked on the driveway. On the open terrace, the neighbor witnessed Michelle standing opposite the assailant, frozen in horror. At that moment, the young man grabbed the woman, threw her to the ground, and began kicking her. Jeff ran up close to the attacker, attempting to push him away from the woman, but at the last moment, the assailant evaded the attempt and struck Jeff in the face. Despite this, Jeff managed to stay on his feet and struck the attacker, causing him to fall to the ground, injuring his face and drawing blood. As he got up, enraged by the pain, the attacker pulled out a knife and stabbed Jeff. Altogether, the assailant stabbed Jeff. Wounded, Jeff decided to distract the attacker by running as fast as he could back to his own house, thinking the attacker would follow him. Once inside, Jeff locked all the doors and called the police, hoping he had momentarily diverted the attacker's attention from Michelle. Jeff waited for the police to arrive, listening to the sounds coming from the street. However, the only thing he could hear were sounds resembling growls and grunts of some animals. Soon, the police identified him as none other than 19-year-old Austin Harov. After leaving the restaurant, he walked about 4 miles and attacked Michelle Mishkin, who was at that moment on the open terrace of her house. Detectives speculated that at the moment when the neighbor ran to call the police, Michelle's husband John Stevens returned from walking the dog, and upon Seeing the attacker tried to save his wife but became a victim himself after the police subdued Austin, he suddenly lost consciousness and was rushed to the hospital where he slipped into a coma for 11 days. Doctors suspected he might have ingested certain chemicals affecting his body, but toxicology tests on his blood found nothing. 2 months later, he was discharged from the hospital and placed in custody pending investigation. During questioning, Austin's statements were incoherent. He sometimes claimed he couldn't remember anything from that night, while at other times he rambled about seeing zombies on the road and using a knife in self-defense. He mentioned constant hallucinations of ghosts, demons, and voices in his head. A psychiatric evaluation determined that Austin was in a severe psychotic state during and after the attack. Forensic psychiatrist Dr. Philip Resnick at the University Hospitals of Cleveland and Ohio confirmed that Austin Heroux suffers from bipolar disorder, acute manic episodes with psychotic symptoms, and clinical manifestations of lycanthropy, also known as werewolf syndrome, while in prison. Austin gave an interview to TV host Phil McGraw, better known as Dr. Phil, expressing deep remorse for the incident. He cried and expressed regret for taking the lives of 2 innocent people, hoping the victims' families could forgive him. Austin faced charges of first-degree murder in the deaths of Michelle Mishkin and John Stevens, as well as attempted first-degree murder for the attack on Jeff Fisher. A trial was anticipated, but a judge decided to place him in a psychiatric facility until medical professionals determined he was no longer a threat to society. The decision shocked the public and the victims' families, as they hoped Austin Heroux would soon face legal accountability. Yet the judge's ruling delayed the judicial process until it was determined that Austin was not a danger to society. Only 3 years after the incident, on November 6, 2019, a hearing in the case of the murders of Michelle Mishkin and John Stevens took place. Austin Harov, who had been under forced treatment for schizophrenia, appeared. Surprisingly, the court couldn't reach a final decision on his guilt, and he remains in prison awaiting the next hearing. Austin's father, Wade Heroux, shared that a few days before the incident, his son had been behaving strangely and talking about being pursued by demons. Wade concluded that his son likely suffered from an inherited mental illness, as they had relatives who struggled with schizophrenia. Perhaps, if the family had sought qualified medical help in time, such a heinous crime might not have occurred. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The Amato family case illustrates how obsession can transform a quiet person into a monster. Like many serious addictions, which can be compared to severe illnesses with psychological, biological, or social underpinnings, this case involves a destructive habit, such as an urge for alcohol, prohibited substances, gambling, or an obsessive need for a specific activity or interaction with a specific person or group. It is tragic when addiction affects not only the individual but also their loved ones who sincerely want to help. The once prosperous and happy Amato family faced a dilemma head-on. Because all of the family members were healthcare professionals, they felt confident that they could handle the situation on their own. It was too late for them to realize how serious the situation was. This isn't a story about addiction, but of a young man's intense obsession with a woman he'd never met. His addiction to illegal substances, combined with a pathological proclivity for theft, exacerbated the situation. The situation devolved into a horrific outcome. Let's look into this case to see if there was a way to change the course of events and avoid the tragedy. On January 25, 2019, a concerned man called Seminole County Police in Florida. He reported that his close friend and colleague, Nurse Cody Amato, failed to show up for his shift at the hospital, which was highly unusual for him. The day before, Cody had left work about 15 minutes early due to urgent family matters at home, leaving so quickly that he forgot to collect his pay for the day. Attempts to reach Cody, 31, by phone were unsuccessful. He was simply not responding. Cody's girlfriend, with whom he had recently lived, stated that he went to his parents' house the day before at his father's request but never returned to her place, and she, too, was unable to contact him. All of these signs triggered alarming thoughts, prompting the dispatch of police officers to the specified address. The Amato family home, located in a suburb of Orlando, had a large adjoining area with a stable and a horse walking area. Cody's car was parked in the driveway, and lights were turned on in several rooms of the home. At first glance, everything appeared normal. There were no signs of forced entry or struggle, and the doors and windows were intact. When the sheriff's deputy knocked, there was no answer, and calls to the landline went unanswered. The police then requested permission to enter and, once granted, cautiously unlocked the back door with a knife to slide the bolt. Inside, an eerie silence filled the lit room, implying that someone was present. Indeed, the homeowners were present. The officers found the lifeless body of 59-year-old family patriarch Chad Amato on the kitchen floor in a pool of his own blood, with close-range gunshot wounds to the chest. Cody was then found curled up on the staircase opposite the main entrance, dead in a large pool of blood. Finally, they discovered 61-year-old Margaret Amato sitting at her computer in the home office. At first glance, she appeared to be sleeping with her head resting on her arm, if not for the blood splatters on the monitor and the large spreading stain beneath her head. The murder weapon, an Iowa Jericho 941 pistol discovered next to Cody's body, were later determined by forensic experts to have his fingerprints, with no signs of breaking or external presence, and no items missing from the home. Cody appeared to have ended their lives and then shot himself in the chest, possibly as a result of a family dispute. However, smeared blood on the front door indicated that it was locked by someone leaving the house following the incident, implying that the perpetrator was not one of the deceased family members. Few people questioned the likely suspect. Those who knew or were connected to the Amato family mentioned their youngest son, Grant, who had gone missing since that evening. His car, a white Honda, and some personal belongings, including a laptop from Grant's room, were missing, implying that the owner had taken them. Grant was declared a person of interest, and a search was launched for his whereabouts. What is known about the Amato family? Margaret Ann Amato, née Wade, and Chad Robert Amato got married in the mid-1980s. Margaret, your senior Chad, was already raising a 3-year-old son named Jason from a previous marriage. Chad was undeterred by her having a child. Instead, he was prepared to raise Jason as his own. In 1988, on May 20th, 1989, the couple welcomed their first child, Cody, followed by their youngest son, Grant Tiernan Amato. The brothers had a close relationship since childhood. They grew up in a wealthy family and rarely faced denials. To earn certain privileges, they had to follow family rules, perform well in school, assist with household chores, and demonstrate good behavior. They strived to be the pride and support of their parents. Both parents had advanced degrees in healthcare. Margaret was a senior operational manager at a prestigious private clinic. Chad began his career as a clinical pharmacist but later specialized in software. The family was quite wealthy, living in a large suburban home and raising their own stable-bred, thoroughbred racehorses as a hobby. Jason left home at the age of 18, went to university, and began his own life. He married, raised a family, and relocated to another state while maintaining close ties with his parents and younger brothers. Cody and Grant were almost inseparable. They went to the same school, played on the same sports team, and spent weekends at the shooting range with their father. The Amatos had an impressive firearm collection, including rare pieces that were only accessible to the family patriarch due to safety concerns. Grant, the family's youngest son, received the majority of everyone's attention and admiration, as is customary. As a child, he was frail and sickly, so everyone tried to show him love and care. He grew up to be a modest and shy boy who struggled to connect with his peers and relied solely on his brothers for friendship. Grant became especially close to Cody after their eldest brother, Jason, grew up and left the house. Following high school, the brothers pursued medical degrees together and eventually became anesthesiologists. Cody excelled in his studies, becoming the top student in his class, whereas Grant struggled and received low grades. Nonetheless, both were able to find jobs in their field at a hospital. Cody built a reputation as a dependable professional, but Grant was prone to making mistakes and needed his work double-checked. Grant's hospital career came to an abrupt end in the summer of 2018 when he was caught stealing strictly controlled sedatives that caused euphoria and hallucinations and were rarely used for anesthesia. The discovery prompted police action, and Grant was arrested. During interrogation, he admitted to the theft, claiming that he gave the drugs to patients who, in his opinion, were undertreated. Many people believed Grant was using or selling drugs illegally. Even though there was no direct evidence, he was immediately suspended and later fired. His criminal case for theft was eventually dismissed, reportedly due to parental intervention. He was unemployed and relied heavily on the internet, After losing his job, the 29-year-old man, who was already a loner, became even more isolated. He spent weeks indoors glued to his computer, primarily browsing adult websites. Grant had no girlfriends and struggled with social interactions with women, making him feel inadequate. He watched adult content and frequently interacted with webcam models on specialized platforms, attempting to fill the void of an absent personal life. This private interaction, of course, cost money. Grant could easily access funds from his parents' and older brother's accounts for these activities. This obsession quickly developed into an addiction, exacerbated by irregular alcohol consumption. But Grant seemed content with his lifestyle, relying on his family and spending their money without contributing anything in return. Eventually, his father issued an ultimatum: find a job soon or leave home and lose all financial support from his family. Grant promised his father that he would resolve the issue, but he had no intention of seeking employment. He stated that he would become a streamer, earning money by broadcasting video games. His parents, seeing this as preferable to nothing, agreed to set up a streaming station for him. Once everything was in place, Grant pretended to be streaming, requesting privacy. But in reality, he was locked in his room, indulging in his favorite pastime, browsing adult-only websites while on a trip to Japan. Cody took a vacation from work in August 2018 and decided to travel around the world for a change of scenery, with the goal of visiting Johan. He invited his younger brother Grant and his best friend Jeremy. Cody and Jeremy had saved up for the trip on their own. Grant's vacation was funded by their parents. However, instead of giving the money directly to Grant, they delegated it to Cody, who was more responsible. Grant appeared disengaged throughout the trip, which lasted nearly 2 weeks. He showed little interest in tours or landmarks, instead focusing on his smartphone screen. He often stayed at the hotel and used his brother's laptop. On the day the group visited Lake Kawaguchi near Mount Fuji, Jeremy accidentally left his credit card in their hotel room. Seizing the opportunity, he hacked into Jeremy's account and withdrew thousands of dollars, which he spent entirely on private sessions with his favorite webcam model. Jeremy discovered the theft later but had initially suspected fraud. He was unable to identify the perpetrator and continued to investigate the incident after returning home, unaware that Grant was involved. Sylvia releases his lava. Now, Sylvie, let's get to the most intriguing part: the identity of the mysterious webcam model. Grant became obsessed with a website where Grant paid for private online interactions with various women. He met the stunning Sylvia and expresses his love for Ova from Bulgaria. Also known as Sylvie, she captivated him with her striking appearance, confidence, charisma, and passion. Sylvie made Grant feel special, loved, desired, and distinctive. He began to believe that her feelings for him were genuine and that they could form a real relationship. Brand was convinced they were in a relationship, and he needed to separate this fiery brunette from her other admirers. He spent hours and thousands of dollars every day to make sure she didn't have time for other men. Grant also showered her with gifts such as expensive lingerie and jewelry, which she wore during their video calls. Desperate to impress Sylvie Grant, she constantly made up stories, losing touch with reality. He claimed to live alone in a large house, own a profitable business, and could afford to lavish her with money. He supported his claims with money transfers, initially sending a couple of $1,000, $10,000, and even $100,000 as birthday gifts. Naturally, his parents were aware of his lavish spending because he was using their accounts. At first, he explained that it was an investment in his own online project to build an audience. However, Chad and Margaret soon realized their son was lying. A scandal escaped the rehab clinic, and a serious family feud broke out at home. The patriarch demanded that the youngest son pack his belongings and leave right away, but his mother and Cody stood up for him. The family recognized Grant's severe internet addiction. However, they were perplexed as to how he had spent nearly $200,000 from their accounts. A thorough search of his room revealed vials containing potent substances. Grant explained that he used them to avoid going insane. The parents announced that they would deactivate his accounts and send him to mandatory drug and internet addiction treatment. Grant responded by declaring that he was tired of everything and wanted to end his life. He then dashed out of the house, jumped into his car, and drove off at high speed in an unknown direction. Later, it was discovered that Grant had gone to his aunt and uncle's house, crashed through their fence, and hit the garage wall. Knowing about the turmoil in the Tomato family, his relatives sympathized with him and offered him a place to stay until things settled. He readily agreed, but the next day he robbed his kind-hearted relatives, taking thousands of dollars from their accounts to pay for interactions with Sylvie. When Grant's aunt and parents met, they asked her not to contact the police, promising to resolve the situation and return the stolen money. That same day, Chad personally went to their house and took Grant, who desperately needed help. Chad, Margaret, and Cody realized that reasoning with him was pointless, and if he left home, he was likely to commit theft again. They then presented the Grant with a different ultimatum: either go to a rehabilitation clinic for addiction treatment or face jail time for theft. Grant reluctantly agreed to enter the clinic, where he would spend 2 months free from temptation. He was admitted to the medical institution near the end of December 2018, a grown man's little secret. While Grant was in treatment, his parents checked his computer and discovered that he was spending thousands of dollars each day from their family accounts. They discovered the profile of Sylvie, the woman who had a profound impact on their son. After reviewing their correspondence and discovering hundreds of recordings of their intimate private online interactions, which were treasured and frequently revisited, the comatose decided to inform Sylvie that her admirer, who had showered her with money and gifts, was not a businessman but an ordinary unemployed man suffering from drug and internet addictions. They also stated that the funds transferred to her were stolen, potentially exposing him to criminal charges. However, Sylvie remained unconcerned for her. It was simply a job, and she had no intention of returning the money. Grant abruptly returned home on January 5, 2019, only a few weeks into his treatment, having completed less than a quarter of the required rehabilitation program. He had fled the clinic, where he was known for his complete lack of cooperation. Grant tearfully promised to change his life and find work, but he threatened to commit suicide if forced to return to the rehab facility. His parents agreed but imposed strict rules. Grant was prohibited from using the computer. He had to adhere to a strict schedule, and all of his earnings were closely monitored. He was also given a part-time job at a local grocery warehouse. For about 3 weeks, Grant appeared to comply, leading his parents to believe he had matured and overcome his addictions. However, everything changed on Thursday, January 24, 2019, when Grant persuaded his mother to let him use the laptop briefly to check his email and post his resume on the internet. He hopes to find a more challenging job than his current warehouse position. Margaret trusted her son and let him use the laptop, making a fatal mistake. Naturally, Grant attempted to contact Sylvie, only to discover that his parents had already written to her, revealing the truth about him. He saw it as a betrayal. Furthermore, his parents had humiliated him in front of the only woman he loved, and they had to pay the consequences. The brutal dismantling of the family. Remember the previously mentioned home firearms collection? Chad had kept it in a large, special safe with a key he didn't trust. However, Grant was aware of another gun stored in his parents' bedroom, which his father always kept loaded, and he chose to use it. His mother was working on the computer in the home office when her youngest son quietly approached her from behind and shot her in the back of the head. Her body position indicated that she did not have time to turn around or understand what was going on. Next came his father, who was about to return home from work. Chad was confronted with Grant as soon as he entered the kitchen and was shot twice in the chest. Grant tensely considered his next move, devising an even more monstrous strategy. He decided to frame his own brother Cody, the only person who had ever defended him, assisted him, and been his best friend. Cody had already moved out of the family home and was living separately with his girlfriend. To bring Cody home, Grant used his now deceased father's phone to send several messages requesting that he return immediately, because something terrible had occurred. He didn't elaborate, knowing that this information would be enough to make his brother rush home from work. The Grant calculation was correct, and Cody did arrive, even leaving work early. When he entered the house, he only made it to the bottom of the second-floor staircase before being shot and collapsing. Cody did not die instantly. He had time to recognize the horror of the situation but was powerless to change it. After killing his family, Grant wiped his fingerprints off the pistol, placed it in his brother's hand to leave his prints, and then left it next to the body, making it appear as if Cody had shot their parents and then himself. The killer spent the rest of the evening calmly packing his belongings, downloading video files of his conversations with Sylvie from the computer, and even texting her. After completing his tasks, he loaded his belongings into the car and drove away. Arrest and trial. It took police just over a day to find and arrest Grant, who who was hiding in a small roadside motel in Orange County. He was not surprised, rather disappointed that he had been discovered so quickly, but he vehemently denied any guilt. During his interrogation at the station, he told unbelievable stories about his father's extreme cruelty, alleging mistreatment of his mother and brother. Grant also discussed his father's attempts to separate him from his beloved girlfriend Sylvie, with whom he claimed to share true and pure love, following the events at their family home on the evening of January 24, 2019. His account was unclear and inconsistent. He suggested that his father and brother got into a fight. Cody grabbed a gun and killed Chad, with Margaret being an unintentional victim. Grant claimed he could only guess the chronology of these horrific events because he was not a witness, and that he spent the night in his car with his belongings after his father kicked him out. In the morning, he claimed he simply drove away, unaware of the tragedy that had occurred at home. His story seemed disjointed and unbelievable, and the evidence indirectly pointed to him as the sole perpetrator. As a result, Grant was arrested as the prime suspect in his family's triple homicide. He was held on a $750,000 bond and was unable to post it, so he remained in custody awaiting trial. The trial began on July 15, 2019. Notably, almost all of the witnesses in court testified against Grant, including his older brother Jason, relatives, and Cody's friend Jeremy, from whom Grant stole money during their trip to Japan. Those who knew the defendant personally described him as a pathological thief, a liar, and someone who struggled with addictions. The main evidence against Grant was a large bank transfer from Chad's account to his younger sons. This transaction took place late at night, when all family members had already died. To confirm the transaction, the defendant used his deceased father's finger as identification. The prosecution advocated for the death penalty, while Grant's defense claimed that he was ill and needed treatment. The final verdict was issued on August 12, 2019. Amato, 30, was convicted of first-degree triple homicide and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today's story is a retelling of the biblical story of the first crime on earth, as recorded in the book of Genesis, in which Cain rose up against his brother Abel and murdered him. This occurred after Cain sacrificed the earth's fruits to the Almighty, as did Abel, the firstborn lambs. To the older man's disappointment, God accepted the younger man's sacrifice while rejecting his gifts, motivated by selfish jealousy. Cain summoned Abel to the field, where he committed suicide. Unfortunately, even in the modern world, unhealthy jealousy can lead to the older brother killing the younger one. Donna and Samuel Eckerd's family endured a difficult time at the end of June 2010. Their 19-year-old son, Sean, went missing. Sean had a fight with his older brother Stanley the night before and slammed the door when he left. Sean had never before allowed himself to leave the house for an extended period of time without calling or informing his mother. Late that night, the entire family was concerned about the young man's disappearance. However, the official search for the boy did not begin until 24 hours later. A missing person discovered that photos of a smiling, blonde-haired Sean were posted at all supermarkets and on the streets. However, after 2 days of searching, there were no results. The police held their hands up in the air as they searched for more than 2 days. Sean Paul Eckerd was officially missing. Relatives, acquaintances, and a few friends formed a group of activists who combed local establishments day and night, interviewed random passersby, and minute by minute reconstructed the guy's route that night. Without pausing the search, the police began to delve deeper into the Eckerd family's habits and rhythms in order to piece together the events leading up to Sean's disappearance. Donna and Sam Eckerd, married with a history of familial relationships. They had 6 adult children from their previous marriages, following difficulties and setbacks in their early unions. They found comfort in each other's company and settled in San Diego, California. They rented a large family home and went to the local church every weekend. The family was devout and led a quiet, unsociable life. A few years after moving in, the family welcomed a son, Stanley, and 2 years later, a second son, Sean. They both attended a good local school, and every weekend the entire family participated in church activities. The oldest children, having reached adulthood, flew away from their parents' nests across the continent to start their own families. But the Eckards were friendly. They kept in touch, called each other frequently, and spent all family holidays together. Sean was a simple, fun-loving boy. His bright appearance, charisma, and insight drew people to him like magnets. He could listen and empathize, so he made friends easily. Stanley, on the other hand, had a more reserved personality and was cautious of everything. He was aware that he was shy, so interacting with others was much more difficult for him than for his brother. They shared a common group of friends and classmates. Despite their age difference, the brothers were like one, helping and looking out for each other. The boys developed good manners and excelled in school. They were always trusting and friendly with one another. Their parents laughed when they made jokes about each other. The family valued respect above all else. Donna and Samuel raised their children with a strong faith in God, and according to God's laws, the Eckard family's life unfolded in its own unique way. The brothers' interests diverged significantly as they grew older. Sean, the youngest, participated in a music band, while Stanley, the eldest, became interested in martial arts. Each young boy's life was full of vivid memories and emotions that he shared with his family in the evenings. Sean was always first. When the family gathered before dinner to share their day's emotions, he spent the majority of the time telling stories about music, friends, and upcoming plans. Everyone listened to Sean. There was no time for Stanley, and it didn't appear that he had much to say. There are no grand plans for the future. There are no exciting stories to highlight, not even those of friends. So, Stanley humbly forwarded his brother's stories. On one such evening, Sean informed his family that he had met a neighbor girl named Mary Jane. A fragile young girl with bright brown eyes and long blonde hair put Sean in a trance. Through the open window of the girl's home, he heard a magical piano playing, as if mesmerizing. Sean's confidence in his own charm enabled him to walk out of such a funny situation with dignity and meet the girl he liked. Despite the fact that she was a few years older than Sean, they maintained a friendly relationship. The company's soul shone through, and they organized picnics to which Mary Jane was invited. They walked a lot, went to parks, and visited observation decks. The burgeoning adolescent love affair was cut short by the harsh realities of adulthood. The Eckards were devastated to learn of Donna's elderly mother, Sean, and Stanley's grandmother's illness. In search of prosperity, parents attempted to consider the interests of each family member. However, the decision makes a fundamental change in the life of the entire family. Sean did not want to leave his native land, his friends, or his mother, Mary Jane. But the parents' decision had already been made. The Eckards leave the city where their children were born and raised and relocate to another state. So, as fate would have it, the Eckard family moves into Donna's mother's house in the small town of Spring Hill, Florida, in 2005, and begins a new life. The move was a breath of fresh air for the entire family because it was the correct decision. Sean and Stanley's grandmother was on the mend. Sean was heartbroken. He missed his band, which he used to play on walks with Mary Jane and during hangouts in his favorite city. But Sean, who loves life, can't stay sad for long, and eventually, a new life becomes as full as the one he missed. Donna and Samuel landed a job at the Presbyterian church, where they spent almost all of their time. Donna looked after the children in the nursery, while Samuel helped with the chapel. Over time, the brothers rekindle their bond and make new friends at school. Old life appears to be resurrected in a new environment. Sean participates in the school band again. Stanley goes to a martial arts school that is just a few blocks from their new home. Despite his new busy lifestyle, Sean can't stop thinking about Mary Jane. Every night after class, he locks himself in his room and talks on the phone for hours. The goodbyes are the same, with Sean saying he hopes to meet again. He always promises to come to see her after he gets his parents' permission. The younger brother, on the other hand, grew and held his first love close to his heart. The elder Stanley attempted to establish himself in the family in his own way. Stanley, despite his quiet and calm demeanor, appeared to be deprived of parental warmth and attention, in pursuit of self-expression. He makes a series of bad decisions that have serious consequences for the entire family. In May 2006, he tells his parents that he plans to drop out of school and devote his life to studying martial arts and starting a martial arts club. However, youthful maximalism leads the guy into bad company, where he begins to engage in petty fraud and experiment with illegal drugs. In 2007, Stanley's arrest resulted from dysfunctional connections. He was caught stealing and charged with felony fraud offenses. Donna suffers her first major setback when she learns of her elder son's antics. She ends up in the hospital with a heart attack, but the situation is quickly resolved thanks to the services of a lawyer hired by Jennifer's sister. He skillfully defends Stanley, demonstrating the lack of direct evidence, allowing the man to go free with only a suspended sentence. This episode terrified Stanley. He feels guilty and isolates himself in the hopes of being understood and accepted by his family. Sean does not discuss his decisions with his parents after surviving the frightening events that occurred to Stanley. During his summer vacation, he works as a waiter. "I've saved up some money." He only leaves a note for his mother, telling her to go to California for Mary Jane. The 2-day bus ride to his beloved felt like an eternity. The scenery changed outside the window. Tonight, the day changed. Sean imagined seeing Mary Jane at the final station. When the driver announced the final stop, the bus came to a stop. Sean was ready to run to her, because he'd seen her happy face through the window and her long hair, which she was tucking behind her ears with her fingers. They had shared some of their happiest days together. They'd had picnics, just as they had in his best high school years. Sean had confessed his desire to marry for the first time, and the feeling was mutual. After another walk, the youth sat down on a bench. Sean felt faint. His eyes turned black. Sean was admitted to the hospital after falling unconscious. The young boy was fading like a match in a matter of days. Mary Jane contacted Sean's sister, and Jennifer flew to California, where doctors determined what was causing a strong and sturdy man to fade so quickly. Tick-borne encephalitis begins suddenly and quickly, causing a variety of complications, including brain inflammation. A difficult struggle for Sean's life and health began. Doctors fought for the boy's life for a long time, more than a month in a coma, and 6 months of rehabilitation enabled him to return from the other side of the world. Sean struggled to recover for quite some time. An ordinary tick bite on a summer walk resulted in a serious injury for him. Jennifer returned her brother to Florida, where he underwent therapy and a long recovery. Mary Jane was left waiting. Again, the lovers' only means of communication was the telephone. A slew of problems and unexpected illnesses brought the Eckerd family together. Donna does everything she can to completely free her beloved son Sean from the effects of a serious illness. She closely monitors his diet and exercise. Such attentive care leads to Sean's complete recovery, as well as Stanley's inner resentment and jealousy, which he nurtures in bits and pieces. Sean regained his strength and resumed his studies in music. In 2009, he completes his studies and dreams of returning with his mother, Mary Jane, to introduce her to his parents as his favorite. However, Sean's plans are unlikely to come true. Stanley introduces his brother to Samantha Rowe, his dream girl. Samantha, a Florida native, quickly discovered a common language with the two brothers. Stanley adored and sympathized with her, but the girl was taken with Sean's cheerful and sociable personality. For a while, Stanley actively courted Samantha, and she accepted his advances. Many romantic encounters conclude with a passionate kiss. Stanley is extremely happy. Samantha, who said yes to her older brother, continues to think about her younger brother. Samantha decides to send Sean a message in which she expresses her sympathy for him and invites him on a walk around the city. The guy agrees, and they spend the evening walking along the waterfront, discussing Stanley and Mary Jane. Sean does not seek to win the girl. After all, he has long belonged to or rejected her. Samantha sends a message to Stanley, informing him that Sean has been seeing her, and he admits that he also likes her. Stanley was infuriated. That same evening, he went up to his brother's room, where they talked. The brothers began by speaking quietly, but their words quickly became shouts, and then there was complete silence. The parents were present, but the brothers occasionally clarified relations quite loudly, so they saw nothing unusual in what had occurred. Mom was the first to notice Sean was missing. He had not returned her calls. Recalling the evening before Stanley's explanation, Sean had left home after an argument. After 2 days of searching, the police received a terrifying call. Jennifer, Sean's sister, made the call. The dispatcher who took the call only heard a woman scream into the receiver. A piercing male moan was heard in the background. After several requests to calm down, the dispatcher finally records the request for assistance. Jennifer continues to scream. She pleads for assistance and reports, "Oh, damn it, my brother Stanley murdered Sean. He's inside the house, talking to his mother. His father is freaking out while lying over his dead son, who has been buried since early Saturday morning." Damn it. I'm begging for assistance. Police officers who arrived at the scene of the tragedy witnessed a horrific scene. In the backyard of the house, Samuel was kneeling, his hands dripping with earth. He was screaming as he pulled his son's body from the damp earth, attempting to wipe it away. In an instant, a quiet neighborhood with sculpted lawns, where the two young brothers frequently waved to neighbors, became the site of a violent tragedy. And now the Eckerd family, who once raised two sons, is haunted by the memory of digging in the ground and discovering one of their sons, while watching the other son be handcuffed and taken away. Stanley Eckerd was arrested on suspicion of premeditated murder. During his first interrogation, he admitted that he had no intention of killing his brother. In a fit of rage, he struck Sean on the head. Sean fell as a result of his injuries. Stanley checked his pulse. When he realized his younger brother had died, he tied up the body and carried it out the window to be buried on the lawn behind the house. Stanley said at the inquest, "I buried him after all. That's what you do with the dead." These words sound like the cold-blooded calculations of a serial killer rather than a loving brother. In his defense, Stanley Eckerd stated that he did it for his mother. He wanted to shield her from any shock she might have felt at the news. After that, Stanley planned to relocate his brother's body and rebury it once his parents were gone. Stanley's behavior during the interrogation varied. He cried and confessed what he had done, clearly apologizing and presenting it as an accident, or he blamed Sean with hatred in his eyes. Stanley spoke harshly and unpleasantly about his younger brother. He blamed him for all of his problems and admitted that he had won the battle for his mother's and Samantha's affection. Stanley was charged with second-degree murder and arrested without bail the same day. 2 days later, Dr. Barbara Wolf conducted an autopsy on Sean's body. She presented the court with the results of the forensic examination, which revealed that the victim's neck had bruising under the skin and rope marks, indicating that the neck had been compressed to make breathing difficult. The examination determined that the death was caused by an inflicted head injury and asphyxiation. Assistant State Attorney Pete Marino investigated the case. The first hearing began on February 25, 2011, and was presided over by District Judge Stephen. Donna and Samuel Eckerd, Stanley's parents, rushed to the second row. On April 9, 2013, they wept as they watched their oldest son be escorted into the courtroom. The trial began in Hernando Court, which was presided over by District Judge Anthony Taddy. Attorney Alan Hunter led the defense, while Pete remained on the prosecution's side. The primary goal of the prosecution was to persuade the jury that Stanley had meticulously planned the crime. According to defense attorney Allen, the tragic outcome stemmed from a spontaneous fight. In conclusion, Allen urged the jury to take note of Stanley's attempt to conceal the crime in the name of good intentions. Stanley Eckerd was charged with first-degree premeditated murder, which carries a mandatory life sentence if convicted. Sentencing was scheduled for May 13th. Stanley's fate lay in the hands of District Judge Anthony Taddy, who presided over the 5-day trial. Second-degree murder carries a maximum sentence of life imprisonment. Stanley Elias Eckerd always claimed that he had no intention of killing his brother 3 years ago, before burying him in the front yard of the house. Before trial, Eckerd turned down prosecutors' offer to plead guilty to second-degree murder in exchange for a 20-year prison sentence. Eckerd remained stone-faced as the clerk read the verdict. The brothers' parents, Samuel and Donna, wept quietly. As the jury exited the courtroom, Samuel Eckerd's sobs turned into screams, and a crowd gathered around Donna and Samuel. The jury agreed that Eckerd did not intend to kill 19-year-old Sean, but they did not completely clear him of guilt. After 2.5 hours of deliberation, 9 women and 3 men convicted Eckerd of second-degree murder. All the while, according to the record, they believed Stanley's account of what happened early on June 19, 2010, and criticized the state attorney's office for filing the charges. Later Friday, Samuel Eckerd stated that Chief Assistant Public Defender Alan Lanter did an excellent job. The family questions whether the sentence is appropriate. They filed an appeal against the verdict but were denied. I don't understand how the jury returned a verdict of second-degree murder, and after about 2 hours, Samuel Eckerd stated that our faith had not been shaken. He stated that one fact was not disputed during the trial. After his brother died, Stanley removed his body from Sean's bedroom window and buried it in a shallow grave in the family's Spring Hill backyard. Samuel Eckerd discovered Sean's body 2 days later. During his closing arguments at trial, Assistant State's Attorney Pete Marino showed jurors photos of Sean's dirt-covered body lying in a fetal position. "This isn't a detective novel case," but Marino said. He stated that when detectives questioned Stanley on the day his brother's body was discovered, he changed his testimony. 6 times he claimed he had no knowledge of Sean's death until 2 days after his brother's funeral. According to Marino, Stanley sent messages from Sean's cell phone to family members, claiming that Sean had traveled to California to stay with his girlfriend, Mary Jane. On Sean's behalf, he also wrote to Samantha, telling her that he didn't want to communicate and that she should focus on Stanley. After several hours of questioning, Stanley revealed that Sean died during a struggle in the bedroom that morning. He claimed to hear a snap in his brother's neck as they fell to the ground. He then hid Sean's body to protect his mother, Donna, who has a weakened heart. He stated that he planned to tell his father after his mother left on a trip. The defendant's hand injuries constitute murder, according to Magazzino, who also cited testimony and Stanley's statements to detectives about rising tensions over Samantha Rowe. He also brought up testimony about a conversation Stanley had with his brother and a friend about revenge in the weeks leading up to Sean's death. During that conversation, the friend testified that Stanley stated that if he was going to kill someone, he would hit them in the back of the head and bury the body in the backyard. That evidence was shaky at best and could not dispel reasonable doubts. Alan Lanter told the jury that a crime is an act with an intended outcome. Lanter replied, "Yes, I was involved in my brother's death, but he did not kill his brother." Lanter cited testimony from a forensic pathologist, who stated that the blow to the head was combined with other factors. Sean's death was most likely caused by high blood alcohol levels and possible lingering brain swelling from encephalitis. The pathologist also testified that hitting his head on the bedroom nightstand when the 2 men fell could have been enough to kill Sean Lantar, which reminded the jury of Donna Eckerd's testimony that Sean suffered from severe mood swings after contracting encephalitis. In her testimony, Donna Eckerd referred to Sean's death as an accident. The jury could have also convicted Stanley Eckerd of third-degree murder or manslaughter. In the case of pardonable homicide, Lanter urged jurors not to be distracted by gruesome photos of Sean's body or Stanley's poor decision to bury him in the yard. Stanley Eckerd did something horrible after Sean died, according to Lanter, but he is not a murderer. During the final sentencing, the Eckerd parents were filled with excitement. Judge Anthony sentenced the defendant to 50 years in prison without the possibility of parole. The parents were broken. One miserable day, they lost both of their sons at the same time. The cold-blooded murder of an innocent man, including a brother, is clearly beyond the scope of appropriate human response. In the Bible story, Cain, the brother killer, was banished from paradise as punishment. However, he approached the problem differently, eliminating the source of his remorse. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will talk about what happened in Windsor, Canada in 2018. Autumn Taggart, 31, lived on the 3rd floor of this building with her son, Gavin. On June 10, the boy awoke and went into his mother's room. Her room was completely disorganized. He tried to wake up his mother, but Autumn lay motionless. The Autumn Taggart case received widespread attention, and Canadian police enlisted the assistance of their American counterparts to locate and apprehend the suspect. Autumn Taggart was a single mom in 2018. Her son Gavin was 9 years old, and they lived in Windsor, about a mile from the border between Michigan and the United States and Ontario, Canada. On Saturday, June 9, 2018, Autumn and Gavin spent the afternoon with the child's father, Chris Sherwin. Autumn maintained friendly relations with him after their breakup. They both did their best to ensure that the breakup did not have a significant negative impact on Gavin. At the end of the day, the 3 of them went grocery shopping before Chris drove Autumn and Gavin to their 3rd-floor apartment. After that, Chris returned home. Before going to bed, Gavin played video games with his mother, unaware that the following night would be an unimaginable nightmare for him. Gavin awoke to a noise while it was still dark outside. He was startled and opened his eyes to see an unknown man standing next to his bed. Before leaving Gavin's room, the stranger instructed him to close his eyes and sleep. His mother's room was behind a wall. It's on the right in this image. After about a minute, Gavin heard her scream. The boy had never felt such fear before. A few minutes later, silence hung in the air. His mother stopped screaming, and he quickly fell asleep. When Gavin awoke, it was already morning, and he was getting out of bed. He first went to his mother's room. Everything there was shattered and destroyed. Autumn was lying on the bed. Gavin, 9, initially believed his mother was sleeping, but when he saw the blood on her nose, he knew she was dead. It shocked him. The boy was unwilling to believe it was true. He spent the first half of the day playing on the console and watching YouTube videos, attempting to distract himself from the fact that his deceased mother was lying in the next room. In the afternoon, he couldn't take the pressure anymore. He began crying and decided to tell someone about it. After entering his mother's room, he took her phone and used Messenger to contact his father. He texted him that Autumn hadn't woken up. Chris and his girlfriend drove immediately to Autumn and Gavin's house. After parking and exiting his car, Chris noticed his son standing behind a sliding glass door on the 3rd floor. Chris did not have an electronic key to enter the building, so Gavin went downstairs and let him in. He asked his son to stay with his girlfriend while he investigated why Autumn hadn't woken up, then entered the apartment and the bedroom. Chris noticed that Autumn was very pale. She had bruises on her face and body, and her nose was bleeding. The man immediately dialed 911. The police and an ambulance arrived at the address he provided, but the paramedics were forced to declare Autumn dead due to the injuries on her body and the signs of a struggle in the bedroom. It was clear that it was not an accident. Investigators began searching for possible evidence in the apartment. Meanwhile, a child interrogation specialist speaks with Gavin and learns about the overnight guests who told him to sleep. The boy claimed he heard his mother's screams, but they quickly stopped. He described the man he had seen in his room at night. The boy thought the man was white, about average height, and had messy hair. He looked like he'd just gotten out of bed, the boy testified. I believe he was thin, but not too thin. I believe he was skinny. The forensic experts who conducted the autopsy determined that Autumn died as a result of strangulation. Someone beat her up before she died. Furthermore, there were injuries in her genital area and male DNA samples found on her body. Among other things, the police had to answer the following questions. How did the perpetrator enter the apartment? What was his motivation? And, most importantly, who was the man who entered the building? People required an electronic key. The police immediately ruled out the possibility that the killer was one of the building's tenants because Gavin knew all of his neighbors, and the man he saw on the night of the crime was not one of them. In addition to obtaining an electron key to enter the building, the perpetrator had to enter the victim's apartment. However, there were no signs of forced entry on the door leading to Autumn's apartment. This could indicate that she let the perpetrator in herself or that she failed to lock the door. Eventually, the police will discard both of these assumptions after discovering evidence that the perpetrator climbed to the 3rd floor. He began by ascending to the 2nd floor balcony and then to the 3rd. The door was open, and he entered the apartment without difficulty. In addition to the DNA sample, the police discovered fingerprints whose owner they were attempting to locate. Only 12 days after the body was discovered did the police release the victim's identity in the hopes of receiving tips from the public. Authorities have urged anyone with information that could aid the investigation to contact detectives. On the night of the crime, someone noticed a new black SUV, possibly a Honda Pilot, in the parking lot next to the building. It was there until around 6 a.m. Detectives suspected that the owner of the SUV was involved in Autumn's death. They believed he first climbed onto his car's roof and then went higher from there. The building's corners have repetitive, decorative protrusions that could have served as steps for the criminal as he climbed from the 2nd to the 3rd floor. The crime happened at night, so investigators began looking into the activity of mobile phones in the area where Autumn lived. In this case, the fact that the crime occurred at night simplified the task because most people are asleep at that time. There were few phone numbers that were active near the crime scene. During the investigation, the detectives learned that one of the phone numbers belonged to Autumn's neighbor, despite living in the same building as Autumn. She stated during the police interview that she knew nothing. However, she was not only talking on the phone in her apartment, she had moved around the city several times and turned off the phone around the same time that someone had killed her. She was either in her apartment or close to it at the time. It was impossible to say for certain because there is always an error rate when determining the phone's location, but there was no doubt that this woman was concealing information from the detectives investigating the case. So they went to speak with her again. Her name was Michelle, and she insisted that she didn't know or hear anything. But the police warned her that if she withheld critical information for the investigation, she could become an accomplice to the crime. She therefore began to speak. She said that around 2 a.m. that night, a man they knew as Jay contacted her boyfriend, who was looking to buy an illegal substance and hire an escort girl. All three drove to the ATM, where Jay took out cash. They then gave Jay some of the substance. Michelle admitted that she and her boyfriend were dealing with the issues themselves. Jay eventually asked them to sell him more. Then, according to Michelle, she directed Jay to the parking lot near her building. The woman admitted that she and her boyfriend intended to rob Jay. When they arrived at the building, all three consumed illegal substances, and Michelle and her boyfriend decided to flee with the remainder. Interestingly, before fleeing, Michelle hid a bag of the substance in her genitals. Fortunately, there are no details on how she did it, but it's worth remembering this moment. It will be necessary in the future. According to Michelle, she and her boyfriend fled, taking not only the substance but also some of Jay's money. They dashed to the building's entrance and then went upstairs to their apartment, where they locked themselves in, sat quietly, and did not turn on the lights. Jay was unable to enter the building because he did not have an electronic key. He couldn't shout or honk because someone would have called the cops. Furthermore, according to Michelle, when they looked out the window, they noticed shoe marks on Jay's car roof. The man drove away around 6 a.m., and investigators assumed Jay climbed into the building to find the people who stole the substance and money from him, but he had no idea where Michelle lived. So he probably entered Autumn's apartment by mistake. The police now had the suspect's phone number and photo. These images are from a camera at the bank's entrance, where he was withdrawing cash to buy the substance, as well as an ATM camera. After checking the phone number, investigators discovered that his name was not Jay. The man's real name was Jitesh Bogle, and he was a 27-year-old Canadian citizen living and working as a car development engineer in Warren, Michigan. He also owned a black Honda Pilot SUV and used to visit Canada almost every day. To get to Windsor, he only needed to cross the river via bridge or tunnel. Authorities were able to track his movements and discovered that he had left Canada on the morning of June 10. The day Autumn died, he left the country and has not returned since. Jitesh sold his car after the police released details about the black SUV incident at the victim's home. The Canadian police contacted their American counterparts and asked for assistance. They learned that Jitesh was planning to relocate from Michigan to Washington State. His parents lived in Kent. After leaving a good job for unknown reasons, he returned to his parents' home. The fact that he decided to relocate, get rid of his car, and stop visiting Canada was very suspicious. However, the police required irrefutable evidence to arrest and extradite him to Canada. The Windsor police asked the U.S. National Security Agency to assist with the investigation and track the suspect's movements. The male DNA discovered on Autumn's body most likely belongs to Jitesh. To prove it, they needed to collect a sample of his DNA for comparison. Agents from the United States tracked the suspect's movements. They were aware that he was planning to relocate to Washington State and were concerned that he might leave for a third country. Jitesh also tried to change his appearance by removing his beard and wearing blue contact lenses. Fortunately, Jitesh was not particularly cautious. One day, he went to one of Warren's bars and drank. When he finished his last glass and left the bar, the agent seized the glass, obtaining a sample of his DNA. It took some time to compare it to the sample on Autumn's body, but the results were not unexpected. The victim's body contained male DNA that matched Jitesh Bogle. On August 17, 2018, more than 2 months after Autumn Taggart's death, Jitesh was arrested at his parents' home in Kent, Washington. The arrest surprised him. The man appeared to believe that the police would not track him down. The U.S. authorities have begun the extradition process to his homeland. In the extradition documents, the prosecutor stated that Jitesh was a threat to society, posing a flight risk and being unpredictable. Shortly after, Canadian police charged him with the murder of Autumn Taggart. The trial was postponed for an extended period of time due to country-imposed restrictions. It started in November 2021, There were 3 separate courtrooms, allowing for social distance. The main courtroom housed the judge, the prosecutor, the jury, and the defendant, along with his defense. The other 2 courtrooms featured large screens that showed the trial to Autumn's relatives and others. Jitesh Bogle pleaded not guilty to first-degree homicide, claiming that he accidentally killed Autumn. He described how some dealers stole money and an illegal substance from his car. It upset him, so he got out of the car to find them. He didn't remember much of what happened that night because he had consumed so much alcohol and other substances. He remembered climbing onto the balcony before entering the apartment. Autumn was asleep in her bed when he mistook her for Michelle, the woman who had robbed him. When Autumn awoke, she began screaming. He told her to stop making noise, but Autumn did not listen. He put his hand over her mouth, causing her to suffocate. According to the man, he realized he had accidentally killed Autumn after the scream stopped. He then performed CPR on her, but it didn't work. Jitesh couldn't remember how the genital injuries appeared on Autumn's body, or how he left her apartment. Jitesh and his attorneys asked the prosecution to dismiss the first-degree life deprivation charges because they believed it was an unintentional crime. According to them, Jitesh was unaware of his actions due to the large quantity of substances he consumed. The hand over the mouth indicates that they want to be quiet, not that they want to die. Bogle lacked the ability to form intent or understand the consequences of his actions. According to defense attorney Peter Thorning, there is only one explanation for his behavior: intoxication. It is true that terrible things can happen without our knowledge. That is what happened here. This death was unintentional. He was intoxicated or didn't realize that his actions would not result in death. He added, his lawyers also claimed that there was no evidence that the defendant had intercourse with the victim. This is an important consideration because it will have an impact on Jitesh's sentence. Yes, Autumn's body contained Bogle's DNA, but it was not seminal fluid. The lawyers believe it could have been caused by cross-contamination or DNA transfer from one surface to another. For instance, through a forensic expert's gloves. Bogle's lawyers attempted to persuade the jury that John Lasorda, who worked in the forensic unit during the investigation, performed his duties incorrectly by transferring their client's DNA to Autumn Taggart's body. Lasorda's role was to photograph the scene and collect any evidence that came into direct contact with the victim. Bogle's defense lawyer, Peter Thorning, suggested to Lasorda that rotating the body on the bedsheet, which the police seized, could result in DNA or fluid transfer from the body to the sheath, or vice versa. This is known as cross-contamination. It is not impossible, Lasorda stated during cross-examination. Thorning asked Lasorda if he had the necessary training to work as a forensic identification expert. Lasorda stated that he changed gloves between touching each piece of evidence and grabbing his camera to photograph it to avoid cross-contamination. Lasorda examined the evidence in Taggart's room, looking for fluids, urine, saliva, and sperm. Lasorda testified that the likelihood of actual assault increases when there is a deceased female victim compared to a male victim. The court heard that Lasorda discovered no fluid depositions consistent with a jewel assault. He admitted his examination of the body was limited because he was not a trained medical official, such as a coroner. Nothing overt on or around the body would indicate a sexual assault, Lasorda stated in court. He also stated that there were no visible signs of a struggle. Lasorda clarified in court that signs of a struggle would include broken furniture or glass, forced entry, tampered locks, or blood spatter, none of which were found in Autumn's apartment. However, the prosecutor held a different view. Recalling that Michelle hid the substance in her genital area, the prosecution claimed that the defendant was aware of it and searched for it in the same part of Autumn's body, and that even though he did so with his hand, nothing changed. He committed all of the assaults. You searched her, the prosecutor said, which is disgusting. I disagree, said Bogle. Why didn't he call 911? The prosecutor asked. Autumn stopped breathing. Jitesh responded that he was afraid the police would arrest him because he was sure no one would believe him. Nobody believed me. I barely believe myself. Bogle testified that he does not remember much of what happened in Autumn's room. He said he recalls performing CPR on Autumn after she stopped screaming. He previously testified that he remembered counting 5 or 6 ribs down before beginning CPR, and that he performed 15 compressions and 3 breaths. The prosecutor also disputed that the defendant's strangulation of the victim was accidental, After all, he could have simply placed his hand over Autumn's mouth to stop her screaming, but he also closed her nose, depriving her of the ability to breathe. And he needed to do it for a while, so he knew what he was doing. Autumn's son, Gavin, who has since turned 13, also testified at the trial. The boy testified at the trial? The boy testified in a separate room in the courthouse from the main room, which housed the judge, jury, lawyers, and accused. He was accompanied by a support worker as he gave his testimony. That was how he described the events of that night. Someone came into my room and said something I can't recall. He was kind of close. He also testified that no contact was ever made. When he left my room, it was quiet for a short while. Then I heard my mother scream that night. That scream lasted a while before ending. And then before I knew it, I had fallen asleep again and woke up. When the boy woke up in the morning, he went into his mother's room. Everything was knocked down, broken, and destroyed. My mom was sleeping. Well, that was what I thought at first, but there was blood on her nose, which led me to believe she had died. She was killed. He said I was shocked. He said I was shocked. I could not believe it. I cried, but I tried to cope with it. I simply went about my day unconcerned. The boy testified. He claimed to have spent some of the day playing video games and watching YouTube videos. The date was June 10, 2018. Later that day, he sent a message to his father using his mother's phone. I could not take it anymore. I needed to tell someone about it. Gavin said, Chris Sherwin Taggart, his former partner and their son's father, testified that he last heard from her via text message around 12:30 a.m. on June 10. In the morning, he texted again, but no one responded. At that point, he expressed concern. Later that day, he claimed to have received a text from Taggart's phone. He soon realized it was his son. A copy of the text messages was displayed in court for the jury to view. On December 1, 2021, a 12-person jury convicted Jitesh Bogle of first-degree life deprivation. They discovered no conclusive evidence that Bogle had intercourse with Autumn. I can't say we were not nervous. It's definitely the correct decision. Autumn deserved it. Her son deserved it. John Taggart, Autumn's father. Justice. That's exactly what we wanted. That's what we have. The family members hugged and expressed relief. On January 5, 2022, the court sentenced Jitesh Bogle to life in prison. He will have to serve 25 years before being eligible for parole. He appeared on video in jail wearing an orange jumpsuit and a black mask. He sat against a wall away from the camera while listening to the victim's impact statements. Finally, the judge asked if he had anything to say. It's difficult to express my sorrow and remorse, but I'm glad for the family that they have a sense of justice and can move forward. That day, a part of my soul also died. Bogle stated that we would still like to see the laws in Canada change from life to actual life, rather than 25 years and then parole. We want life to mean life for all victims, said John Taggart. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Gloomy love. Teenage years are the most difficult of all stages of development. You are no longer a child, but you are not yet an adult. This time, the body experiences a massive hormonal overhaul. This transitional period is further complicated by the fact that yesterday's obedient child has become unstable and rebellious. A teenager's worldview is a picture of contrasts in black and white shades. The dominant color in teenagers' judgments and actions is heavily influenced by their surroundings. The story we're about to tell took place in Medicine Hat, in the southeast of Alberta, Canada. The Richardson family suffered unspeakable cruelty and betrayal, and their tragedy captured national attention. Once again, the Gothic subculture came under fire. In town, the Richardson family was regarded as exemplary. Deborah and Mark, along with their two children, Tyler, 8, and Jasmine, 12, lived in a beautiful and cozy home. They were very hospitable and sociable. As are all Canadians, their home was frequently full of guests, and the atmosphere was based on love and respect. Everything was going well until the eldest daughter reached puberty. The calm girl transformed beyond recognition. First and foremost, Jasmine's personality shifted. She became bold and frivolous. Conflicts between her and her parents began to arise, and her academic performance declined. Second, her music and clothing preferences changed. She used to enjoy modern pop but now prefers heavy rock. Bright colors and clothing were replaced by shades of gray and black, and her dressing style became provocative. Jasmine wanted to appeal to boys, so she started emphasizing her rounded features. Her interactions with former friends declined noticeably. She began to spend more time alone in front of her computer screen, and the door to her room was frequently closed. With the advent of the internet at home, she became interested in Gothic themes, dark poetry, criminal psychology, and human anatomy. Miss Richardson even identified as a witch and preached the Wiccan religion. For this purpose, she visited various similar websites and discovered a circle of friends who shared her interests. The greeting on her social media page read, "Welcome to my tragic world." It appeared to be a typical adolescence, complete with excessive dramaticism and mysticism. However, the girl's relationship with her family grew increasingly distant. In her profile, she used a fictitious name and stated her age as 15. She preferred older interlocutors and aspired to be like them. During this difficult time, her parents tried to support her by suggesting that they spend time together. They searched for common ground activities. However, she found this uninteresting. Jasmine thought her younger brother was an annoying nuisance. She spoke to him less and less, but she could spend hours on end on the computer talking to strangers. Deborah and Mark recognized that their current state was only temporary. She would grow up and gain wisdom. As a result, they were very accepting of her new hobbies. Jasmine one day expressed an interest in attending a punk rock concert. Her parents agreed. If only they knew what this excursion would lead to. Early 2006. Jasmine Richardson attended a local youth band concert, pursuing her own interests, knowing that he would be present. The boy who had been stirring her heart for months, Jeremy Allen Steinke, was also fascinated by Gothic culture. They met on a vampire enthusiast website and occasionally communicated. Jeremy portrayed himself as a 300-year-old werewolf looking for blood. To prove it, he wore a vial of blood around his neck, but it was unclear whether the fluid was human or animal in origin. Nonetheless, the boy clearly considered himself unique, which Jasmine found appealing. The young people's feelings for each other grew stronger after meeting at the concert. Steinke eventually asked her out, and she happily agreed that everything would be fine, except that Jeremy was 23 years old. The couple knew her parents would not approve of their relationship, so they kept it a secret. Furthermore, his troubled past will not endear him to them. The young man was poor, living in a trailer with his mother and sister. His relationship with his mother was strained due to her heavy drinking. Jeremy had to deal with her constant stream of volatile partners, many of whom beat him in drunken rages. As a result, by the age of 13, he was struggling academically and had a fragile mental health. Steinke was tempted to commit suicide when he couldn't bear such a life, but he was saved just in time. Later, doctors diagnosed him with depression and hyperactivity. He dropped out of school after being bullied. Over time, Jeremy imagined himself immortal and began visiting websites with similar themes. His online profile included topics such as pain, self-harm, blood, and razor blades. Except for their friends, no one knew about the couple's forbidden relationship, which they found strange. Their communication would have remained private had the Richardsons not begun monitoring their daughter's excessive internet usage. Deborah and Mark discovered Jasmine was communicating with strangers, which alarmed them as any parent would. They therefore decided to remove the computer from the girl's reach. Furthermore, they were surprised to learn that she had fallen for an adult man with questionable interests. His nickname, Soul Eater, spoke volumes. As a result, Jasmine and Jeremy's relationship was forbidden in order to help their daughter break free from this toxic relationship. Deborah and Mark saw two psychologists and sincerely believed that counseling would improve their parent-child relationship. It worked out well for them. Jasmine demonstrated compliance and appeared to be returning to normal life, as if everything was behind her. She received her computer back. This became Richardson's final fateful decision, resulting in their demise. Saturday, April 22, 2006. Mrs. Richardson was getting ready for bed when she heard a noise in the basement. Rats again, she thought. As she descended, she turned on the light and noticed someone wearing a ski mask. He stood opposite her and looked at her. She screamed out, startled. The stranger rushed towards her, covering her mouth. His efforts were vain. Deborah struggled and screamed louder. He stepped back, drew his knife, and stabbed her in the chest, then again and again. When Mark heard his wife scream, he dashed down and grabbed the first thing he could find, a screwdriver. He had been fixing an outlet that day and, by chance, had left the tool out. When he entered the basement, he was confronted with a horrifying scene: his wife lying in a pool of blood, with someone standing beside her. Mark immediately attacked the intruder, but was stabbed in the stomach, followed by more stabs as the agonizing pain subsided and his eyes closed. "Mr. Richardson asked quietly, "Why? Because your daughter wanted it." The attacker responded. Upstairs, Tyler was the only one remaining. The boy sat on his bed wearing his pajamas, too afraid to move. The approaching footsteps became louder, and the bedroom door opened. Several days before the murder, Jasmine was overjoyed. Her parents believed in her remorse, which allowed them to communicate again. Mobile phones were just becoming popular at the time, so the computer was the only way to communicate. When Miss Richardson regained internet access, she immediately wrote to Jeremy, "It all begins with them disappearing and ends with us remaining together," she told him. During her visits to the psychologist, the young lady devised a terrible plan. It solidified after several days of punishment. Surprisingly, Steinke Co. found it enticing, but emphasized the importance of being creative and paying attention to detail. The couple knew they couldn't be together as long as the Richardsons were alive. Later, Jasmine's friends recalled how frequently she mentioned her parents, particularly how much she disliked them. Therefore, she wanted to end their lives. However, nobody took Jasmine's words seriously. Saturday, April 22, 2006. Garrett walked across the street to his friend Tyler's house. The boy wanted to play. Despite the cold weather, it was pleasant outside. This was the spring of that year. Garrett approached the house and noticed that the blinds were still closed. Nobody answered his knock at the door. Strangely, he assumed the Richardsons would be home. Their car was parked in the driveway. The child looked into the living room window, hoping to see someone, but there was no one there. Garrett then decided to walk around to the back of the basement, where he frequently plays with Tyler, while peeking through the window, and he noticed something strange on the floor. It appeared as two silhouettes in a pool of blood. The boy informed his mother, who was skeptical, so she decided to check on the family across the street. They approached the house together. Garrett pointed to the window he'd looked through earlier. The woman looked inside and recoiled in horror. She immediately contacted emergency services. Something happened at the Richardsons. They appeared to be lying on the basement floor, covered in blood. A neighbor reported. The police arrived promptly. They broke down the front door and descended to the location where Garrett and his mother had seen something. When the officers entered the dark basement, they had difficulty recognizing the people lying on the ground. Their bodies were mutilated and bleeding. However, there was no doubt. It was Mark and Deborah Richardson, and they had died. Blood was all over the floor, walls, and ceiling, a bloody mess. There was no other way to describe what lay before them. Later, the police searched the house. In the upstairs children's room, they discovered a small child. The boy lay in bed among toys covered in blood and visible knife wounds. The child's throat was severely cut. Medicine had never witnessed such horror. One officer said, "It would take me decades to forget what I witnessed today." After searching the house, police discovered that one family member was missing. Richardson's eldest daughter was gone. Officers are concerned she may be in danger. Everything indicated that the attack took place in the basement and child's room. The rest of the house was undisturbed, and at first glance, nothing was amiss. The state of the body suggested that the crime had occurred the night before. Apparently, the perpetrator broke into the house and assaulted the boy and his parents. So what happened to Jasmine? And where was she? The police began to develop theories about what had occurred. Perhaps by chance the girl was safe outside the house, or the perpetrator had abducted her and was now harming her, or a ransom demand from relatives would arrive in due course. However, as time passed, there were no obvious answers. Detectives quickly turned to the media, requesting assistance in the search for the missing girl. They hoped Jasmine would make contact or that someone would provide useful information. Meanwhile, the investigation into the crime continued. Investigators spoke with relatives, friends, and colleagues about every aspect of the slain family's life. Were there any adversaries or enemies capable of such heinous acts? However, as the investigation progressed, the situation became clearer. There was no reason to wish death upon anyone in the Richardson family. With the exception of the eldest daughter, They were truly wonderful people, faithful spouses, and loving parents. The officers discovered that the girl had been causing a lot of trouble lately. This time, the investigation aimed to find a person of interest. It was entirely possible that the girl was aware of the crime or had been involved in it. Given the suspect's age, the media could no longer publish her real name under Canadian law. As a result, news outlets began to refer to Jasmine Richardson as Jr. When her relationship with Jeremy Steinke was revealed, the couple was declared wanted. Initially, the search for the young lovers began among their friends and acquaintances, believing they were hiding with them. However, while this lead proved to be a dead end for the police, they did discover something intriguing. Several hours after the crime, the young couple was seen at a restaurant and a party hosted by an acquaintance. Someone in their circle of friends mentioned that Jasmine appeared unchanged. There was no evidence she had been abducted or was in shock. She was drinking and having fun. When friends asked how they got away from her parents, Jasmine laughed and Jeremy and I just took care of them. Yes, the boy agreed. I cut them up like fish. The party guests laughed, believing it was a cruel joke, not realizing that the statement was true. A comic found in Jasmine's school locker confirmed her involvement in the crime, as it detailed how she would deal with each of her family members, with her boyfriend acting as her accomplice. Photographs of the suspects were widely distributed. It was only a matter of time before a citizen came forward with information on their whereabouts. Soon enough, information arrived. A couple was spotted in the community of Leader, Saskatchewan, about 130 kilometers from Medicine Hat. They got caught off guard. Jasmine Richardson and Jeremy Steinke were discovered sleeping peacefully inside a pickup truck. They were escorted to the police station without resistance. Naturally, the couple was interrogated separately, beginning with Jasmine. She revealed that she was deeply in love with Steinke, and he reciprocated her feelings. However, their age and social status differences served as a barrier. Jasmine believes the Richardsons would never have accepted their relationship. As a result, Jeremy committed the ultimate act of love. He ended her parents' lives, giving them the opportunity to be together. When detectives asked if Jasmine was involved in the crime, she replied, "I wasn't home when it happened. I wasn't sure what had happened. When I found out, I accepted it. I loved Jeremy so much that I ran away with him." Detectives needed to figure out who was the main instigator because breaking the suspects proved difficult. The investigation employed a cunning strategy. They placed an informant in the cell with Jeremy, and he skillfully extracted details that contradicted Jasmine's statements. Jeremy admitted to the informant that the plan to end her parents' lives was Jasmine's idea. He wasn't initially supportive, but he agreed after they discovered the forbidden love and took her computer. I cared for Deborah and Mark Richardson, while Jasmine looked after her younger brother on her own. She begged me to leave Tyler for her. I was pleased to settle scores with all of them. Jeremy made a cruel revelation. Following the confession, investigators confronted Miss Richardson with the recording. She had no choice but to confess everything, admitting that she stabbed her younger brother out of mercy, not wanting to leave him as an orphan. Later, the couple shared their social media profiles and passwords with the investigators, who began looking into their correspondence. They exchanged thousands of messages confirming Jeremy's statements. Jasmine devised the plan on her own. Steinke claimed that Jasmine was the only person who understood and approved of his tastes. He feared losing her as he replaced the society from which he felt alienated. He contributed to the realization of the dreadful idea. "I want to cut their throats. They will regret what they have done. Especially when I know they're gone. They will pay for the insults. Finally, there will be silence, and their blood will be the payment." Jeremy supported his beloved. His friends also claimed that just a few hours before the attack, they watched the 1994 film Natural Born Killers, which depicts a couple committing 9 heinous murders. This story inspired their friend, who said he wanted to carry out a similar plan with his girlfriend. "I think it's the greatest love story of all time." Steinke made this claim based on sufficient evidence. The suspects have been charged with 3 counts of homicide. The detectives pieced together the accused's confessions, witness testimonies, and other case evidence to form a more complete picture of the crime. Jeremy was intoxicated prior to the act. Jasmine led him inside the house and directed him to the basement, where he assaulted her mother. Deborah was the first to die, with 12 stab wounds to her body. The deepest wound pierced her chest, measuring 12 centimeters and striking her heart with rage. Jeremy mercilessly continued his assault on Mark, who received 24 wounds, 9 of which were in the back. The family patriarch, like his wife, bled out on the basement floor. Tyler Richardson was the last to die. While Steinke dealt with the parents downstairs, Jasmine stabbed her younger brother 5 times upstairs. After finishing, Jeremy went upstairs to assist his girlfriend with the child, coldly slicing the boy's throat as if carving a pumpkin. After that, Jeremy went home to wash off the blood, while Jasmine took a taxi to the restaurant where the couple had planned to meet. After discussing the night's events, they went to a party. Kate Lancaster, a friend of Jeremy's, assisted them in disposing of the evidence and traveling to Saskatchewan. Words are insufficient to describe the horror they created. The couple went on their murderous spree with such ease and nonchalance, as if possessed by an otherworldly force. It is shocking that no one expressed regret or remorse for their actions during interrogation or while in custody. While detained, they wrote letters to each other, referring to themselves as legends and immortals. Steinke was able to propose to Richardson in a single letter, which he gladly accepted. However, their mad love began to fade like last year's snow during the trial. They shifted the blame to each other. Jasmine Richardson was the first person to go on trial in June 2007. She pleaded not guilty, claiming to have been in a zombie-like state and unable to act while Jeremy murdered her family. She also claimed that she only injured her younger brother and that Steinke was responsible for his death. Jasmine insisted that their discussions about ending her parents' lives were only hypothetical, but they appealed to Jeremy so much that he forced her to make them a reality. Miss Richardson was sentenced to only 10 years in prison for 3 counts of homicide, thanks to the nuances of Canadian juvenile criminal justice law, which states that people under the age of 14 cannot be sentenced to more than 10 years. The sentence was intended more to rehabilitate and restore the girl's psyche than to punish her. When Jeremy Steinke's trial began in 2008, he insisted that he had no intention of killing his girlfriend's parents. However, when he was found in the basement, he felt compelled to attack. He claimed he did not hurt Tyler, implying Jasmine was to blame while he simply watched from the doorway. The defense claimed that Jasmine intentionally seduced him in order to free her from her parents' strict control. Some friends testified that Jeremy had asked for their help with the act because he was so afraid of losing Jasmine that he was willing to do anything. The lawyers also requested that the charges be reduced to manslaughter, claiming Steinke was under the influence of drugs at the time of the incident. Steinke's inconsistent inconsistencies were revealed. When asked by the prosecution why he committed the act, he stated, "When you find your other half, you do whatever it takes for them." Throughout the trial, he remained unconcerned, but broke down when his mother, Jacqueline May, testified in his defense. She admitted to bearing significant guilt for his upbringing, as he was frequently attacked by her partners, beaten, and rejected. Steinke was found guilty on 3 counts of first-degree homicide and sentenced to 3 life sentences. He would be eligible for parole no sooner than 25 years later, in 2033. Casey Lancaster's charges of complicity in the act were dropped in Medicine Hat Court. However, she was found guilty of obstruction of justice, sentenced to a year of house arrest, and prohibited from consuming drugs or alcohol. While in custody, Jeremy Steinke changed his name to Jackson May. Jasmine Richardson's 10-year sentence included 4 years in a psychiatric facility where she was diagnosed with conduct disorder and oppositional defiant disorder, which indicate a refusal to follow rules and socially unacceptable behavior that is typically associated with children rather than adults. This highlighted her psychological immaturity and instability throughout her relationship with Steinke. Medical professionals reported genuine remorse in her final years of conditional community supervision and attendance at special programs. After serving her full sentence, she was released in 2016. Jasmine Richardson currently lives in Canada under an assumed name. Her true identity is still hidden from the media. Her return sparked heated public debate, with some claiming she deserved a second chance and others believing she deserved a harsher sentence. Nonetheless, Medicine Hat residents would prefer not to have Miss Richardson as a neighbor again, given the brutality of her crime. It's unclear whether Jasmine has truly changed after spending her formative years in detention. Time will tell. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. How often do you worry about your children's safety? Do you know where and who your children are now? Nowadays, every parent strives to maintain a unique connection with their child. Even if your child is an adult, your heart and mind remain with them. The story I want to tell you today is about the genuine bond between a parent and a child. Unfortunately, there are people on Earth who violate that bond. But more about that. The story is set in a small town called Pembroke in southwest Wales. It took place in the year 2021. That is, not much time has elapsed. On December 17, at around 4 a.m., the emergency services received a call from a terrified local resident. The woman discovered a woman's body and a mill pond, a 2-mile-long freshwater reservoir, near the town. After arriving on the scene, paramedics began resuscitation efforts. All signs pointed to the fact that the girl had recently been in the pond and there was still a chance to save her. However, none of the attempts were successful. The doctors pronounced her dead. She was stripped to the waist and lying face down in the water. The possibility of an accident was almost immediately dismissed. Medical experts discovered strangulation marks on her neck, as well as scratches and bruises on her face and hands. That is, the girl reportedly resisted and tried her hardest to save herself. However, experts confirmed that the girl was strangled before being called and violently pushed into the pond. She had no personal items with her. The police discovered a dry lace top on the shore, indicating that it had been removed before the girl entered the water. The rest of the items were discovered with the assistance of a service dog, which tracked the trail and led the police to an alley 120 meters from where the body was discovered, where they discovered a jacket and a cell phone. The girl's identity had been established. She turned out to be 18-year-old Lily Sullivan, an innocent child for her mother. But, in the eyes of men, a young, blossoming, beautiful young girl was about to begin her independent life. Lily was the only and most welcome child for her mother. Sullivan, who had previously miscarried 14 times, giving birth to a healthy baby was a miraculous event. They shared a unique bond, a trusting relationship. The mother admitted that she had already accepted the fact that she would never have children, and when Lily was born, she was overjoyed. Her daughter taught her about the true purpose and meaning of life. Lily and her family lived in Pembroke suburbs. Friends and acquaintances described her as a cheerful, sweet girl, a true friend who would always come to the rescue with words and actions. She always saw the good in people, but only in herself, and she was harshly criticized. Lily was a great artist. She was a creative person who was critical of her own work. She also drew tattoo sketches, enjoyed bright makeup, and volunteered for a variety of charities. She was always eager to help others. Lily grew up to be an excellent person. At 17, she began her first year of college, and despite her creative work, Lily began working part-time in the evenings at a supermarket, despite being the only and favorite child. She turned 18 in early December. In the eyes of society, she was a beautiful, self-sufficient young girl who had reached the age of independence, the time when relationships with guys who enjoy going out to party usually begins. After reaching the age of majority, Lily began attending parties at clubs and pubs with her friends. On the evening of December 16, 2021, Lily's mother, Anna Sullivan, drove her daughter and her friends to the castle, a pub hosting a Christmas party. The evening at the pub was going very well. So, after the pub, the girls decided to continue their wonderful evening by dancing in a nightclub. Lily was approached to meet 31-year-old Lewis Haynes, who was spending the night with friends. Lewis was a cricketer who was well known in this part of town, particularly at the nightclub where he'd been partying all night. Lily and Lewis were seen kissing in the club around 11 p.m., which drew the attention of one of Haynes's friends, who took Lewis aside and reminded him that he had a girlfriend and a young child waiting for him back home. But his friend's words did not deter Lewis, and he continued to socialize with her Lily, a young girl who had just reached adulthood, and a 31-year-old man who, despite his wife and small child, decided to exploit the young girl. Lily called her mother around midnight and asked her to pick her up in a few hours. They agreed to meet in a parking lot near the clubhouse. Lily left the club at 1:55 a.m., and Lewis followed under the pretense of seeing her off. Lewis's friend was waiting outside the club. He called out after her, "I want to remind you that you have a girlfriend and a young daughter waiting for you at home, and she is only 18. Of course, after hearing these words, Lily made her own decision. But Lewis didn't react and continued to follow the girl. Then Lewis and Lily went to an unlit alley near Pembroke Castle, which overlooked Mill Pond. Lewis tried kissing girl again. But Lily foiled his attempt when she overheard her friend's remark about the girl and the baby. She immediately decided to drive to the parking lot where her mother was waiting for her in the car. Anna Sullivan called her daughter at 2:15 a.m. to inform her that she was waiting at the designated location. Lily said she was a few minutes away and would be there soon. She was still on the phone with her mother when the connection was abruptly cut off. Lily's mother waited for her daughter in the car, but her maternal instincts warned her that something was wrong. At that point, Lewis realized that the night was not going to go as planned, and he was not going to get what he wanted in the right way. Kissing her at the club wasn't enough. He desired more. Lewis was unwilling to let her go. He grabbed the girl's arms and attempted to forcefully remove her lace top. Then Lily pushed the intruder away, threatening to accuse him of rape if he didn't stop, and saying his daughter would be ashamed of such a father. These words infuriated the drunken Lewis because he was in the process of gathering documents for the court to establish custody of his daughter, and police attention to his person would jeopardize all plans. He punched Lily several times in the face. He was a grown man with incredible physical strength in comparison to the fragile girl. Lewis had no trouble bringing Lily down. He began choking her aggressively, and when she stopped resisting, he pushed her into the pond. Around this time, a neighbor reported hearing a woman scream, who then stopped and attempted to call her daughter 30 times without success. She did not pick up the phone again. In addition, police searched for evidence. They saw on one of the alleyway CCTV footage how Lily's phone display lit up repeatedly as her mother attempted to contact her. Later, while reviewing CCTV footage, investigators noticed Lewis and Lily walking together down the alley, and 3 hours and 8 minutes later, another camera captured Lewis appearing on the bridge alone. The video clearly shows him first walking, and then starting to run. Another camera at the gas station where Anna Sullivan was waiting for her daughter caught the killer just a few minutes later, at 3 hours and 10 minutes. Anna had been attempting to contact Lily for quite some time. She became very anxious and searched for her with her eyes. That's how she encountered the murderer of her beloved daughter. I am passing Anna's car. Lewis Haynes looked her in the eyes and then began behaving inappropriately. He overheard Lily and her mother discussing the location and timing of the meeting, and realized he was most likely looking into the eyes of his victim's mother. He started waving his arms and shaking his head at Anna. The stranger's behavior seemed strange. The mother couldn't believe that just a few minutes earlier, this nocturnal stranger had taken the life of her only daughter. Lewis arrived home at around 3:40 a.m. in wet clothes. His arms were deeply scratched. He became hysterical, woke his girlfriend, and begged to be taken to his parents' house. Lewis was so persistent that the girl couldn't help but comply with his request, so he tried to get away as soon as he realized what he had done. The girl wasn't aware of what was happening. On the way, he said, "I believe she is dead," which raised more questions. At 6 a.m., December 17, Lewis was arrested by police at his parents' home. Lewis' father contacted the police. He asked himself hysterically as they let him out, "What in the hell did I do?" Lewis Haynes faced murder charges on December 20, 2021, because of the overwhelming evidence. He admitted to the murder of Lily Sullivan but denied that he committed the sexually motivated crime. He claimed he killed Lily Sullivan because she threatened to report him to the police for rape if he kept harassing her. Lewis claimed that he had an outburst of aggression. He strangled Lily before pushing her into a pond. When he calmed down and realized what he'd done, he went into the pond to help her. But when he realized Lily wasn't breathing, he fled. The court and state prosecutors didn't believe him. The judge stated that if Lewis entered the water, it was only to ensure her death, not to save her. He had his phone with him, but no emergency calls were placed that night. The cameras also showed that he did not seek assistance from passersby, instead heading straight home. Before the sentencing, Anna, whose meaning of life was last, claimed she made a terrible mistake that night. She should have exited the car and gone to meet Lily after the connection was lost, because then she would have had a chance to save her daughter. She was horrified to learn she could have saved her child. 1 month before Lily was murdered, Anna Sullivan experienced a heart attack, and her daughter saved her life. She recognized the dangerous situation and administered first aid before paramedics arrived. She also stated that after her daughter died, she began to experience panic attacks and stopped fearing death because it was the only way she would be able to see her child again in the afterlife. She described Lewis Haynes as pure evil, who, due to his base instincts, destroyed several destinies in a single moment. It's also terrible that Lewis is the father of a daughter. However, because he wanted to satisfy his sexual desire and couldn't control his aggression, he killed an innocent girl. On August 21, 2022, a court sentenced Lewis Haynes to life in prison with the option of parole after 23 years and 4 months. So in 2044, the murderer could be free again. Unfortunately, this story confirms our fears. We live in the 21st century where we already have phones for fast communication, the internet, and other technologies and applications designed to keep users safe. But even that did not help Lily save herself. Such crimes occur on a daily basis in our world, and they almost always end tragically. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a case involving a very unusual plot that occurred in London in 2011. Alice Adams and Tibor Vass's bodies were discovered in a house near Heathrow Airport. They were both 20 years old. The investigators working on this case will describe it as one of the most unusual for someone who works full-time in law enforcement. Alice Adams and Tibor Vass worked for the Radisson Blu Edwardian Heathrow Hotel. Alice was a local, and her family home was approximately 6 miles from the hotel where she worked. She had started the job 3 weeks earlier and had made friends with other hotel employees, particularly her peer Tibor Vass. Tibor was born and raised in Budapest, Hungary. He was his parents' second child, and he had a younger sister, Tibor, who enjoyed being around other people. He could play almost any musical instrument, with the piano being his favorite. He taught his sister Isabella how to play the piano, and they sang and played together while their parents listened. His mother Rosalia struggled to move on after his father died unexpectedly in 2007. Tibor spent the majority of his free time with his sister. He was both her brother and father. He wanted to share his mother's burden, so he started working full-time when he was 15 years old. In 2008, he applied to the University of Budapest, hoping that a college degree would help him get a good job and better support his mother. Despite his exceptional abilities, he was denied admission to the university. Tibor discussed with his mother the possibility of moving to Great Britain and finding work there. Tibor's mother must have supported the idea, as he moved to the United Kingdom in July 2010. At the age of 19, he relocated to London. He began working at the Radisson Blu Edwardian Heathrow Hotel. He enjoyed his job, his responsibilities, the people he worked with, and the new clients he met each day. Alice was an accomplished musician who quickly bonded with Tibor. They never ran out of topics to discuss. Tibor Vass and Alice Adams were the hotel's receptionists. Another receptionist was Attila Ban, who was 31 years old. Attila had been with the hotel the longest of the three, and he was named the best employee in 2010. Both Attila and Tibor were from Hungary, which brought them closer together. The hotel provided company apartments to its new employees. Attila and Tibor lived in a house behind the hotel. It was extremely convenient. On the one hand, it was more cost-effective. On the other hand, you did not have to spend much time getting to work. Despite Tibor's happiness to be in England, he did not abandon his plans to pursue higher education. He applied again to Budapest University, and this time he was accepted. He was very happy, but he had to return to Hungary in August 2011. Tibor's departure was marked by a small farewell party, which was held on August 9, 2011. Other hotel employees attended the party alongside Tibor, Attila, and Alice. The next day, this trio was supposed to work, but none of them showed up. Colleagues raised the alarm when they failed to arrive for work at 7 a.m. The police were notified at 7 a.m. The police were notified at 7:53 a.m. The police arrived at the house and knocked on the door. No one opened the door, and everything was quiet inside. The door was unlocked. When one of the officers opened it, he discovered a terrifying sight. Alice lay on the living room floor, her face hidden by a pillow. Later, the medical examiner who performed the autopsy found 22 stab wounds on her body. The naked body of the man who had died from stab wounds to the heart lay on the bed in his bedroom. The tiller was nowhere to be found. The police cordoned off the house, and investigators and forensic experts quickly began their work. When investigators examined the crime scene, they discovered that the bed on which Tibor lay was not where he died. It was too clean. The perpetrator had wounded him elsewhere before removing his clothes, cleaning him up and placing him on the bed. Alcohol bottles and illegal substances, which appeared to have been consumed at the party, were discovered in the apartment. Police officers searched the house, the surrounding area, and the attic, but found no Attila bands. His personal belongings, including his papers, remained inside the apartment. As Attila became the prime suspect, investigators began interviewing his co-workers while experts worked the crime scene. Hotel employees claimed that as soon as Tibor started working at the hotel, Attila took him under his wing because they were both from the same country. It wasn't long before Attila asked Tibor to live with him in an apartment near the hotel. He even planned his work schedule so that they worked the same shift. Tibor was young and attractive, and he received plenty of female attention. The problem was that prior to falling in love with Tibor, Ban made no secret of his preference for male relationships. According to the hotel staff, Tibor rejected his advances, which made him unhappy. Alice had taken a job at the hotel 3 weeks before her death, and Tibor began to show interest in her, which naturally irritated Attila, who was jealous despite knowing Tibor was only interested in women. Investigators began to wonder if Attila had committed the crime out of jealousy and unrequited love. Even before police discovered Tibor Vass and Alice Adams' lifeless bodies, Bane had posted an ominous message on his Facebook page. He wrote, "I want to wake up from that nightmare." This was posted at 6:23 a.m., and several friends expressed their concerns, to which they received no response. The message convinced investigators that Attila Ban was involved in his colleagues' deaths. This was also demonstrated by the number of wounds. Alice was stabbed 22 times and Tibor twice. In addition, Alice was lying on the floor with a pillow against her face, while Tibor was on the bed. The investigators interviewed the other party members, who stated that when everyone left, only Attila T., Boher, and Alice remained in the apartment. This indicated that something had occurred between these three people in the time remaining before dawn. Alice and T. Boers' deaths were reported to their families. What happened was devastating for both the Adams and Vass families. In a statement released by the Adams family, Alice's mother, Sarah, honored her daughter with the words, "My heart is broken, and my life will be forever tinged with sadness. I miss Alice so much. I'd give anything for one more Alice squeezy hug and smile. Alice's death has caused my family to experience extreme emotions such as grief, anger, and overwhelming sorrow, and it has forever changed our family. As a mother, you are supposed to protect your children, and every day and night I have to face the fact that I failed. The most difficult thing to deal with is not knowing exactly what happened to my beloved Alice that night. As horrifying as it would be to learn the truth, it would be preferable to the constant struggle in my mind to figure out the sequence of events leading up to Alice's murder. There are no words to describe what an amazing and unique personality she had, or how much love, joy, passion, and compassion she brought into so many people's lives. Her passing is a tragedy beyond words." Alice's mother told investigators that shortly after midnight, her daughter texted that she was spending the night at a friend's house. The police issued an AB for Attila Ban, but he simply vanished. They attempted to track his phone, but it was detected by cell towers in the same area as the hotel. This was extremely strange. As soon as it became clear, Attila had been closer than anyone had imagined all along. The investigation team spent 2 days at the scene before leaving the house. A few hours later, the forensic team decided to return to the house and conduct additional tests. They noticed that the door they had left open had been locked from the inside. When they entered the room, they noticed Attila Ban lying on the bed. He was drunk and attempted to injure himself with scissors and a knife. He had wounds on his neck and wrists. When they asked him questions, he acted strangely and attempted to demonstrate something with gestures. He was transported to the hospital, where doctors ensured his life was not in danger. The police were perplexed when they discovered where Attila Ban had spent the previous 2 days. He had cut a slit in the base of the sofa bed where Tibor's body was discovered, grabbed a phone and several bottles of water, and climbed inside. While the cops were on the scene, he remained inside, listening and watching through the holes he had made. The primary suspect, Attila Ban, was arrested right inside the hospital. The trial started on July 9, 2012. During the trial, some details about the brutal crime were revealed. The party spiraled out of control after Alice, Tibor, and Attila were left alone in the apartment. Prosecutors accepted there was sexual activity between all three, as DNA from both men was discovered on Miss Adams' breasts, until a band stated that he remembered the three of them being in bed and that there was a connection between them, but he had no recollection of what happened after that. He insisted that he only realized he had committed a terrible act after waking up in the morning and seeing Alice and her lifeless bodies. When he realized that his actions had killed two people, he made the decision to commit suicide. However, he stated that he was afraid to do it alone, so he removed his keyboard's clothing and climbed into the bathtub alongside him. Unable to hurt himself, he moved Tibor to the bed, knowing they would be sought after. He opened the divan bed's base and hid inside. While he was hiding there, he was even able to update his Facebook page. He sobbed loudly in the dark as prosecutor Richard Whittam explained the facts of the case to jurors. According to Mr. Whittam, two young people were killed violently and unjustly by this defendant. Although other cases have been discussed, it is difficult to find words to describe what happened in this case, other than to say that it was tragic that young people met their deaths in this manner. According to Mr. Whittam, Tibor Vass had relationships with hotel employees, and there is no evidence that he ever had a sexual relationship with an Attila Ban. However, Attila Ban appeared to have feelings for Tibor Vass and acted slightly possessively towards him. The court heard that Ban was jealous of you, and that just days before the crime, he threw a temper tantrum at his victim during a team building session when he took a picture in which Band was not present. The situation reached a climax when the band learned that Tibor Vass had been accepted to a university course in Hungary and would be leaving Britain at the end of the month. The final straw may have been that an Attila band couldn't bear the sight of Tibor and Alice kissing, and in a fit of jealousy, killed both of them. In addition, prosecutor Richard Whittam stated in court that Attila Ban was found naked on the single bed. He had wounds on his wrist, forearm, and neck. It was clear that he had been hiding in the divan base of the double bed. He must have been present during the pathologist's visit, the removal of the bodies, and the crime scene examiner's examination of the scene. He had the foresight to effectively conceal himself and remain undetected throughout their stay on the premises. Following the case, Detective Inspector John Finch stated outside court that the police had not been negligent in not looking under the bed. He stated, "I've reviewed this with senior management several times. It was an unusual and bizarre thing for a person to do. It defies belief." He claimed that lifting up beds to look for people who were not present would result in the loss of critical forensic evidence. Tibor Vass and his mother, Rosalia, paid tribute to their son. Her statement included the following words: "Tibor was a young boy who enjoyed music and the arts, repairing gadgets and practicing freestyle tricks on his BMX bicycle, Daisy. At home, he was always creative and enjoyed experimenting with computers, such as building stereo speakers out of cardboard and old cables. He had a passion for photography and spent his first paycheck on a professional camera. Tibor was consistently friendly, helpful, supportive, approachable, outgoing, and trustworthy. He had many friends in Hungary and the United Kingdom. On August 11th, I learned that two innocent 20-year-olds, my son Tibor and his friend Alice, were murdered. I learned that his friend had taken their lives. It was impossible and devastating to believe that such an event could occur. Previous to that, it gave me comfort to know Tibor had made a good friend in London who was mature, friendly, and intelligent. His friend promised me personally that he would look after my son and not let anything happen to him. I trusted him and saw him as one of my own. That's another reason why the news of my son's murder was so heartbreaking. Throughout the police investigation and trial, I had to relive the horrors of that night, which only added to my sadness. There are no words to describe the agony and loss that our family will experience for the rest of our lives. Until he pleaded guilty, Attila Ban claimed he couldn't remember the events of that horrific night. On July 18, 2012, on August 17, after only 5 hours of deliberation, the jury convicted 32-year-old Attila Ban. He was sentenced to 2 lifetime sentences. He will have to serve 26 years in prison before he can apply for parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, Welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll talk about a story that happened in England. On Sunday, November 14, 2020, one surveillance cameras caught 34-year-old Alexandra Morgan at a gas station near Cranbrook, Kent. Nobody has seen her since. 4 days later, her parents reported her missing to the police. The investigation revealed many secrets that were hoped to remain hidden. The truth turned out to be far more terrifying than anyone could have anticipated. Alexandra Morgan, as she was known to her friends and family, was a single mother with 2 children ages 4 and 11. They lived in Wellesley, Cranbrook, in Kent. She did not maintain relationships with her children's fathers. It wasn't easy for her to raise them alone. According to some sources, Alexandra was a dog groomer. People described her as a dynamic and ambitious woman who wanted her children to have everything they required. She wanted a better life for them and took several steps to make it happen. Alexandra arranged a meeting with her parents on November 13, 2021. She left her 2 children with them, claiming she was going on a spa vacation with friends. She said she'd be back in 3 days. Alexandra's parents became concerned on November 17 when she failed to pick up her children. She did not respond to any calls or texts. It was not like her. After several unsuccessful attempts to locate their missing daughter, the parents were forced to contact the police. Kent police said Alexandra Morgan's disappearance was suspicious, so they investigated it as a possible crime. At the start of the investigation, the police attempted to determine which spa Alexandria planned to visit. She told her parents she was going with friends, and the police wanted to know who they were. At the time, the investigators had no idea what they would face while searching for Alexandria. While searching for the woman, police obtained video footage from a gas station in Cranbrook. That was the last place anyone saw her. Her white Mini Cooper was the key to determining her location. On November 14, she refueled her car, purchased some items, and left. At first glance, there is nothing unusual about this video. Rose McCauley, the gas station manager who has been friendly with Alexandra for 17 years, was present when she purchased 10 pounds of gas and ordered a coffee and snack on the morning of her disappearance. Rose believes no one knows what happened to her or where she went. Her car hasn't been seen since then, which is a complete mystery. My friend and I looked around Hastings for it, but couldn't find anything. Alex never feels embarrassed. So I don't think she's afraid to come home. I'm just hoping nothing bad has happened to her. I just hope she is okay and shows up. It's very worrying. Alex arrived that Sunday looking very well, dressed, with a full face of makeup, her hair done, and nice clothes on. She was more dressed up than I had ever seen her before. And she arrived unusually early in the morning. Alex appeared to be in a good mood, smiling as he interviewed Alexandra's friends. The detectives discovered that in 2018, she posted information on social media about a stalker who followed her every move. In another post from 2019, she shared an image with the words, "Hello, stalker." Alexandra wrote, "Stop stalking my page. Lovelies." It's rather sad. Not only that, but you're making it clearer by the day, as we're not even friends on Facebook. There is nothing to see here, pal, unless you continue. Oh, please share your antics for all to see. Have a beautiful day. Investigators were now looking into whether these messages had anything to do with her disappearance. According to a police spokesman, Alexandra's failure to contact her family is completely out of character, and the case is now being investigated as a possible murder. While we conduct our investigation, I urge anyone who has seen Alexandra or her white Mini Cooper with a black roof to contact us. If you think you saw Alexandria or something suspicious but are unsure, please call and let us know. Alexandra was described as a slim woman with brown shoulder-length hair and a height of about 5 feet, 6 inches. She was last seen wearing a green knee-length quilted coat, a black top, ripped blue jeans, knee-high black boots, and a silver necklace. People can disappear without leaving any traces or clues for the police. Many missing person cases remain unsolved. But this time, things were different. Alexandra Morgan left a digital trail that eventually led the police to discover what happened to her. Furthermore, it revealed some shocking information. Alexandra hoped to improve her financial situation. To accomplish this, she began working as an escort and advertised her services on the internet. However, her family and friends were unaware of it. Women working as escorts are among the most vulnerable groups of people, Everyone, including the police, is aware of this. They never know who their next client will be. An ordinary person who, for whatever reason, has decided to pay for such services, or a maniac looking for a target. The investigators discovered that Alexandra had scheduled a meeting with her regular client prior to her disappearance. They arrested this man. At the same time, the police representative's statement made it clear that Alexandra had died. According to a Kent police spokesperson, detectives from the Kent and Essex Serious Crime Directorate are investigating the disappearance of a woman from Sissinghurst and arrested a man on Thursday, November 25, 2021. A 40-year-old man from East Leonards-on-Sea has been arrested on suspicion of murder. Kent police officers, with assistance from Sussex Police, are conducting searches in 3 locations in Hastings and East Leonards-on-Sea as part of their efforts to locate Alexandria. Residents can expect a heightened police presence in the area as investigations continue. They arrested Mark Brown. He was a construction worker who married and had a son. His family was unaware that he was leading a double life. Before she disappeared, Alexandra had met him several times. According to Sussex Police, he intends to buy her a Mini Cooper. Their first meeting occurred on June 8, 2021, after Brown discovered her on an adult website. It happened at her home in Sissinghurst, near Cranbrook, Kent. Everything went well at the time, and they saw each other occasionally on June 21. Almost 2 weeks later, they met again. Alexandra went to a small bridge farm near Hastings, Kent, that Brown rented for meetings with women and other purposes. Throughout August and September, they met 7 more times, and Alexandra had no idea she was falling deeper into a trap. On October 23, 2021, Brown texted her to see if she was interested in a risk-free business transaction he was offering. The proposal was for £100,000 for 3 to 5 days at a hotel, where he would guard a new ID, a straight car, and shopping money. All he needed her to do was go out for a cigarette, grab some cash, and buy some things. This is a testament to her character. Alexandria's online searches following this proposal demonstrated her desire to improve her children's lives. One of the searches was for the minimum deposit on a house in 2021. A variety of other searches revealed Alexandra's desire to start new businesses with the money she would make. Among the internet searches were, how much can you make running a sunbed shop in the UK? How much tax would I pay on $100,000? Alexandra told her parents she was going to the spa with her friends, but she was actually going to meet Mark Brown on the farm. She left the house on November 14, and CCTV footage showed her buying gas in Cranbrook at 7:20 a.m. She arrived at Little Bridge Farm at about 8 a.m. 8 a.m. 3 days later, on November 17th, Brown relocated Alexandra's car to her home on Hurst Lane in St. Leonards, having previously replaced her license plate with a fake one. Alexandra's mother contacted the police on November 18 after her daughter failed to pick up the children and stopped answering calls and texts. On November 23, the police discovered CCTV footage that showed Alexandra's car following Brown's Jaguar on the road to Little Bridge Farm. Kent police blocked access to the farm and began questioning Brown. He admitted he had met with Alexandra. However, he stated that she left after 45 minutes. He stated that the police could take his fingerprints and a DNA sample 2 days later, on November 25. They arrested Brown, the primary suspect in the Alexandra Morgan case. But before we go any further, and before I tell you what happened to her, let us go back to when Alexandra had no idea Mark Brown existed. Lee was 33 years old and a mother of 3, but she didn't have custody of her children. Leah was an animal lover who cared for a horse, 3 goats, 2 dogs, a mastiff named Duke, and a Pomeranian named Lady. On March 25, 2018, Mark Brown contacted Leah through an escort website where she advertised her services. Brown and Alexandra Morgan met on the same website. A few years later, at the end of 2018, Brown and Ware had begun dating and renting an apartment together. When her lease expired 6 months later, she moved into Brown's yard at Little Bridge Farm and lived in a shipping container. Brown compared their relationship to a roller coaster. As it turned out, Leah led a chaotic lifestyle. She was a benefit claimant who received weekly payments into her account, which Brown frequently withdrew for her. She had a history of illegal drug use and mental health issues. However, many people claimed she was working hard to obtain custody of her children. While describing her daughter, Leah's mother claimed she was an angel. She added that, while Leah had never enjoyed school, she had always preferred her animals. Brown and Ware had a 3-year relationship before she vanished without a trace in May 2020. 1. Leah spent the evening of May 5th. In the early hours of May 6, I was with a friend and convicted drug dealer Jack Tyler. They took the substances together. That evening, they had an intimate relationship. This was the last time anyone saw Leah. Her last outgoing call was on May 7 at 8:55 a.m. The police believed she died that day. 2 weeks later, Mark Brown returned to the website and met Leah on June 8, 2021. A month later, she vanished without trace. Alexandria met Brown for the first time in her home. The meeting went well. She regarded Brown as a reasonable and generous man, but Alexandria had no idea that just a month before, another woman in a relationship with Brown vanished without a trace. During the investigation, detectives discovered extremely revealing messages sent by Brown. He sent them to his high school girlfriend 5 days after meeting Alexandra Morgan. However, the messages were not about Alexandria. They were discussing Lee. This is what they said. "I'll be very careful how I word this. It happened again not long ago, while disposing of something. It's an extremely unpleasant task. An old oil drum, 5 liters of diesel, and there's not much left. It gets extremely hot and glows almost white. My heart, mind, and soul are heavy with the consequences of my actions. I'm a psychopath with a conscience." It's a joke, actually. Thus, investigators began to suspect Alexandra Morgan's death, and more frighteningly, that she was not Mark Brown's only victim. A spokesperson for the Sussex Police Major Crime Team stated that despite extensive investigations, "We have not found Leah or her body and are asking for the public's assistance in locating her or anything related to her disappearance." After Brown was arrested on November 25, 2021, police searched his farm. They discovered a barrel inside which someone had recently burned something. Experts examined its contents and discovered bone and tooth remains. The laboratory examination confirmed that these were Alexandra Morgan's remains. In a joint statement, Neil Kimber of Kent Police and Andy Wolstenholme of Sussex Police said, "Our thoughts are with the families of Alexandra and Leah during this difficult time. While we have located Alexandra's remains, we have yet to find Leah, and our investigations are ongoing. We urge anyone with information about Leah or Alexandra to contact us immediately." Leah is described by police as a slim white female standing 5 feet 6 inches tall with very long black hair and blue eyes. They suspected she had tattoos of a dragon on her right leg, Chinese writing on her right leg, Chinese writing on her right hip, and a fairy sitting on a flower above the name Ryan on her right leg. The search at Brown's farm lasted approximately a month, concluding on January 7, 2022. The police discovered the bones of a Pomeranian in the pond, along with a weight tied to its collar. Investigators believed it was Leah's dog, which Brown cruelly abandoned following Leah's death. Although police were unable to locate Leah Ware's remains, Brown was charged with her death on February 1, 2022. They had previously charged him with the murder of Alexandra Morgan. Throughout the interrogation, Brown denied the charges against him. However, when they informed him of the evidence that showed he had burned Alexandra Morgan's body, he admitted her death. Yet, Brown insisted that Alexandria had died as a result of an accident. The trial of Mark Brown started on October 17, 2022. During the court proceedings, new details about these 2 cases emerged. The jury discovered that Brown withdrew money from Leah Ware's bank account on a regular basis following her disappearance. Following Leah's disappearance on May 7, 2021, Brown collected her prescription medication and withdrew money from a cash machine every week using her new bank card. They delivered the card to his sister Cheryl's address. He would then place the cachet and medication in a horse box belonging to their pet. Birdie's prosecution lawyer, Duncan Atkinson, detailed several times in the weeks following Leah Ware's disappearance how Brown took £200 from her account, the maximum allowed in a transaction. This resulted in Leah's balance dropping from over £2,000 to £45. In July 2021, jurors were informed that Brown withdrew £200 from Leah's account, twice shortly after transferring £200 to his own account. When asked why he did this, he explained that he probably used her 200 pounds and then replaced it. At the time, someone owed me 430 pounds, so they most likely paid me back. Atkinson stated that the withdrawals from Leah's account had nothing to do with her and everything to do with you. Is this a coincidence? She died after receiving her new bank card. Brown responded, I'm not sure what you're getting at because as far as I know, she is not dead. Atkinson asks if we're running away. Ms. Where's the money? Were you? You knew Leah was in a situation where money wouldn't help her, Brown responded. I'm not sure what planet you live on. Leah wished Brown would leave his wife for her. This was stated by one of her friends during testimony at the trial. Perhaps it influenced Brown's decision to commit the crime. During the trial for Alexandra Morgan's death, Brown stated that her death was accidental. He claimed Alexandra slipped and fell on a tool, injuring her head in the workshop he rented at Little Bridge Farm. He claimed he ran over to her and discovered there was a lot of blood. As a result, he grabbed a towel and attempted to stop the bleeding from her head. When he moved her head to place the towel underneath, there was more blood. Prosecutor Duncan Atkinson objected, claiming that when you first saw her, she had collapsed on her back. There is already a lot of blood on her head. So before you do anything else, it's clear that she's hurt, needs assistance, and requires a doctor. That is absolutely obvious. Brown responded, Yes, but I was panicked, and the first thing I did was grab a towel to help stop the bleeding. She had already left by that point, and I made it a priority to perform CPR because I couldn't find a pulse. I did not call an ambulance because my first priority was to stop the bleeding and then check for a pulse. There is no point in calling an ambulance. If it is not going to arrive on time, the first priority is to stop the bleeding. Brown stated that he was certain Alexandra Morgan had died after performing CPR and holding a mirror to her mouth and nose to check for breathing. In the 5 minutes that followed, he used jumpers to keep blood from flowing out from under the workshop door, went outside to vomit, and grabbed his phone from either his car or jacket pocket to call the emergency services. He then decided to cover it up, saying, I wrapped Alex in a sleeping bag and wrapped a towel around her head to keep more blood from coming out. I had a dead escort on my workshop floor. How would it look like? How would I prove she had an accident? It was a foolish thing to do. It was the worst mistake I'd ever made in my life. Brown then decided to dispose of Alexander's body with an incinerator he had built out of an old oil drum earlier that year and used on a regular basis to burn waste. He said, I'd heard urban legends about people burning bodies, and I didn't want anyone to find a body dumped somewhere. Thus, Brown claimed that he had nothing to do with Lee's disappearance and believed she was still alive. Alexandra's death was allegedly accidental. However, during the trial, the court heard testimony from Brown's boss, Alan Downs. The man claimed Brown warned him that the police might come for him and arrest him. The conversation took place on November 24. When Downs asked what the police might arrest him for, Brown said it was a double murder, and this was a critical point. With this response, Brown implied that Lee had died and that Alexandra Morgan had not died in an accident. However, Brown denied using such language. He responded, No, I said I was going away for 25 years. I'm not sure where he got the double. I stated that I would be arrested for one murder. I did not say double. When asked who he had killed, Atkinson responded, Who? The answer should have been no one. Brown responded, The answer should have been yes. But that was not what I expected to happen. I can't prove I didn't kill Alex, and I didn't expect anyone to believe me. This is why I did what I did. They were both mothers and daughters, among other things, to their families and friends, and they died in the most tragic of circumstances. Both fell into the clutches of an evil maniac. They abandoned children and devastated families. Throughout the murder trial in Hove Crown Court, the jurors learned about Leah Ware and Alex Morgan's lives, including their upbringing, children and relationships, work and passions. Jurors also heard attempts to change their names from Brown to, as the prosecutor put it, black, creating a false picture of the women. People should remember Lee and Alex Morgan for smiling and enjoying life. Both deserve to be remembered by their loved ones for their many qualities. On December 1, 2022, a jury of 10 men and 2 women convicted 41-year-old Brown on all counts. Judge Nicholas Hilliard stated that this is clearly a serious case, with devastating consequences for the victims' families. He stated that the court would sentence Brown to life in prison, and he would have to decide on the minimum prison term or whether he would ever be eligible for parole. The judge also stated that if Brown decided to reveal what he did with Leah, Ware's body, he would consider it during sentencing. However, Brown passed up this opportunity. Before the judge handed down his sentence, Rebecca Martin, Leah Ware's mother, delivered a victim impact statement. She claimed Brown is continuing his sadistic torture of our family's lives by refusing to tell us what happened to her. She died because Mark Brown sought to satisfy his depraved desires. He dominated and manipulated every aspect of her existence. When he'd had enough, he discarded her like a piece of dirt. The court also heard from Alex Morgan's parents, who described her as bright, energetic, and determined to succeed. She faced challenges, but she was overcoming them and looking forward to the future with her 2 children, whom she adored. On January 13, 2023, the court sentenced Mark Brown to 2 life sentences. He will be eligible for parole in 49 years. Judge Hilliard, who sentenced Brown in his absence after he refused to appear in court, stated, "No sentence I pass is any measure of the lives lost. Nothing can correct what the defendant has done. That's not possible. His conscience is unaffected by what he has done." Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more.